This is a test of your emergency broadcast system. Today's forecast calls for slugs in chat. Warning, warning. Slugs have been seen falling from the sky. They're coming to eat you. Folks, it is Friday. It is 13/13, the luckiest time to start a podcast. The luckiest time to start a podcast. We're live on the west side. Get the fuck in here and have a good day, everybody. What? Oh no, what the hell? It didn't work? Of course it didn't. Of course it did. Nothing ever fucking works. Why is this like, what the hell? Folks, welcome to another episode of Westside Tyler. Go down just a little bit. Westside Tyler Live, the internet's best arts, culture, and politics live stream coming to you hot, fresh, and ready from Lexington, Kentucky. I am Tyler Bell, host, writer, creator of the long-running and now returned, no nice to say that, podcast, The Westside Fairy Tales, our ongoing story, Sin Carriers, can be listened to now. There's 16 total parts of it. Another part coming free for all listeners very soon, so go ahead, find that at westsidefairytales.com. Add it to your favorite RSS feed. Add it to your favorite podcast amalgamator, gatherer, and listener apper. It's going to take me a while to put it on fucking YouTube because I ain't bothering with that shit just right now. And the thing that I normally use to do that is broken for some reason. So, folks, go ahead. Hop over there. Subscribe. God, excited. Subscribe to the Westside Fairy Tales today. Westsidefairytales.com. Westsidefairytales.com. If you like my writing, if you like my reading, if you like my voice, that podcast is where it's all started. And if you want to get a copy of one of my books signed, sent to you, by the way, those of you who have subbed on the Patreon at the $20 or higher level and purchased books from me on the website, those signed copies are heading out to you today, or actually as of 2 days ago, yesterday, maybe. I can't remember exactly. I've been very busy. But those are on their way. If you want merch, you want to get a nice Gorpo sticker, you want some old Westside Fairy Tale stuff, including t-shirts, signed books, and even some goofy, I think we have like 2 posters left. You can find all that at westsidefairytales.com. Also, patreon.com/westsidefairytales, patreon.com. Look for WSF Productions. That's the best way to support this show, my video essays, and all of the other good content coming down the line to you. It allowed me to splurge on a second watch. You guys want to see my new watch? Flex time. I got this. This is, you can't even fucking see this. This is another $35 Casio. This is the W800H. It's just way bigger than a Z91W. It's blackout instead of regular. It cost me $35 total, and it's just way bigger, so it fits my gigantic fucking wrist. As you can see, the Z71 or the Z91 is considerably smaller. 91W, however you say that. So yeah, I'm kind of into the Casio world. I appreciate it. I started looking at them because I needed a watch, right? I had a Fossil watch that I bought while I was still working as a journalist, because you kind of have to have a watch. It's really rude to look at your phone if you need to check the time, so it's always good to have a watch on so you can check, make sure that you can make it to your next appointment while also not looking like you're completely disinterested in a conversation, maybe only mildly disinterested. People understand looking at your watch. Usually the kind of people you talk to when you're a journalist are also on the clock, so you needing a reason to get the fuck out of their office is fine. Just don't look at your phone. So I had a Fossil watch, and I can't really, oh, it's right here. I've had this for like 10 years. I can't really recommend them. It fucking sucked. I gotta hold it back here. It's not great. It looks cool from a distance. It was all right. But you can see this little gold piece right here in the middle is it's just a sticker that goes around one of the things, and I dropped this. It fell off my night, or not my nightstand. It fell off the rim of my sink while I was like after I got a shower, and the fucking stickers fell off. So this sticker fell off. It looped around the hour hand. I can't get it off because it's still a sticker, and it doesn't have any additional functionality. It's got the worst stopwatch you've ever seen. It's just electric. It's not even wound up. And I had to get this band because the original band that came with it just fucking disintegrated. And this band is way too big. This band is for a fucking, I don't know, like an Ogrim. I can't remember what the fuck Ogrim are from. I feel like they're from a lot of different things. This is ogre length fucking wristband. It's huge. It's the size of my fucking head. So it overlaps a bit. And it's basically impossible to fucking modify and cut down. So I'm like, whatever, I need to get a new watch. And I remember looking at, you know, all this Hassan shit, where this guy's like, I don't know, I just couldn't help but buy the most expensive. I just needed a Rolex Explorer to tell the time. Nothing says it's time for socialism like the new Rolex Explorer 2026 edition. Like, okay. So I'm like I was looking at watches, right? And when I was looking at watches, notable international man of note and legendary terrorist Osama bin Laden came up, and I found out that the watch he was wearing when he was in Tora Bora was a fucking Casio Z91W. And I was like, well, if it's good enough for the fucking father of the modern era, well, maybe it's good enough for me. And to a degree, it's a very good watch for like $20. It's a good cheap watch. I think it's like, if you don't have a watch, you should get a watch. Buy a fucking Casio. You don't need to fucking try to get a Rolex or one of these fucking wackadoo, goofy fuck. Don't ever get a smartwatch. Smartwatches are for people with nothing to do in life. Smartwatch is something that you buy and then you have to try to justify using it. You know what I mean? Whereas these fucking cheap ass Casios, they look nice, they work. If I fucking get it obliterated, it's $40 for a new one, and I don't mind like kind of gathering like a little collection of them here and there because I kind of like the way they look, and they're $40. So like I found out I am not the first person to ever think of this. And there's an entire Casio watch subgenre of people, like the true aficionados. And if you want to be a psycho collector, actually hunting down rare old Casios that still went for $20, it's like it's fucking like real ones. It's fucking Pokemon cards for adults is trying to go find these like ancient Casio watches from the fucking 1980s and stuff that like there was, you know, a limited release, but most of them ended up in like fucking dumps and shit. And so like it's a fucking $30 watch that now people want to pay like $200, $600, $3,000 for, or something absurd. I was watching one guy show off his, and he gets the G-Shocks, which are like the fancy Casios. And a fancy Casio goes for at most like $1,000, and that thing has every bit. No one needs the amount of functionality that's in it. Where it would almost be like you're kind of like you don't really want to collect Casios. You're a fucking weird guy. You know what I mean? Like, why do you need your phone? Why do you need like 16? Are you a pilot? You know what I mean? Do you really need to know what the time is in fucking Ecuador right now? Are you a pilot? Are you a passport bro? No? Okay, then maybe chill the fuck out. But if you do need that, they have it. And it's not like super fucking expensive. You know what I mean? Compared to like every other watch that's in that range is like $2,000-$3,000 fucking dollars. Or worth 15, 25, 50,000. Like who the fuck? I don't care. No. Give me a resin band and like a nice little display, and like the amount of different stuff is here. And then I found out there's a whole modding world. So if you're like one of those nerds that has one of those cut mats, you have X-Acto knives and one of them little mats with the fucking lines on it. Those fucking nut jobs mod these things like fucking crazy. They flip out the little boxes with stainless steel ones. They make their own stainless steel ones. This glass right here is glass, but like the actual display shows up through like this weird film, right? And you can flip that film out on all of them to make it like different gradients and stuff and all sorts of shit. So these guys, people will buy these fucking Casios for nothing and then send them into these modders who will mod them for like $400 or $500 to make this like hyper unique. It feels somehow more bespoke and unique than these like Rolexes that are made by some fucking inbred Swiss shut-in, you know, on a fucking mountaintop. But it's the same watch over and over again. But like these little fucking these Casio mod people are crazy. So one guy's like, "Oh yeah, this is one of my favorite watches ever. I paid $200 for it. It's a Crocs edition G-Shock. It looks kind of like a Crocs." I was like, "What the fuck is going on here?" So they're just like, they're neat. I appreciate it. It's like, they're still making these things in modern era. Do you know what I mean? And like, you know, I can look at my phone, but every time I look at my phone to do anything, I get distracted because my phone's like, "Do you want to know other information?" And my lizard brain goes like, "Yes. I would like to check my emails. I would like to see what all of the red dots are for." But like with your watch, you're like, "Oh shit, hey, it's the time." And then also the second hand keeps going. You're like, "All right, I'm good. Information in, knowledge out." You know what I mean? And like, I think we need to get back to that. No more, no watches that check your blood. I don't think you need a watch that checks your blood. They have ones, I guess Casio probably makes them at least. Yeah, I know they have one that's a step counter, but it just uses a fucking dynameter or whatever the fuck. It rolls around. But because they don't have all kinds of shit, they're not super thick. Like, this is not that bad. Compared to, this is a fucking, I spend $150 for this stupid fucking thing because I thought it was like fashionable. Look how much fucking bigger it is. It's huge. It doesn't, maybe, you can't quite see it from here, but this thing's massive. And it has gigantic arms that come out to hold the fucking band. So it's just like, it's not that good. But then like these like simplistic Casio watches last forever. You look at them, they got the time. And I think like it's a good thing. I don't know. In a world where somehow the aesthetics of leftism are being snatched up by like fail sons and rich New York cunts, you know? Like, I don't give a fuck how well dressed Zoran Mamdani's wife is. With all due respect, I'm sure she's a wonderful lady. But like, I don't give a fuck about her Louis Vuitton boots, and I don't give a fuck about his, I don't know, cashmere sweater or whatever the fuck. And that's fine. They live in they're New Yorkers. New Yorkers dress like fuck. New Yorkers are poor as fuck. The poorest fucking New Yorker you've ever seen in your life will be walking around. The bums there walk around in Armani, all right? Yeah, it's burned out, but you've ever noticed those suits are kind of like work? They got the fucking shoulders are all busted out, but the suits kind of fucking work. It's because they're fucking like Armani suits that someone threw away. You see a homeless person in fucking New York City, they might be lounging out in their own piss-soaked fucking $3,000 Gucci sweatpants. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's fucking New York. But I think everywhere else, people need to stop allowing this fucking New York and LA leftist idea of like consumptive consumerism via leftism to like infect their fucking brains. Bro, just go get a normal fucking watch. You know, if people need iPhones and shit, yeah, to connect with the world. It's at this point, if you don't know this, if you're not an American, I don't know how it is overseas. Like, my fucking insurance company tries to like put trackers on my phone to make sure I don't brake too fast, and I just got sick of that. So like, you have to have a phone. I have to have a phone. I swear to God, if I didn't, I would probably get rid of my fucking, I call it an iPhone, but it's not, it's a Samsung. You know what I mean? And just get, if not even a clamshell, just nothing. Like, the only reason I would ever even walk around outside with a phone, if I could avoid it, is just so that my wife could text me and call me if she needed to. And then after that, like, dude, I would not mind going back to just a fucking iPod and listening to iPod music, because it was the same thing I do now. I had like 3,000 of the same songs I listened to again and again and again on my iPod. And now it's like, oh no, I listen to free music on Pandora. So it's the same, somehow fewer songs on Pandora. It's like a rotating playlist of like 200 total songs. Plus the worst fucking commercials you ever see. Liberty Mutual, I hope that every office you own burns down for the commercials you put on Pandora. Liberty with a custom song that we made for you. Custom country tunes. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks. Driving your truck. Dude, every time I hear that, it's an earworm. If you don't like it, why'd you remember it? Because I was forced to. Because I can't turn the fucking thing off while I'm throwing up hundreds of pounds of weight in shoulder press. Not quite hundreds yet. 100 point something. I fucking hate it though. Oh, I hate it so bad. So like, yeah, I think people need to start like reapproaching a sort of like not like working class aesthetic. It's not, you don't need to be fucking Hassan and just bafflingly put Carhartt over a suit like any Republican senator. You know what I mean? But just like step it back. You know what I mean? I think people need to start dressing like they're going somewhere and doing something important. If you're in leftism, the sweat stained fucking titty t-shirts and shit need to like go by the wayside. I'm sick of grimy leftists. I hate an unappealing, visually unappealing leftist. Like I'm sorry. I feel like it needs to be called out at some point, right? If you want to like be a garish like creature, at least have some fucking style with it. You know what I mean? You can't be like, oh, are you queer phobic? Like I'm telling you to dress like John Waters, and John Waters would ask you why you're dressed like a character Divine was hesitant to play. Like, calm the fuck. We all know that you're fucking wearing Hanes t-shirts with fucking blood stains on them from a time you fucking like sneezed a booger on it. That shit needs to go. Just get a nice little fucking $20 watch so that people think that you have somewhere to be. You know that you need to know the time, right? Some fucking pants that fit, some comfy shoes, and some clothes that don't look like something President Sunday would wear. God damn. I just looked up Casio watches that plays little animations when you press the button. Yes. His shoulder's 1,000 pounds, Giga Chad. I fucking wish, dude. I don't think anybody does that. Can I bench 2 plate? I can bench 2 plate. I'm 99% sure. I have not tried yet. I've been avoiding doing flat bench because I have like an underdeveloped upper chest and I wanted to work on that, and I have been, and my upper chest is getting fucking yicked. I'm feeling great about it. You don't really need to work mid chest if you have a good chest day. You can. It's a great fundamental exercise, but like, this is my opinion. If you work out, if you do weights a lot, right? If you're like, I don't know, I was watching a thing, and you're on your 6th month of ever working out. I'm like 10, 15, 20 years into it. Okay. Just, this isn't a conversation for you to even be a part of or share any information in your mind. All right. Once you've been doing like flat bench routinely, like you start every week out with flat bench for like a couple years, I think it's good to take a year off of flat bench. Do you know what I mean? Or several months, a couple cycles off of flat bench, and do like increase your incline bench and your decline, which is what I'm doing right now. And I've done it before and it helped, and I'm doing it now and it feels great. A lot of times the weakness that you get from your flat bench comes from a lack of like stability muscle building, and you don't even get it. It's like, actually, no, your fucking central pec is strong as fuck, dude. It's great. But like rotating into all the different positions of the bench press is being limited because you haven't done enough stability exercises everywhere else. But with this guy, he's a fucking professional. He starts every week with the bench press. Yeah. If you're on a fucking, 2 a day, 6 fucking times a week, and you start with flat, yeah, that guy's fine because he's fucking staying in the gym for 4 hours a day for 6 days a week. That's part of his job. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about for casual lifters like me that are trying to stay in shape. I think it's a good idea to switch up your main exercises. Right now, my hyperfixation is on my back. My back is so fucking weak. Oh my God. It's pathetic, dude. I'm on like a 60 pound assist on fucking pull-ups. It's getting better, but like my back was so bad for so long and I was nursing it. I didn't even realize how like crookedly built my fucking back muscles and like side muscles are. Like everything around the central part of my hips, that whole carriage system is all misbuilt. But I've started back at deadlifts, very small, 135. I could probably do 135 on deadlifts probably for 30 straight reps, but I'm just doing extremely slow, extremely fucking technique focused 12s at a time. So 5 by 12 on 135. It's good. It feels nice. My back's not exploding and I'm running again. Imagine the smell in President Sunday's house. I mean, imagine the smell in a gutter. What a gutter smell like. Dips are actually superior to flat bench. Depends on the dip, depends on your technique. I think personally, Dips, you're going to have to do other stuff too, because you go down. Pause. Listen to too much Primshood Cinema. Dips are great. I do dips. I have to do assisted dips now too, because literally hanging like that was fucking my back up, so I couldn't do that. So now everything, right? But I'm getting my fucking all of my fucking muscles that like any exercise that requires my lower body at all, which is like most of them, is destroyed right now. Basically 2 years off of the gym. I'm so deloaded, but I'm like getting back there bit by bit by bit. But dips are great. You should always do dips. They should be considered a fundamental exercise, but they're not. Dips are just pull-ups for chest. It's the same thing. You should absolutely be doing dips. Dips, squats, pull-ups, bench, shoulder press, squat. Some kind of deadlift. You don't have to do deadlifts. You don't have to do heavyweight deadlifts, but you do need to do something to, work out your lower posterior chain, whatever the hell that's called. Surprised we haven't had a return of my favorite side character in the West Side verse, which is Tyler's wacky built house. It's because that was fucking a year and a half, 2 year arc, and it's over. I'm done with it for now. Like, we fixed it all. Like, like me doing that fucking shit for a year and a half straight, basically, when my fucking back was no longer exploded. I got it done. Most of it's fixed. All we have left that's like serious issue shit is my HVAC, which isn't even that big. Tried Zercher squats. I don't like them that much. I don't hate them. I just don't like the arm position. I just don't. I don't like the arm position as much. They're like, it's similar where it's like, it's good exercise, sure, but I just don't ever feel comfortable doing it. It's the same with hack squats. I'm just like, I get it. I've done it. It feels good, but there's just something about it that makes me nervous as fuck. I said that, and now I want to do hack squats again, because they are pretty fucking solid, though. Bent over row, too. Yeah, I couldn't even do rows until basically this month without feeling like it, because my back, at the top of my back is fine, but literally holding my body in position to do the rows was almost impossible. And it feels different now because I didn't realize this, but my back has been bad for so long that I was working around it. And so now I can do all of these exercises, like, I think the right way, and it's completely changed stuff. I miss hearing about the labyrinthine crawl space. So that's where I got to go back next. Skull crushers. Skull crushers are fine. Skull crushers are a little memey. They're good. They work. There's just other ways to do it. And like, a lot of people do skull crushers wrong. A lot of people do skull crushers dangerously and in weird places. Like, you can do it. People will do a skull crusher fine, with like a dumbbell held on the end of the dumbbell. Okay. And then like 6 other people will be like, I'm also doing a skull crusher. Next guy's got the easy bar loaded up with more weight than needs to be on an easy bar ever, and is like bad form doing it on his back or like on an incline bench, and not one of the ones that's like stable, the fucking adjustable incline bench that has never had the bolts tightened, so it's wiggling underneath them. I think if you want to get this fucking, that pump. Oh, hey, we're starting to get back there. It's a little bad, but we're starting to get back there. Dude, a few more months of running, dude. I'm going to cut it out. Dude, that's the beginning right there. That's the fucking beginning. This is not beneficial light to show off muscles right now. It's fucking wrong. So if they're showing up at all, oh, we're going to get there. Look at that. It's coming, dude. Oh, I lose like fucking 10 more pounds. I'm going to be fucking busting out of this goddamn. I'm so fucking stoked, dude. Oh my God. But if you're trying to get that motion right, I think that behind the back, like, it feels nice. It feels better too. Behind the back with a fucking rope or one of those Y pull bars. on the ropes machine, I think is fine. Get on your knees, lower it to the bottom, pop, pop, pop. Fucking tremendous. It works and it's good. People do skull crushers, I swear to God, just to like grunt in the middle of everybody and take up other parts of the gym that don't necessarily need to be. It always seems so dangerous. What are you doing? How are you doing skull crushers today, buddy? Oh, I'm hanging upside down from the pull-up bar. Okay. Sick. I bet. I like them on 105 pounds on flat. Slowing the movement really helps get the most out of it. I mean, yeah, if you like it, you like it. If you don't, you don't. Skull crusher sounds like, if done correctly, should be very dangerous for the receiver. If you fuck it up, it'll ruin you. It's this motion, right? So it's trying to get your arm up high and then extending your tricep, right? So you go bump, bump, right? There's one of the ways to do it is to take like a weight, right? And hold it. You know, weights have balls on the both ends, a dumbbell. And then you go like this, right? And then you stretch it all the way out. Bam, bam. Other people like to do it like they're fucking shake weighting onto their face. They hit an incline. So they go back like this, and then they do it like this with like an easy bar, and that's the actual. It's stupid as fuck. They go like right at their face. I don't even think that's perfect. It's more of a, you got to go behind your head, in my opinion. Some people actually, I think they hear the name, they go straight at their face. But then there's a whole school that's like, no, you got to fucking put the bar right at your eyes. Okay, sure, bud. I think skull crusher is a wrestling move as well. It was just a really cool word. Oh, that one I know it. I didn't know the name. It's really only a skull crusher specifically. It's an overhead tricep extension. That's the motion. It's a skull crusher when you're holding shit over your face, that if while you're getting in position, or if you have it at extension, you drop it, it's going to hit you in the fucking face. And people do drop this shit on their fucking face. And so, like, it's an unnecessarily dangerous exercise if you're an idiot doing it. So, like, I don't recommend them to people in general, because I know, like, if you've been in the gym for more than 5 minutes and you can do it safely, you're already doing it. You have your opinion on it. You don't care what I have to say. That's fine. I'm talking about anybody that wants to just do it because they heard it, because people are stupid as fuck, and then they just hurt themselves doing the skull crushers. Because, you know, if you do the one that's like this, which is the best one, is to hold the dumbbell and do it like that, because it just gets your hands straight together. That none of the bars work. If you hold the bar close, it doesn't work. If you use ropes, it's great, because then the ropes will let you just hit the perfect extension. But if you're going to hold a dumbbell, I think the dumbbell is the best way to do it. And still, once you get to a certain size, or my size, you don't hold two dumbbells. So one 80-pound dumbbell, which is heavy. It's a fucking small child. It's not heavy for me on skull crushers, because I can do a lot of weight on skull crushers. It's just a fact of the matter. I shoulder press. My max fucking strict press, if I had to guess, is probably 155 right now, which isn't like legendary, but I'm clear over 135, which is a lot of weight. Most ladies, if you're not overweight, I can shoulder press you at least once, if not a couple times. Just the case, okay? So 80 pounds is not much, and that's because I'm using my shoulders too, right? So shoulders getting into it changes it. Once you isolate just for your triceps and push it all the way back, that's a different thing. But once you get up to that size of a fucking weight, the fucking 80-pound weight is this goddamn be. So if you mess up at all, you start hitting yourself in the back of the fucking head with it, and it's just uncomfortable. So it's like, just go use the fucking ropes. Be undignified at the gym, kneel in front of the rope machine, and just fucking bang it out. You know what I mean? And do your fucking push downs and do your dips, and you're fine. But people just fucking, they like. So the other way to do it is to start, because you're worried about hitting your head, is start roll. It's called an easy bar. It's a bar that goes like this. It's got Z's on it. It lets you pronate your hands or whatever the fuck. So then they start doing, these with that, which is actually a different exercise at that point. This is one part of your triceps. This is a different part of your triceps. So it's a different exercise. So now you can't do what you were doing with the dumbbell. Doesn't feel like it because it's the same sort of motion, but now it's going to be, anterior front head of the tricep instead of the posterior lower head or whatever the fuck, You can feel it though. Getting this part of your tricep is the hardest because it's like, it's just a hard one to get to. This part of your tricep wants to do all the fucking work. This other one that's in here does. But this is that's the money maker right there. That's like big push. What I like to do is roll my hands back and get the rotating. I don't know what it's called. It's basically like a free spinning pull bar that actually will rotate inside of it because all the other pull bars want to stay still. Make sure you always have one that's kind of slightly pronated. I hate trying to do flat bar on pull downs. It just doesn't feel right. It always feels like it's going to fucking jack your wrists up. But I do that. Make sure you keep your hands bent back in a weird way. And then when you push back, you actually get all the way back and you can feel it like getting tight as fuck in your tricep. Money. Science lifters, but they're all guys who gave themselves brain problems doing skull crushers the proper way and insist on doing everything the most dangerous way possible. Yeah. You can do all those exercises, by the way, safely as fuck. People do them all the time. I think Arnold Schwarzenegger is a huge skull crusher guy back in the day I think he did it with flat bar too, like a fucking nut. Flat bar on bench, right? Which is, also potentially a different exercise because overhead standing up is one, on your back extending is a different one. And then if you do the other kind of there's another kind of skull crusher that people still call a skull crusher, but it's on your back, over your head with bent. That's actually a lats exercise. That's your lats and your pecs. Your pecs are holding it still, but your lats are actually pulling it up. Lats and anterior deltoid. Not a bad exercise, just no longer a tricep exercise at all. Triceps like a tertiary muscle in the movement. Swim to hit that part of your tricep. Wait, swim, if you want to be actually like just in unfathomably good shape and cut like a diamond, yeah, go swim. Go fucking turn your hair into dust and accept the first 6 months of humiliation when all of the other people who swim come in and they have like cum gutters that were carved by fucking Botticelli himself. Such a disgusting term. But once you're done with that, you're fucking good. You're fucking done. Arms above head gives better tricep activation. Tyler's right. That's my opinion. Arms all the way up, arms all the way down are the best tricep activators, in my opinion, just from what I've felt. There's probably some guy he's going to say no, whatever, but like I like it when of all the muscles that feel burned that I'm like, yeah, that's fucking it. I love it when I hit my triceps. I think it's because they're the hardest things to hit in upper body because they're strong as fuck. Your triceps are strong as fuck. You don't think about it, but they're crazy strong. It's the muscle you rely on the most, and you'll never think about it. Everyone's like, oh, fucking biceps. Yeah, biceps are cool. Biceps will look cool because of your tricep. When that tricep goes down like that, that's the real shit. That's why every time I see like Invincible or some other superhero thing, you can always tell which guy like knows guys and isn't just trying to like impress, like, look, because the tricep will be fucking money. They draw the tricep like a fucking fucked up bicep, or they don't even put it. Bicep will be huge. That tricep development is the shit, right? That's the fucking coolest. And it's strong as fuck. When you're old as shit, the tricep is the one muscle that's going to save your fucking life before you die. When you dislocate your shoulder falling on the ground, it's because your tricep is so strong, it defeated your fucking ball joint and your deltoid. Your arm did not collapse. Your tricep is fucking it, dude. It's this. It's the extender muscle for your arm. And it's all the extension muscles in your body are stronger than the contraction muscles. It's just the way it is. All of your pushes will be stronger than your pulls, right? Pound for pound. I don't know why that's the fucking case. It just is. That's strong motherfucker, right? What about deadlifts? That's a pulling exercise. Deadlift is a pushing exercise. And it doesn't feel like that because the only part of you that's pulling are your forearms. Everything else is actually pushing in a deadlift. It's almost all of your major pushing muscles, except for the ones in your chest. It's your triceps, or your traps, which are strong as shit. They are actually a pulling muscle, but you're still holding it in place. All of your arms are flexed and held, and then it's your entire mid, back, and posterior chain all the way down, pushing up. It's a standing exercise. That's why you can do the most amount of weight with it. It's all of the strongest muscles in your body in a chain standing up. It's everything except for the stuff that would be on your back, right? So, deadlift is usually just a squat, except for it also includes what, it does not have the weight of you. Never mind. It doesn't require as much stabilization is what I keep trying to say. It's all fucking that push. Push shit's fucking strong as shit. Tricep, very strong fucking muscle. Because it's strong, it's actually harder to work out because all of your other muscles that are around it that are more complicated and responsible for real complicated motions, you have your tricep does help with some of this, but most of this is all your forearm muscles and stuff. And there's some shit back here. And then, you have these joints. Getting these strong and getting these worked out isn't hard at all. Oh, look at that fucking, Getting those like pumped is not that hard. Getting them big and whatever the fuck, that's one thing. But like when you actually try to get your tricep worked out, you'll realize if you don't start hitting it, like why doesn't my tricep ever get sore now that I've been working out for a little bit, even though my chest does? Because your tricep is strong as fuck. Your tricep's like, okay, I'm good. What is that? The chest muscle? That's like 7 or 8 different actual muscles. Fucking pectoralis major, which is actually a combination of muscles going from your shoulder down to your mid chest. No, that's pectoralis minor, pectoralis major from your rib cage up to down here and on the side of your rib cage up this way. They're all fucking, it's a series. It's like whop, a big wrap going up to your fucking clavicle and all this. So your pecs are like actually bullshit. Pecs get big because pecs are like very complicated and go in this gigantic fucking arc, right? Which is why they fucking explode on people. They fucking detonate. The pec is really, it moves, but all the pec is doing is maintaining the position for your arms in all of these different areas. This is the strong part. This just goes like that, right? And then like anterior deltoid and stuff, or posterior? Anterior. Posterior, anterior. Your anterior deltoid's holding in position, and then your pec is like right here. So like, your pec could collapse, but your tricep will hold. Like, and once you lock your tricep into position, your tricep's like, dude, hey, fucking bone on bone, baby. It locks into a bone support position, so it's hard to, push. That's why when somebody's pushing against you like this, even if they're a small person, until you break their elbow down, not like actually shatter it, but you break the lock of their elbow, it's like, why can't I fucking push this person back? Because this motion is one of the strongest ones. The only equivalent is extending your leg straight forward, which is the same sort of thing. That's why like they always joke about people that are fucking ego lifters. Everyone's fucking strong as shit. You're strong as fuck until you got to bend your knee or your elbow. And then all of a sudden it's like, hey, now we're in it. Now we're in it. But like you have these stick figures is always your favorite thing. You see some ego lifter, it'll be like some never mind, I'm not going to be, but you already know who it looks like if you've been in the gym and they're wearing a polo shirt and jeans and like tennis shoes for tennis to the gym. They'll come in maybe with a friend, maybe not, and they'll load up 235 casually onto a bench press, and everyone sits and waits. And every time it's like, oh, you could if you can unrack it, okay, cool. Unracking a weight is this. It's next to no motion. Once that weight's unracked, you can sit it on your extended hands for a while. Even if they're shaking, they'll stay there for a minute. Like your extended arms have so much more strength. But then once those elbows bend, it's blink straight down. It's fucking awesome. Oh man. One of my favorite things on earth, I swear to God, one of my favorite things on earth is watching people get chested with bench weight. Just get chested. Just fucking go, boom. You see their sternum almost collapse. Look at you. You just learned a lesson about yourself. You just didn't do math. God damn, it's got numbers on the side of that fucking wagon wheel you were throwing on there. What did you think was going to happen? Big woven twist, yeah. Knees be like, on God, I was just jesting. Hold on, I can't even fucking, I don't have the right thing up here. I can't see the other side of people's text. Knees be like, on God, I was just jesting, fake demons when the legs unlock. Yes, dude, that's the moment. You can step back. You can step back with locked up legs with serious fucking weight on your back. That's why, the other kind of ego lifters, they'll step back like that. They'll bounce. They do the little bounces because they want to see the bar bend. You can put bar bending weight on one of those things and stand and not have anywhere near the ability to lift it off the ground. Once them knees bend, you are going down. Oh, man. I love a good squat. I would have been a legend if it wasn't for the weak ankles I inherited from my father. Most of that is people not doing stability exercises. Stability exercises for old men. It really is the case. Old men and athletes that want to actually like go to the pros do stability exercises. It's like once you discover them, it changes everything. My bench went up like a clean 20 pounds. I was still man, just because I started doing rotator cuff exercises. I just grab 10 pounds and I do rotator cuffs. I've stopped doing it because the fucking weight's in a different part of the gym now. I need to get back on that. But it's fucking rotator cuff like this, rotator cuff side to side. Do that with 10, 15 pounds. Do not put a lot of weight on it. You do not need to. You do not want that muscle to be sore or torn. That shit helps your fucking bench out. And you don't think like, what? It's the fucking rotator cuff. Like, dude, that shit is involved in everything. Those little tiny muscles that are not part of the major movement chain when you're working out. I'm sorry, everybody. We'll get to fucking, I don't know, pedophiles and shit here in a second. This is a passionate thing for me to talk about. Those big chain exercises, they're all held up. If you're doing a large chain exercise, right, which is any of the major movements, right, pull up, squat, dip, bench, shoulder press, the ones I was talking about before. If you have a lot of instability, if you're shaking a lot, but you can hit the weight, very likely you don't need to deload necessarily, but you need to start working on your support muscles because you shouldn't be shaking. It means that your muscle that's holding the weight is good. The muscles that are holding the weight directly, that are responsible for 95% of it are good. But all the stuff that's responsible for holding it in place aren't. And you need to work on that shit. So you need to start getting, anterior deltoid workouts. People don't work on it. And they're like, I don't need my fucking, it's the back, or posterior deltoid workout. Like, it's the back. Like, dude, it locks your shoulders in place when you're doing that so that your fucking shoulders don't shake, right? Oh, what about this? Like, yeah, you need to do some this, right? That's your fucking posterior deltoid. This whole thing. And people they'll miss it completely because this motion does not look cool, right? And then you miss it. Or, it's also the not best way to do rows, because if you want to do rows to build your back, you keep them down low, down tight, and you hit your lats. If you want to get your anterior deltoids, you have to do rows wrong, which people don't want to do. And then they don't work out their fucking, or posterior, I keep saying anterior, posterior deltoids, and you don't do these fucking up high rows. The position doesn't look right even now because I'm in a chair that's pushing on me. But I feel that right now because this is what I was working out today. But once you get those in, that muscle will no longer want to buck out. You can keep it straight, right? Same with this. You're like, okay, well, that's my pec. It's your pec partially, but also your fucking anterior deltoid needs to be worked out because your anterior deltoid covers this and a bunch of this rotational energy, right? Or this rotational motion and your rotator cuff in there. So it's like taking off stuff from the rack, like unracking weights. You can fuck up your position and shit because you don't realize, because you're not thinking it through, that you're adjusting yourself to make up for your inadequacies automatically. Your body's like, hey, don't sit like that, sit like this. And you start doing shit. When you're new to the gym, you probably have most of your strength in your up in your deltoid. You want as many muscles between you and that bench as possible. So you do bench presses like right over your fucking eyeballs instead of down over your mid chest because you're just not used to it. People that have worked out for a while think like, oh no, I'm used to it now. I'm good. It's like, no, you're just on a new level of that same thing that you never thought about. Like, yeah, you shouldn't be shaking that much. Like, especially if you're like, well, I am kind of shaking and I'm like 60% to my max. You probably need to do some stability exercises, or maybe just make sure that the the bench is stable. And the stability goes all the way down your core, right? Because you're like, what? Yeah, like your feet still help you stay stable when you're doing a bench press. Like they're, even if you don't have them on the floor, they're balancing, they're moving and stuff. You are part of a balanced thing. Every time you balance anything, your muscles are moving. Anytime your muscles are moving, they're using energy. And the stronger the muscle is and the more practiced it is at balancing you, the more efficient it's going to be and the more effective it's going to be. So if you're not practicing balance, and if all of your support muscles are, mismanaged, basically, they're weak here, excessively strong there, they're going to fight against each other inadequately, and that's when you have balance issues, and you'll start shaking when you have balance issues. Sometimes you'll also just be tired. You know what I mean? Sometimes people's muscles do just they have chattery fucking muscles because that's the way that their fucking genetics are, and their everything they do is like that. And they'll be strong as fuck, but they just move everything like a ratchet. It is what it is. Yujiro Hanma demon back is real and important. Noted. That's not fucking around. If you were gonna go wrestling and you saw somebody do some stupid stances like fucking Yujiro Hanma did, that's one thing. But if you saw that guy's back at that level of development, you would go, what the fuck? Having a face is one thing, but just like back muscles are everything in wrestling. They don't have to be huge and developed like, a fucking professional bodybuilders are, but your back muscles are that's everything. All of wrestling essentially is pulling. Your escapes are your push muscles. So your push muscles are stronger, pull muscles aren't. So when you are overpowering somebody's ability to knock you off, they can push. You have to be able to pull in and lock, because even the headlock is all pull muscles, like literally, except for when you arch your back is a push. So like all of that stuff has to get like strong as fuck. So like somebody with skill and an extremely developed back is going to be like, fuck. The literal equivalent is Brock Lesnar. Watch Brock Lesnar in MMA and you'll go, oh, there is a level. There are levels to this shit. That's why there's weight classes. Yeah. So other people can participate that are under 230 pounds. Once you push past that, it's a whole new fucking world. And people with highly developed backs at that weight, dude, they're somebody that can fucking do 20 pull-ups at 235 pounds is fucking strong. That is a monstrous. Being able to do a pull-up at 230 pounds is strong. That's pretty serious. If you can do 20 pull-ups at 230 pounds, that's monstrous. And I've known guys that were 290. Fucking Vinny Urbank, who was a professional weightlifter for a little while. He was 290 and he could do 20 pull-ups. He could do more, but he only wanted to do 20 because he's like, I'm not eating extra protein for a PFT. Okay. The amount of power they'll have when they pull on you is you haven't, until you've experienced it, you just don't know. And like jiu-jitsu and all those sort of wrestling, they'll get you far. Like skill goes a long way. But skill plus muscle is fucking terrifying. There is no amount of skill that if you don't have a semi-equivalent amount of strength behind it will make someone that's in your fucking class like any less scary. Like it's fucking terrifying. And at that level, if you fuck up bad. Like Brock Lesnar's hand, I don't know if you've ever seen it. It's bigger than mine. I'm large. What is it? What? Okay, this is my Logitech G502 mouse. This is like a common mouse, right? It's not like my hand's not like that much larger than your average person's, right? I can hold them up for scale. So like you can see how much bigger my hand is than this. Brock Lesnar's hand is bigger than my hand by right here. And his hand muscles are this much wider, like a fucking catcher's mitt. He grabs you, he can start hurting the inside of your body with grip strength, which is like a joke in Baki, but like I have fought with guys that can do that. I have fought with guys that are like professional fighters. They fucking clean the floor with me. My old team leader was jacked as shit. He was a fucking BJJ trainer and semi-pro while we were in the military. He went from doing Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu to being in the military. I don't like him very much, but you have to respect his skill. He could just get, he like, if you fuck with him, he's at a different level because he's in a very heavy weight class where people that are smaller, they still have to do the moves to fuck your shit up. You know what I mean? Like a Demetrius Johnson, Mighty Mouse, right? He's a smaller guy. He'll fuck me up, but he's going to do the moves. He's not going to necessarily be able to stunt on me. Whereas guys that are that size will fucking grab your shoulder, and if you haven't built your shoulder up enough, they'll start popping your fucking shoulder out of socket. like they'll grab you on your fucking trap and just like literally turn your trapezius muscle off by squeezing you. And like, that's not a good move to do in a fight at their level because another professional is just going to be like, yank, I'm good. But when you're like, when you come across that, you go, oh fuck. Like a littler guy who's just as talented pound for pound. Yeah. He'll wrap me up. He'll take my leg. He'll fucking choke me. He'll fucking pretzel me up. Okay. I'll try to get out of it. A guy that's his skill, but has my level of muscle or more will fucking physically harm you through sheer grip power alone. Like they'll do cockamamie shit like stand up. Like Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is not real. Just stand up. Like if you have seen a person stand up with another person on them and you don't know how hard that is, that shit's fucking psychotic. Standing up with 230 pounds is difficult. I've done it before. My old squat max was 275, I think. And I got that for 2 before my back exploded. Maybe related. I hope not. And when I was in the military, you know, we did carries off the ground, which is not easy. People that are trying to knock you off balance and you stand up, that is an incredible amount of muscle. And it's not all just your leg pushing you up off the ground. They do stuff, if you're smart, you do shit like, you know, the girl exercises, hip abductor and hip retractor or whatever the fuck. Those muscles are critical because that's how you keep the side of your leg from going in and out. It's not what pushes off the ground. It's what allows your leg to close or open. And there's fuckloads of muscle in there that you just don't hit when you do leg extensions, leg contractions, and squats and stuff. But these guys, they hit those. They might not do them on machine, but they do those via wrestling and shit, and then they get strong. They take the build of how big they are in with you. And so it's like, yeah, this littler person, he got a fucking triangle choke with his legs on my neck and passed me out. The larger guy missed the fucking blood choke and started breaking my fucking jaw with his thighs. Like, that's the difference. Big is fucking terrifying. Like, it's so... There's a reason that you have to learn martial arts. Skill gets you pretty fucking far because once you have like, oh fuck, you can get overpowered. Being overpowered is like, fuck me, dude. This is rough. This is no good. Naturally jacked white boy Brock Lesnar. Naturally big and then also worked on it. Like, goddamn. I turned 30 next year. I feel ya. Bro, I turned 40 in like 2 years. Brock Lesnar is also a steroid user, if I remember correctly. Ignored. They all are. Every professional athlete uses steroids. It's so common. It's not even necessarily steroids. It's just so common to use PEDs. I don't even care any of this anymore. Like, yeah, Brock Lesnar used PEDs. Fine. John Jones got fucking popped for PEDs so many times they fucking kicked USADA out of the fucking MMA, out of the UFC. We're gonna stop piss testing because Mr. fucking Eye Scratcher cannot piss anything but straight fire. Elemental chicken liquid banana Timothy Oliphant die-cast earrings. The fuck? Somebody gibberish posting. What do you think about those goofy diamond gym videos? I don't know what that is. Hold on. Diamond gym. Oh, that's my... Diamond gym videos. Training at the world's most dangerous gym. Oh, no. Let me do this. Dude, I love these guys are fucking huge. All these dudes are on peds. And understand, I'm not like an average person. They get mad at peds. I don't care. I would do steroids if I could get them, and my wife wouldn't be like, no. I would do them just for shits and giggles. I don't compete, so you know I'm almost 40. If I wanted to do peds, I would. If I was on peds, I would be fucking massive. I've known guys that have done steroids, and it just changes the game. Let's see. Let me go. Okay. Are these fellas on peds? Absolutely. Maybe. Probably. More than likely. Yes. I'm not saying this because of like any other reason that it probably as well too. It's really, a lot of it is evident in the pec size, right? When it is fucking hard for people that are not on performance enhancing drugs, peds, to get their chests large. The amount of anabolism or whatever the fuck, the amount of work and the amount of energy your body needs, and like just all of the stuff to get your pectoral muscle to really surpass the front of your chest by a significant enough size to show up on camera is huge. So usually a lot of the times, one of the best ways to tell if somebody's on peds is if they have really good developed pecs that go kind of out past the side, and they look like superhero pecs. This isn't a judgment. It's just more than likely they're probably on some, or they're genetically lucky as shit. The way that pectoral muscles even build, a lot of them, they don't generally want to look like this. They don't want to be like rounded and pushed out. Like if you think about it, your body generally doesn't want to make parts of itself that naturally stick out to like get caught on stuff. Notable exception of ladies having breasts, but breasts, even larger ones, are kind of a recent development. They tended to be even smaller back in the day. But the pectoral muscle itself, it wants to stay closer to the body. It'll be strong as fuck. There's guys that are not on peds that are fucking throwing up 305, 350, and like their pecs don't look that much larger than mine, but like I'll tell they're much bigger. You would see the person that's not on peds and the person that is, and you might not even be able to tell the difference. But once you've been around it a bunch, you're like, okay, yeah, probably. And I don't judge. It's not a big deal. It's just like, understand that if you go to the gym as a person and you're like, I'm never going to take steroids, you are never going to. Chris Hemsworth is on peds. Let me explain it that way. Thor is on steroids. There's no fucking way Thor isn't on steroids. I think Wolverine wasn't on steroids in a couple of those movies. The movies where fucking Hugh Jackman's pecs did not extend out far past his ribcage and he looked way smaller and way leaner and like real cut up, probably wasn't on the fucking roids then. When your pec muscles start poofing, that's usually a pretty good indicator that you're on peds. Now, there's people that you're going to see that are going to have pecs. These look like the guys that you might know, but if you've been closer to somebody, cameras shred muscle off. They add fat, they take off muscle. I don't know why that's the case, but like a person that has like a solid build, and does not have massive pectoral muscles, but like they're really like developed in real life, they'll look tiny on camera. which is why so many of those guys do PEDs. You know what I mean? Like even, so John Cena has, I think, a small amount of hypermegaly, which is a genetic condition that makes you just naturally larger, which is the reason his face has that lower triangle shape like that that's usually kind of indicative of hypermegaly. He's got a little bit of that skull. Shaq has hypermegaly. He has one of the variations of it. So those guys just get massive, and then on top of them, they can build all those muscles up. And understand, to have, okay, that's just a reminder. I don't need that. To have that build anyway, you still have to do a fuckload of work. None of these guys did not put in the work. None of them didn't put in the work. Not in for a second. If you do steroids and then you don't work out every fucking day and you don't eat 10,000 to 15,000 calories, you will not look like these guys. You still have to. The reason that PEDs help is because they let you go to the gym for 4 hours and then go to the gym again the next day for another 4 hours. And they also increase the amount of gain that you get from it. Once you're off PEDs, once you decycle, a lot of it goes away, but a lot of core growth can remain. So like someone like Brock Lesnar might actually just be almost that goddamn big, but he's probably on some fucking juice too. It is what it is. But usually, like, to be this fucking broad, especially have this big arms, this guy's got to be eating a fucking monstrous amount of calories. Like, it crazy to the point where some of these guys, you're like, oh, is it the diet good? No, dog, the calories. It start like, yeah, he'll be eating fucking chicken and rice and chicken and rice and rice and chicken and rice. Sure. But then also, like, it's like, dude, it's the end of the day and you're 5,000 calories short or something, and you're sick of chewing, and they'll just like melt ice cream and drink ice cream just for the loaded up amount of fats and sugar in it, so that their body doesn't just go like, okay, we're done. To have your body maintain that weight on it, you usually have to have some sort of testosterone booster in you. Either a testosterone booster, a series of hormonal regulation changers, right? Something that does this, something that reduces that. And then all that has to get balanced. So you're usually on some sort of fucking cocktail. The reason that bodybuilders look different, I love talking about this stuff. The reason that bodybuilders look different now compared to 10, 15 years ago and 30 some odd years ago, if you look at, you go from Schwarzenegger to Jay Cutler and Ronnie Coleman to, I don't know. We'll just say, what's his name? The Kid. No, I can't remember. My brain just wants to say Seaboss or whatever his name is. The guys back then, Schwarzenegger's era, they all looked really smooth, and it was because their type of PED that they were all on steroids, was actual just like testosterone with estrogen after it. Like, what, they were taking estrogen? Yes. Because if you take straight testosterone without estrogen wash in it, you will fucking die, basically. I think in some cases actually will kill you. It like makes some part, like if your liver explodes type shit. You know what I mean? Because your testosterone is actually not supposed to be that high, right? And your growth hormone, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so they had to take these estrogen washes that actually made them very, very smooth. It gave them very effeminate skin. That's why they look so good. They had thin, healthy, effeminate skin because of the estrogen they were taking. And they had very large muscles because of the testosterone they were taking. Those PEDs start getting looked for and found. And so people had to keep getting increasingly weirder shit down the line. When I was in the Marines, you could still take old traditional steroids here and there, but D-ball was a thing. I can't remember exactly what D-ball was. Anabol, which it sounds like anabolic steroids, but it's anabolic steroid is like saying, I don't know, water, where you're like, oh, well, water's water. It's like, is water water? Calm down, okay? H2 and O is the most fundamental component and also the least important at this point, because whatever the fuck else is in it gets you to the same place. And so those guys were like, they went from being extremely stripped down and you know, like that nice smooth. I still think the best, most aesthetic bodybuilders were from the 70s, 80s, 90s, into the fucking Ronnie Coleman era, which is where you basically became like a hard ball sack and looked like fuck billion veins everywhere, pipe veins, vascularity. People were taking NOS. I don't even know if anyone takes NOS anymore. I'm probably gonna fucking, it probably kills you. NOS, shitloads of creatine, D-ball, and like, you know, whatever the fuck else they're selling at fucking GNC and some other shit. And whatever cocktail they're on. So like the aesthetics changed. And because they weren't doing the same kind of shit back in the day with that estrogen wash, bodybuilders went from having nice skin to the most dog shit, pebbly, fucking acne riddled fuck skin you've ever seen in your fucking disgusting. And now all of that shit has basically been caught out. So when they test you for it, like you can't use all of the old stuff. The older it was, the closer it was to just like normal, what you would say, like it's like medicine, right? It's just basically gender reassignment, gender confirmation treatment stuff, right? It's like straight, okay, yeah, we're gonna up this so to achieve this. That's fine. Now you can't take that because they can catch it in your piss and your hair and whatever. Let's take weirder and weirder shit that they don't know to look for. Now they have fucking Tren, which is Trenbolone. What? I don't even know what the fuck is in that shit. Trenbolone's what's on the kit, what all the kids are on now, and it turns 20-year-olds into fucking 50-year-olds overnight. Like this guy right here could very well be 19 years old if he's on Tren. It seems like I'm kidding, but I'm really not. Motherfuckers take Tren, it like eats their lungs, they start coughing up orange shit. It's crazy as fuck. It gives them the worst acne you've ever seen, to the point it looks like bed sores. It fucks their skin up, but it gives them unbelievably massive fucking muscles. And they tend to be, the Tren builders tend to be really angular. I don't know what it is about it, but their muscles tend to build in an angular way. That might just be my interpretation of it, but that's what I've seen. I can never fucking remember that kid's name. Sam Sulik. Sam Sulik's 19, or he's probably 21 now. The first time I saw him working out, the only reason I would never have watched a 19-year-old's workout videos, I thought he was in his fucking early 30s. His voice is all fucked up. He talks like this. Yeah, man. Yeah. He's, I guess you would say, like, mature for his age. But the fucking shit has actually, like, it makes him look old as fuck. So all these Tren guys, it's kind of the opposite of a lot of the dudes back then, where Schwarzenegger looked young for forever because of the kind of peds he took. Like, he looked like 20-year-old Arnold Schwarzenegger throughout the entirety of the 70s, 80s, and 90s. You'll see Schwarzenegger movies and not even realize until, you know, you get past the Governator age that, like, actually this entire series of movies he's in is over the course of 20 plus years. And he looks almost exactly the same the entire time. Still pretty young, pretty good. And you know, maybe some of it's the Hollywood magic, but these fucking new guys, oh, dude, you might as well just fucking turn a sandblaster on your fucking head. It's crazy. NOS was an energy drink. There's NOS as an energy drink, but it's actually, it was a nitrous. NOS was the brand. Okay, hold on. 2000s weightlifting supplements. Sorry, 2000s weightlifting supplements. NOx. Maybe it's NOx. If you know, you know. Yeah, nitric oxide. NOx P3. I think I remember this specifically. Then again, all these things look exactly the same. Yeah. Vascularity. Oh, there you go. No explode. There's one. Oh, bro. This is, I remember, I think I had this specifically. Find out I actually was on peds. It's just probably fucking got all kinds of stuff in it. Hyper pump. Oh, dude, this is a fucking throwback. There's nothing crazy on here, is there? Oh, I guess I got fucking, I should probably bring it up here. I got messages from friends. Thank you. Let's do this. There we go. Dude, fuck. God damn it. These motherfuckers just got me. Anabolic Extreme. Jacked. I think I knew somebody was taking that. Muscle Milk. I took Muscle Milk. I don't know if I had this kind, though. Muscle Milk's still around, but I don't think it's as good as it used to be. Halodraw. I think that's actually fucking roids. Ripped Fuel. I think they got sued. This doesn't work. This is like caffeine pills. Redline. Seen that. Celltech was a big company back in the day. 100% whey on. I think yeah, gold standard. I took this. I've never seen that before. Cytogainer. Oh, somebody had this. I remember Cytosport as a game. I think that one fucking Harder, Better, Faster, Stronger movie came out and a bunch of this shit vanished. Was that other stuff? Trenbolone, Novadex, XT, Lean Body. All this shit was no good. They all got sued out. There's like Hydroxycut, Slim Extreme, yeah. Lipo 6. Carbolin. I think this is illegal now. I don't know if it's necessarily what's actually supposed to be, but Carbolin sounds like I feel like I remember that is actually like on the USADA list of banned supplements now. Venom. I knew people that took that. I don't know if it worked. I think that, yeah, fat loss energy, that's just more caffeine pill. So much of this stuff. Oh, the stacks, dude. Yeah. Animal stack. There it is. Animal stack. Stacks. Anator. Noxaval. Woof. Bro, I don't know what the fuck that is. Fedrix. Oh yeah, man. They could sell fucking ephedrine back before the fucking meth heads ruined it for all of us. Let's see, what's up with this dangerous ass gym? Let me see.
Controversial workout at Diamond Gym.
Yeah, rip his shirt.
What? Whoa.
Yo, it's kind of gay.
And when I say this gym is controversial, I'm not
Pause.
exaggerating, as the workouts here is so intense that even some of the biggest names in the fitness industry have called them psychotic, dangerous, and borderline impossible.
Okay, there's one person I don't give a shit about, and that's Dr. Mike. I don't give a fuck. This is my guy. It's Dom Mazzetti. Look, all you need to know is that there's going to be bros at the gym, and they're going to talk to you. And if you listen to them, you're going to die. But if you listen to them enough, you're going to get swole, and that's all that matters. He's got so many fucking tattoos now.
Miss Bro, you want to go home?
And at the center of it all is a guy named Unk.
Yes.
Don't disappoint because you're going to disappoint yourself.
Who, unfortunately,
You cannot get that big without fucking
for me,
juicing.
is going to be my coach for the day. But before we can meet him, we got to meet his right-hand man.
I'm like good cop and Unk's like bad cop. I want you to make it through. He doesn't.
Okay, let's see what these fucking workouts are like.
You don't want to mess up the count either. So it's like, it raises the stakes while you're going. Me? Me, sir?
And yes, Unk was talking to me, because according to Unk, that is what you call an unnecessary conversation.
My triceps are so short. I got in trouble for talking.
And although it's not technically the same as the no talking back rule, I was still forced to do 35 burpees, which just goes to show that at this gym, you get punished for the most unexpected things.
No unnecessary conversation. Come through the exercise the right way. 150.
150?
150 to 150, straight short.
However, I was gonna break an official rule when I tried to do something a little bit sneaky in the middle of these tricep pushdowns.
Over there, 150?
Nice try, nice pause too. Very smart kid. Add him to the push-up. Don't stop your reps while in motion.
2.
How many more?
30. 3.
Go.
4.
Yeah, you could only fucking go to a gym like that if you got fucking peds keeping you alive. Oh, that's fucking one-way trip to Rhabdo. Absolutely not, dude. Absolutely not. You get what do they call it? Rhabdomyolysis. I can't remember. Basically, rhabdo is when your fucking muscle goes like, it's time for you to get an amputation. You just did too many push-ups. Beta alanine makes me feel like a fucking junkie, like I got bugs in my skin. Oh yeah, fuck it. The old pre-workout. What is this? It's fucking incinerated Jolly Ranchers and fucking caffeine and beta alanine makes you feel like you're a fucking literal junkie. Aldrol is straight poison, gets you strong as fuck, but makes you sick. I grew up on this stuff in my dad's house. Found out I had beta alanine sensitivity when I was like 11. Man, this is high key gay. It's very gay. 150 reps is dumb. It's dumb as shit, and the fucking his form is trash. I think part of it, more than likely, they don't actually work out like that, and it's just to get noticed. You know what I mean? They want people to pay attention to the fucking gym type deal, and like, oh yeah, we work out harder than anybody else. We're the fucking blah 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 blah. But it doesn't. I don't 100% buy it. Usually, it's like I'm a leave. You know. 150 tricep pull downs at 150 pounds. I mean, he's not even doing like real pull down. He was just going like, yeah. Like, it's not doing anything. You know what I mean? But that's fine, I guess. And really, like, the thing is like, you'll probably get injured if you go to a gym like that. But more than likely, if you are an exercise freak, that's your shit. Like at a certain point, basically, some people get addicted to working out, especially if you're on fucking peds, because like you hit limits. You always plateau. Everybody plateaus in the gym, right? And sometimes what you do is you take some time off from the gym, or you do something that nobody in that room will ever do, which is an extremely large amount of cardio. You know, you take up some sort of cardio thing that's going to burn calories and not put on muscle mass, and then you get small. They're not going to fuck with that. Maybe you take up a sport, they're not going to fuck with that. They want to do their thing, and they want to break through plateaus. So eventually, you know, you're on peds, you hit the upper limit of literal human muscular development that you can achieve with what you'll permit yourself to go through discipline-wise, which nobody wants to stick to, because I could take getting fucked up at a gym like that. I could probably take that for weeks or months. But I could not take not eating a fucking Reese cup. And everyone's like that. Like, the hardest dude that's in the gym, the most disciplined, hardcore motherfucker in the gym, and you're like, damn, you're really just keeping yourself on that machine. He worked up to that machine. But, like, if you're like, okay, would you rather do hard-ass fucking workouts, or you can never get a cheat meal? Ever. No snacks. No cheat snacks. And you will get caught. It's going to be like, oh, yeah, the cheat snacks. Everybody will tell you, like, yeah, I don't eat that shit, blah, blah, blah. That's all projection. Everybody fucking cheats. Everybody cheats on their diet. It's just known. It's just a thing that people do, because you can ignore pain. It's the case. You can just ignore pain. People get their fucking arms cut off and walk 10 miles to call the cops or call the fucking ambulance with their nose in a pencil. You know, it's like a thing that happened. A guy got his fucking arms ripped off by a combine. He lived. You can resist pain. Hunger is fucking impossible to resist. If you've never been hungry, that might sound crazy to you. But like once you, like, a little bit, 2 days, you start going like, I mean, there's some people, and then or you'll go insane if you get a fucking eating disorder and start dying. But like if you're a person that works out and you have calorie deficits, dude, food resistance is fucking impossible, right? So you're like, okay, how am I going to get to the next level? Am I going to actually truly eat disciplined for eternity? No, I'm going to go to the fucking gym that makes me feel bad. I'm going to go to the cock and ball torture gym and have somebody yell at me so I can have my fucking body dysmorphia validated, et cetera, et cetera. Basically, to boil this down for you, if you're like a trans person, this is TTT for straight guys. This is TTT, not even for straight guys. This is TTTT for mask presenting, cis presenting men. That's all it is. That is the max version of like gender confirmation through negativity. Like that's what it is. It's the same fucking thing. Except for guys will rephrase it as being like cruelty, unnecessary cruelty and torture will make you stronger. It's like, but bro, you're already as strong as you'll ever be. Don't tell me that. I could always get bigger. You can't though. You're plateauing. Stop saying that, or as a matter of fact, actually say that more. It's kind of kicking in right now. As a matter of fact, could you call me small? Could you call me small and weak the same way that my dad did the first time he struck me in the ass with a belt? Like, what? It's the same shit, dude. But like in the other direction, where it's like, you know, when you got all the little trans ladies like to fucking be mean as shit to each other in certain communities. They're like, oh yeah, you'll never pass. I'll never be a passoid. You won't. You're ugly. You're fat. You have big fucking eyebrows and you'll never afford surgery. Blah, 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 blah. Same fucking thing. Sorry. Body dysmorphia goes in both directions. If you're like, why are you saying that to hurt the trans people, Tyler? I'm not. They already know. I'm saying that to hurt the non-trans people who are like looking up to people like this and going, I'm not like them. No, you are the same. That is sickness. If you pay money to go get badgered by a grown man or any person, you are engaging in a form of BDSM. You are enjoying pain for pain's sake. You are enjoying humiliation for humiliation's sake, and you are paying for the opportunity. You are into BDSM. Like, that's kind of what that is. How did it start off with? Oh, just what's going to happen here at the start of this video? Oh my God, bro. A bunch of thick, sweaty men are going to rip my shirt off. They're all bigger than me. They're going to bully me and make fun of me and make me do stuff that makes me sweat. They're going to neg me. And then maybe at some point they'll tell me I did good. Give me a little pat on the back of my head. Bro, you're just experiencing gender validation through cruelty, right? Which is, you know, not necessarily illegitimate, but if you don't know that you're doing it, you could spiral out. I know that I am what I am because I'm not living up to the example of what I feel what I am should be. But because I feel bad that I'm not living up to that example, I know I am what I am, right? I know I'm a woman because when all of my other friends that are like me beat up on how unwomanly I am, it fucks me up and it hurts my feelings and it makes me feel invalid, only serves to prove the fact that I am actually a woman, because otherwise I wouldn't care. When I want to prove that I'm a man and I feel like I'm not a man, I go hang out with my other friends who are also a little concerned about how manly they are, and they tell me how unmanly I am and how I'm not living up to the examples of being a man. Because that hurts me and because it makes me want to strive harder in that direction, I know I am a man. Through this negative validation, I have achieved validation nonetheless. Like, it's the same. There's a reason why there's the same things are going on. Like, men or mask or people that start off with testosterone in their system is the best way to describe this, and then proceed in a path where they either want to go towards the estrogen in their system or the testosterone in their system in a biological sense. If they have a dysphoric relationship with their presentation as their understood self-presenting gender, in either direction, they'll try to take additional amounts of hormone in order to achieve it, and very often end up in the same types of groups of people where they exemplify a hyper realistic or a hyper realistic portrayal of what the thing they're trying to be is. And they'll relish in not just the occasional success, but also in the negative response that they get, because the negative response shows that they're failing to live up to something that they want to be. Whereas if someone told me, like, Tyler, you're never going to be a woman, I would go, I know. Okay, I don't give a fuck. You're like, what? Do you want me to be a woman? Are you fucking gay for me? Like, you want to suck my fucking dick or my tit or some shit? What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck? What is that? You know, it doesn't work because, yeah, Tyler, you'll never be a man. Okay. That stung a little bit more. I might have to fuck you up. You know what I mean? Like, oh, okay. I get it. Same sort of thing. Like, it's just and I think it's just when you're normalized from the start in a masculine style upbringing, I think that negative validation is something that you end up seeking out, which is why trans women end up in those kind of circles. I don't know enough about trans men because trans men are secretive, furtive creatures that are ignored by these conversations. I don't mean that for that to be the case. I just like literally, you just don't hear. I think the trans man I know is a trans man, self-identifying as such, that I've heard talk the most is fucking goddamn Malcolm, who is probably one of the best examples of a person out there. I'm getting in trouble for that. I don't mind. I'll live. I just watched your video, mouth watching a men who hate women, and noticed you were live. Wanted to hop on to check what's happening here. Interesting. Quite the difference. I mean, yeah. This is my live stream. This is how my brain goes. It's all Fight Club. How do you think Fight Club's a good explanation for it? People want to. Oh, God. No, I'm not talking about Fight Club. I need to watch this video so that I can eat this Chipotle that's been staring at me. Okay. Destiny's a pedophile on the internet. I need to get into this. Destiny's very obviously, if not a genetic pedophile, I don't even know how to call it that. He is definitely a person that approaches taboo towards sexual relationships with children in both a clumsy and clearly like thrill-seeking way. If you're in my audience and you've been in my audience for any amount of time, the amount of evidence that Destiny is, if not like legitimately a child attracted predator, cap, if not raw, like, you know, Dean Coral grade fucking abuser of children, he is definitely the kind of person who only the thinnest veneer of secrecy and illegality keep him from delving into that world. He does not care to harm people. He doesn't care about harming his sexual paramours. And if he could sleep with the children, I think he would. Also, within the last year, it's been revealed via the deposition of codename Rose from the Pixie Leaks that he received child pornography. He solicited child pornography from a minor via her essential pimp and received child pornography. He received nude images of a child, censored, and then returned censored of himself to a child via a third-party intermediary, which is not, that's still solicitation of a minor on the books everywhere where we looked it up, including Florida. So it's like, hey, when is he going to go to jail? If he was doing it, wouldn't he be in jail? And like, we are in the we're in Epstein's America, right? No. People just don't go to jail for shit in this country anymore. And I don't care to let the legal world tell me how I should and shouldn't feel about certain aspects of things. I believe that he's a predator. In the text he sent to that person, where he never successfully confirmed her age because she was a legal child, he asked if she wanted to engage in age play, which is pretending that she's underage. So I found a young enough person that I could reasonably pretend that individual was underage is basically where you're left with Destiny here. So that is on top of repeated jokes about being a pedophile, which I really can't have it. People don't make. It's not, and they're not jokes that are like funny. You know what I mean? It's not like a fucking Norm Macdonald, like, yeah, you find out that somebody's gonna call me a pedophile. Everyone's gonna crack up like, okay, like this guy's he's pushing the limits. Clearly not the thing. It's like you've got a lot of direct statements on the record about being attracted to kids and not being concerned with the impropriety of that. And then you've also just received minor from a pornography from a minor. You've received child porn from what may constitute as a trafficked child. It's like, yeah, I didn't directly solicit it from the child. Like, no, you solicited it via the child's trafficker. Well, he wasn't in the room with her holding a gun. Like, okay, do we have to have now is a good time for you to do one of your big research streams on what child trafficking actually, what constitutes it. Are we going to get that research stream? No. It's fucking absurd. It's not something worth defending him on. It is something worth cutting ties with Destiny about. It's very strange that people are hanging out near him still. It's very obviously clout sharky. It is unnecessary. It is, I don't think it's even valuable career-wise at this point, because he's the only one that tends to survive his trap, and all of his hangers-on and followers tend to disappear, save Vosh, who is also a pedophile. We're trying to pretend that Vosh didn't have the fucking lolicon incident on his computer, and now he's talking to politicians, and they're going to get implicated in this shit. It's not a smart move to be talking to guys, and all the time too. Completely unrepentant, completely non-introspective. They don't, it's not like, oh man, I really fucked up. I was thinking with my dick. I made a mistake that was a rare mistake for me. When you see this happen to me and you say this was out of character for me, it's because it was. I fucked up. I should have never done this, and I'm going to do something to change it. Nothing remotely like that. People are like, you're a pedophile. And he's like, yeah, oh my God, I'm showing to kids. Oh, I would fuck that 13. Just made jokes about fucking children. Where the joke didn't have a punchline other than he was just saying he would fuck a kid, and you're supposed to go, oh, it's a non sequitur. He wouldn't do that, so it's funny. Lol, so random pedophilia joke. Like, no, what the fuck? There's been so much of this that people across the fucking world know about it. It's not new at all. I think I should probably, before I even hop into this video, just to clarify, I'm just going to play the first bit of my video. Slop Mafia. Guys, this is 2 hours long. Wow. I made this like a year ago.
When you're 19, you're a little kid, okay? Now, if you're 22, a 19-year-old's not a kid to you, okay? I'm 29. A 19-year-old might as well be a 15-year-old to me. It's all the fucking same, dude. Don't give me this fucking, just because of some legal age of consent, like whatever, nerdy college, like, attitude vibe, like, anime fucking people. That's just like my world.
That make them younger and younger.
I don't know how you want me to describe it. Like, the people that are the legal lawyer people or whatever. I don't know what the fuck. They're a lot of the, yeah.
I shouldn't tell this because I'm gonna get fucking arrested. We went to this channel with this fucking, like, this kid was like 8 years old. And he was fucking broing out with everybody in this chat. And for whatever fucking reason, this kid decides to fucking take his pants off and fucking wiggle his 8-year-old dick on screen. We were looking at like an 8-year-old dick like on the fucking screen. And his fucking brother, we called him Captain Push-Ups, would like come in the room. And this guy was like fucking 14 years old. He had his shirt off and he was like this, like watching the stream the entire time and shit. Oh my God.
Stephen Kenneth Destiny Bennell is an internet sex criminal boasting one of the largest political entertainment fandoms in the English-speaking online world. Since coming to mainstream prominence in the mid to late 2010s, Destiny's self-admitted acts of pedophilia, pedophile rights activism, sexual harassment, sexual assault, and non-consensual recording and sharing of pornography have been thoroughly documented. On screen. Despite this, Destiny has never been punished or even thoroughly investigated by the authorities for his crimes, and even large channels with outspokenly hostile views toward him and or these sort of acts seem reticent. Look at this fucking fat fuck. Look at this fat motherfucker. Like, look at this guy. Look at this fucking guy. To pursue coverage against him past a few light condemnations. This has never been as evident as with the Destiny revenge porn scandal, a two-stage leak of Destiny's DMs with a potentially 23 pornographic coming sexual trysts. Since knowledge of the leaks went mainstream in January of 2025, a number of other individuals have identified themselves in the leaks and accused Destiny of recording them without their permission. But if you've been following this scandal only casually, you may have heard some unfamiliar and possibly shocking new points in that previous paragraph. Yeah, so this is a whole fucking thing. Go watch this. It's like 2 hours. It's not all about Destiny. A lot of it's about how fucking Nick Diorio class fucked up the coverage of him. Look at that loser salt, man. Get friends your own age, Dan. Be a father of your kids. He sent me a random DM the other day. Not trying to talk to me. I have no idea why. Isn't Asif the liar still avoiding Destiny? Probably. Well, actually, no. I think they're trying to fucking reintegrate over there. I think that man's trying to find that throat again. Trying to find that throat. Okay, so this is all to say there's tons of this stuff. It's endless. It would be just me playing clips of Destiny joking about pedophilia over and over and over again, his weird sexual relationship with women that are underneath him, preying on the BPD chicks, then abusing them with his community, yada, yada, yada. He's in a whole thing with Pixie right now because he was sharing her shit around. And it's all disgusting nonsense. He is a disreputable, wretched person who is nothing more than a liability. Like, he's not useful. I don't know. He has an audience of people that like him, right? But people talk about him the same way that people talk about like Hassan. Like, he's more than just a celebrity endorsement, an celebrity endorsement for a candidate. And at this point, as much of a liability as fucking Hassan is to certain candidates, Destiny Raw should never be associated with anything that you want to do unless you're throwing a fucking NAMBLA meeting. Like, it's fucking insane. Like, these... You shouldn't say shit like this. I don't know how to say it in a more clever way. I'm trying to find my fucking charger to plug my phone in so it doesn't die. Come here, you. Oh, where the fuck is that? You here? Yes. Okay. So all this is to say, after the fucking scandal broke, most of Destiny's biggest dick sucks kind of fucking hit the road, Jack. That's the Pixie stuff from a little over a year and 5-ish months ago. Once all that stuff really started to pick up pace, especially once the Ryan Beard, well, he really fucking just disappeared, didn't he? Disappeared. Once the Ryan Beard video came out, it was pretty much kind of like impossible to be associated with Destiny from that point on. Just like years prior association with him became a liability. But since then, he adopted new people, right? This is mostly Soy Pill, I'm Really Important, Pondering Politics, a guy named Josiah, Hutch, and Pisco Liddy. The people, especially from the Lib and Learn podcast, it started kind of at arm's length, and then I'm pretty sure these guys are just fucking clout whores, and they got an offer to talk to him, grow their brand, grow their profile by getting access to his audience, and they took it, and now they're pretty much some of the only remaining Destiny orbiters of any sort of note. I think I said this even a year ago, that it's like his orbiter sphere is basically fucking obliterated. He's gonna have to find new dick sucks, and of course he found them. Now, to a degree, I think these guys have tried to maintain brand distance or personal distance between the Destiny controversies and this false idea of Destiny as a political activist and actor, and say that, you're just gonna reach their fucking audience, yada yada yada. But the fucking dam has been broken open on that pretty much permanently now, and I think it's gonna get way more intense with I'm Really Important. The guy from the I'm Pretty Fly for a White Guy video, I don't know his real name off the top of my head, but he's, I didn't mind him. I was watching him for a bit 2 years ago, and my opinion on him soured more and more and more the more I listened to him. He's one of the, I think I've said this before, he's the guy that was like, you shouldn't buy a house. You should rent and invest your money in the stock market to make more money, which is like this like little kid lack of understanding of the cost of things and what investment even is. I still, that had to have been a fucking meme being pressed by like some advertiser or something. I still don't understand where the fuck that came from. What a stupid thing to say. I remember picking a fight with him, and I think I heard Destiny saying that too, and Lonerbox was pushing that line, and that was before I went and slapped the shit out of fucking Lonerbox over Israel and the pager terrorism. But since then, yeah. these guys have been more and more obviously like collapsing into the really black hole now that is Destiny's orbit, and they're getting dragged into the point. And it's the thing that you should always do. Anybody that says anything nice that covers Destiny, you should always just go in there and remind them, like ask them literally, like, hey, can you make a statement? Can you make a strong statement on Destiny's allegations? Like literally, what do you think? Literally, I want you to give a statement on the Pixie drama. Like just do it. Because every time you do, they'll have to say something, and it will never be adequate enough because their dick sucks and someone can make content out of it. If not me, someone else. So understand, it is always permissible to go to Destiny's little orbiter sphere and ask them to give strong statements on his ongoing leaking of nudes and also him making repeated pedophilia jokes throughout the entire. It's very funny to derail them with this. There is nothing morally, ethically, or professionally wrong with it. It is a way to generate content off of people who have ceased being their own individual identities and have become dick sucks for a noted sex pest. So it's just okay to do. Hey, can you give a strong statement? Can you give a strong statement on Pixie? When are you going to make a strong statement on the Pixie lawsuit? Do you support women that hit them with the same sort of shit they hit everybody else with? You know, I think that you're pretty fucking weak, and just go ahead and do it. I don't give a fuck. Very funny. It can only make content. It's only good for the content sphere. More chaos is always better when it comes to people that are sweeping for pedophiles. I don't know how to say that in a nicer way. But yeah, we're gonna pop off with this thing. I always love it, dude. I talk shit to fucking Hassan's community. They come in, they're like, "You're a Destiny defender. You sound like a DGGer." DGGers talk like a guy that talks like he was listening to me post on fucking 4chan fucking 25 years ago.
Not much. I got a quick question for you. I know you hung out with Destiny at the Unfuck America tour, so that's you, right?
Yes.
Okay. I watched the whole debate on his channel.
IRI has been pretty much unbroken. He was with Progressive Victory. I actually saw IRI in my hometown of Cincinnati. Was it 2 years ago now? Is that loud? Oh, hey, it's ASMR. Fill out your grocery list. Register to vote. I have a gigantic fucking burrito from Chipotle. I'm going to be muting this and eating and listening to him talk because I am on a caloric deficit because I am fucking working too goddamn hard. But yeah, he's had an unbroken chain of connection with Destiny for like 2 years now. And it's only gotten stronger now that Destiny doesn't have anyone else to call in now.
I just wanted to say, you do know he had a 15-year-old girl that sent him bikini pics, and he sent it to his friends in a group chat and said that she was really sexy in jailbait. He was really concerned with.
Never heard this one.
That's pretty interesting. Don't you think you should look into that? If you associate yourself with somebody,
can you DM me that so I can take a look?
It's out there. It's completely out. He was really concerned with.
Never heard this one.
That's pretty interesting. Don't you think you should look into that? If you associate yourself with somebody,
can you DM me that so I can take a look?
It's out there. It's completely out. You should be able to DM me. He's made long form content about it.
Feel free to DM me.
Discussed it, and he said that he didn't find a problem with saying a 15-year-old girl was sexy.
I've never seen this, so feel free to DM it to me. I'd happily take a look. I've never seen this.
Wrong, yes or no? If it is true, you think that's wrong?
If he's an adult saying a 15-year-old is sexy,
yeah, answer the question. If you've seen it and it ends up being true,
yes, I would say that's wrong. It doesn't change me hanging out.
Okay, would you stop associating with that person?
No, I wouldn't.
Really? So you can associate with someone who finds an underage 15-year-old sexy?
Well, it depends when he said it, why.
I have my mic paused. I just have to get through this.
I mean, there's plenty of people that say crazy things, man.
He said when he was 23 years old.
23 years old?
He was on an esports team.
He's 37 years old right now.
Yeah.
So your point against him is something that happened 14 years ago? Mm-hmm. Really?
Still wrong, dude. I'm 23 years old. If I say that a 15-year-old girl is attractive,
did you ever say
that would be wrong.
Did you ever say anything in your early 20s that you regret that maybe you wouldn't say now?
Not pedophilic, no.
Okay, so you don't think people can change and maybe he said something stupid in his early 20s? He's 37 years old.
He's never apologized for it.
Oh, he's supposed to apologize for everything he did in his 20s? Which is, I don't even know if it's true, but if it was,
yeah, I think if you say that a 15-year-old girl is jail and that you were thinking about having sex with her when she sent you swimsuit photos, I think that's wrong. And you're sending it around to your boy.
I understand. This isn't even remotely big if true. This is just a known thing. There is no way to have been in proximity of Destiny and not have people spam this at me. They spam Destiny's a pedophile facts at me when I make fun of Hassan. Understand that. I can't talk shit to Hassan unrelated to Destiny. Nothing. Without people hitting me with these fucking Snapple facts about his minor attracted status. Like, it is literally impossible. And I have never done like any lengthy pro Destiny content ever. The most you can get from me is like, okay, I think he was like maybe kind of useful right when I started streaming. 2023 is when I started. Going into 2024. A little bit of like, yeah, I don't know. He seems pretty fucking useful. I think he's like the most best poised to get some shit done. This is all before he fucking sex crimed fucking Pixie. So like, I got hit with that shit. Minimal amounts of ever saying anything nice about Destiny. Literally just for having Hassan fans think I'm DGG aligned for knocking Hassan. This is a guy that fucking goes and has been on Destiny's program like a number of times, right? I think he's even been on the fucking bridges or whatever. Like I've seen them. I've literally seen them in the same room at fucking Cincinnati. They're all hanging out in that fucking little goofy thing. And it was just like, you know, there's no fucking way. There's no fucking way you haven't heard this. And I'm pretty sure IRI has been on the internet longer than I have as a creator too. You know what I mean? This isn't a rare, unheard of thing. This isn't like Graham Plattner showing up 2 years ago and then we found out he had a fucking Nazi tattoo a little while after that. It's every time Destiny does additional weird pedophile comments and jokes, people bring up all of the other shit he has been doing continually nonstop for a decade. You know what I mean? It's fucking relentless. Why does that sound like that? Bang, bang. I just had a little connection error. Sorry, you guys, hopefully you guys couldn't hear that buzz, but it was a very bad buzz for a second.
Boys in a group chat, yeah.
So 14 years ago, sounds like he did something stupid. That's not the 37-year-old guy he is right now.
I disagree. I mean,
you don't think he's changed? You don't think people change in 14 years? I know I changed a lot.
I mean, you could, but I would expect you to come out and address it. He also doxed a little kid and tried to get him killed. He said on stream he pulled a gun out and said he was going to kill him.
I have heard of that one. I think that kid was messing with his internet or something.
He was DDoSing him, but still, I mean, that's a crime. You can report it. You don't got to threaten to kill a child.
Why are you so obsessed with this guy? What did Destiny do to you?
I used to be a fan, and then I found out this information, and I was disgusted by him.
Wow. Well, I'm sorry that.
And I also don't like Trump. I want to make that clear, but I still find your support for him and the unfucking caricature, the fact that they associate with him, that's disgusting.
Wow. Well, we're sorry. I'll take this up with the manager. This guy's a pedophile because he said a 15-year-old looks good in a swimsuit when he was 23. He's a pedophile. Really?
Yes, correct. Yeah.
That's fascinating.
Everybody says Jeffrey Epstein was as young as 15, 14. I would agree that's pedophilia.
Because he abused them.
Yeah, but it's still pedophilia, right? I mean, would you say that a 14-year-old girl is not pedophilic? That's your argument.
No, I think there's a huge difference between Jeffrey Epstein and what you described Destiny doing in his early.
Well, obviously, but we can both argue that they're wrong. They don't have to be the same degree, right?
I already told you I would not support him saying that. But that was 14 years ago.
Him saying that,
but I'm not here to debate Destiny. Who gives a shit, man? Why are you obsessed with this guy? That's the real question.
That's who you associate with, right? You're who you
fucking awesome. Understand, you can get IRI mad if you bring up that his fucking sugar daddy is kind of a ped. You can get IRI mad on the internet if you bring up his sugar daddy, Destiny, is a bit of a ped, and he does not want to talk about that, which is a good thing to let everyone know. It's always a good thing to let everyone know that you are going to get a little mad on the internet. You're going to get a little upsetty spaghetti if someone calls in and says that your sugar daddy's a bit of a ped. Still a ped. This guy's not even hitting the argument that hard. But oh shit, are you open to it? Okay. The fucking I don't mind. I would still associate with a pedophile. I would associate with a pedophile. Is fucking nuts, dude. Like what? There's no indication that Destiny's changed. That's the other thing. That's where this guy that's calling in is messing up. Where is the indication he's changed? He's saying it the wrong way. He's saying, well, why doesn't he apologize? My question is, why is he still on the same shit? The Rose stuff is from 2023, 2022. It's the last 4 years, right? And he found out that Rose, because he kept trying to go back to that person that he was doing quote unquote age play with. He still makes pedophile jokes. Like, what, is it not in the last year? Do you know what I mean? Like, if the furthest back we can go, and I think that's from like 2017-ish, if the furthest back we can go is 10 years, but then he keeps doing the shit. He's never been punished for it. He's never retracted it. He's only ever either defended it, joked about it, hand waved it, or put a kibosh. Then maybe he is just like kind of a pedophile. Do you know what I mean? Like, he's definitely a sex pest. Like, that's just inarguable. He shares people's nudes. He just does that. That's a crime now. The only reason he's not completely fucked in that lawsuit is he just happened to do the thing the year before it like became a fucking serious issue. And then they're trying to figure out a very unique legal question around it. If he had just raw done it a year later, he would be completely fucked because everybody understands that what he did is inherently immoral. And at that age, 34, 35 years old, whatever. It doesn't matter. It's not like the difference between 30 and 37 is not an extreme 7 years. You know what I mean? The difference between 25 and 35 is not an extreme 10 years when it comes to, do I understand whether or not fucking children and sending people's nudes to be is wrong? Like, that shit's clearly bad. Oh my God. And my man stand up for it throws into doubt every political prescription this fucking dipshit has. Like, I highly doubt you're actually a fucking earnest moral political actor. Like, your dislike of Trump or whoever it is you don't like in politics must be related to something that's like, I don't know, some sort of insectoid idea of good or bad, because you have no actual moral guidelines. It's not even what is that fucking fat fuck Diorio complain about? There's no bad tactics, only bad targets. It's not even that. It's just like, I will literally suck any dick that comes money at me. Like, it's just a whore mentality, I guess. You're a spiritual prostitute. It's not even the dignity of being like, yeah, I'm willing to make an extreme, I'm willing to be aggressive when aggression's needed. It's just like, no, I will be a prostitute when money is offered. I will do spiritual prostitution for money. Like, what the fuck?
Who cares? Why do you care who I associate with? Do you think this is a good argument to make me stop associating?
Yes, I think it's a great.
It's such a good argument. It's perfect. Hey, I don't know if you know this, but that guy that you're trying to get is basically like Harvey Weinstein. But also maybe a pedophile on top of it. Like, no, those are all great reasons to stop associating with Destiny. There's not many good reasons to associate with Destiny. Do you understand that? Like, as a person, he's repugnant. Like, if you're doing it for any reason, you're just a clout shark. That's it. He doesn't hand out sage wisdom. He's not a good guy. He's not like useful or worthwhile. He's a slug man, right? He's a horrible person. The only reason to associate with Destiny is clout. So you're saying in your stack of shit that is valuable to you that clout is more important than your guy maybe being a pedophile. And it being a very open question of being a pedophile. Like he may have, we don't know he didn't fuck any of those 15-year-olds. He's just said he would. He's just like, oh, hey, I've been receiving solicitations from minors. I think the thing he tries to say is, and what I was just trying to say is like, hey guys, don't fuck any kids. Meanwhile, leaks almost a decade later are like, you into age play? I'm gooning. Oh, how old are you? Never gets any response back. Can you send me some pictures of sex? Send me pictures of sex with your boyfriend. I'm masturbating to these. Here's a video of me masturbating to these. Right back. I know it's gross, but I mean, like, fuck. This is in the fucking court records. This is so known. I'm sorry. I love you. Okay, I'll move on. My wife is like, shut the fuck up. My wife is disgusted by this. My wife doesn't want me describing it in our house. This guy's like, I'll stand by it. I'll stand. Is that your man? That's him. You really, that's your man. I'm gonna stand by him. Like, what the fuck? You're so fucking disgusting, bro. Oh my God.
Argument. Yeah. If you're going to have people in your movement, they better be.
You said something you disagree with 14 years ago.
Correct. Yeah. It's still wrong. Yeah. Doesn't make it any better. He's never clarified it. He's never said that it was wrong. All he said was, I didn't actually ask for nudes from her.
You're going to have to associate with imperfect people in order to get things done in life. That's just reality. Everybody's got some bad things as time goes on.
Me and you are both imperfect people, but I can say that you're not a pedophile from what I know.
Well, I appreciate that. Thanks so much.
So, I mean, if I would, just because you're not a perfect person doesn't mean we can't draw the line somewhere, right?
Well, I think this is borderline obsession at this point with what you're dealing with here, and I don't think it's healthy.
How's it not healthy?
Because think about it.
It's just information that I've known for a while.
Listen, take a step back. Your goal, I don't think this is really your goal, but let's pretend you actually wanted to convince me to not associate with Destiny anymore. Do you think you've moved the needle on that in any way?
I think that I made it awkward for you in public, so now you're going to have to address something.
I'm not going to have to address anything. I haven't moved at all in my position.
Well, that shows your character. Why would anybody want to associate with your movement or what you got going on if you're going to associate with pedophiles and have them in the movement?
There's still
your whole thing against Trump because he's a pedophile?
No, that's not my whole thing. I think that is a glaring example of why he's bad. But no, I'm not going to change anything you do based on what you said, and nobody's going to leave my stream or not associate with me because of what you said.
They will.
No, they won't.
People are in the comments. Some people are like, "Whoa, it was so long ago." In quotations, making jokes about it. Just because it's long ago doesn't mean it was not a bad thing. How long ago did Brett Kavanaugh assault that girl or whatever? That's still wrong, right?
Wow. So I'm only growing. My association with Destiny has only made me bigger and more influential.
So you'll use pedophiles to ride their coattails
There's
for
no
success?
evidence that he's a pedophile.
There is. By his own admission, what he did was say that a 15-year-old girl was
23
sexy in a bikini, and it was someone that he wanted to have sex with. He mentioned it on video.
Don't even know if it's true. And second, it happened 14 years ago when he was in his early 20s.
It's out there. The DMs are out there. You can watch the videos. You can hear his response. You can hear what he has to say. He's made it very clear that he found that 15-year-old to be jailbait and to be attractive.
Well, doesn't this... I told you, you're welcome to DM this to me so I can take a look, and I'll happily go from there.
I don't think that's going to change your mind by your own admission. You said you're using him
Probably,
for...
based on what you described, I don't think it would, but...
Really? You don't think that that's wrong?
I've already said I think that's wrong. Doesn't change my association with him 14 years later.
I don't know, man. That's a little sketchy.
Really? You don't think people can change?
I wouldn't trust you around my children.
You wouldn't trust me around your children because I'll continue to associate with Destiny after he said something 14 years ago.
What if he said your 15-year-old daughter?
No, yeah. No, but that's how it works, man. It's not something you grow out of. It's not a common taboo. It's pedophilia. It's not like, dude, I would take a reformed Klansman over a pedophile. And I don't think that's hard for people. When you stop being a fucking Klansman, everyone doesn't make you go around to all your neighbors checking in to make sure, like, oh, hey guys, just so you know, I used to be a Klansman, and they're afraid I'm not going to burn any crosses on anyone's yard. And I know some of you guys are like, well, maybe that should happen, but that's not a big. It's not like highly necessary, right? Maybe it is, maybe isn't. But when someone's like, yeah, I'm a pedophile going around. They make you go tell everyone, like, I got arrested for being a pedophile. I have to tell you, because I cannot be trusted around children. Because children are stupid and I might fucking sexually assault them. That's a pedophile. Destiny has new stuff. The only thing this guy's missing out on is fucking letting fucking old fucking beanhead over here reframe everything as like, you're obsessed. First off, yes. If there's an unpunished pedophile on this earth, I get a little obsessed. I'm feeling pretty stalkerish. Me and the Federal Bureau of Investigation when they're not being run by drunk fuck Kash Patel. It's actually one of the most reasonable things to be obsessed with. Hey, I think your guy wants to fuck kids. Yeah, I think he does. Well, you seem pretty hyper fixated on that. Yeah, I am. It's like saying, somebody's been stealing all of the water from the irrigation system and draining the lake. While you just keep looking into who's stealing all the water from the lake. You seem a little obsessed with that. Yeah, it's a major issue. It's a problem. You seem pretty obsessed with this, with my sugar daddy being a fucking pedophile. Wow, you really just won't drop this? No, you fucking dude. What a disgusting fucking person. Oh my God.
When he was 23, I would have the same reaction that I don't think that's appropriate to say. Just like, doesn't mean I'm not going to associate with him. That is.
Okay, well, that's interesting. Okay. So well, you made your day. I'll make sure I post this clip.
Go ahead, post the clip, and we'll see what happens to my audience moving forward. It's over, guys. I think this is where I say goodbye. My career's done. I'm done. That guy has proven that I'm a monster. Literally said I'm a pedophile based off that argument. That's insane. Crazy talk. These people are nuts, dude. I'm going to do 2 Unfuck Americas because of that guy. I'm going to double down on my friendship. Hey, what's going on, buddy?
What's up, my friend? How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm about to get canceled, though. I don't know if you heard the last call.
No, I did. And so I don't want to argue about that, you know, because I don't know Destiny. I don't know the validity of that statement. But what I found interesting is your defense of it.
Oh.
Like, well, look, hey, you do you. But what I found interesting is, you know, the statements of, you know, it was 10 years ago and, you know, it was back when he was younger.
14 years ago, yeah.
14 years ago. But you don't hold those same standards when it comes to Trump.
Oh.
And so you don't.
All right, let's let the man defend himself. You ready?
Again, I didn't make this claim, so he doesn't need to defend it to me. My comment was about you defending it blindly.
Wait, does this work? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
Okay. First of all, is this guy a Trump voter?
Yes, I am. And sir, I did not make this claim about you at all. Let's be clear. I just came up after a dude who did make this claim about you.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay. For first question, okay. You understand there's a difference in, ideally, there's a difference in standards between somebody who would be the president versus somebody who would be like a streamer influencer, right?
Sir, when these claims that y'all are suggesting, Trump hadn't even thought about running for president, so that doesn't quite apply.
Oh, wait. So then the things that you do in life don't matter until you think about doing something else?
I mean, so again, are you going to argue that it was okay? I mean, hold on. Let's just go. Did you do
Well, no,
this?
let's circle back. Let's circle back to my first question. I'll answer it, but I can answer my question, but I need you to answer my first question. You understand it's a different standard for like different jobs or roles that people would hold in life, right?
No, sir. I think our moral standards remain the same no matter what job you hold in life, sir. So
okay, gotcha. So then if a doctor were to operate on you and you found out that he had a bachelor's in English instead of an MD, you'd be okay with that because your standard for every single person in life is the same.
No, because your bachelor's is just the beginning to get a doctorate, and so it really doesn't matter what your bachelor's is.
Okay, so you'd have different standards for different people in life.
As long as he went through the...
No, but like, yeah, we do have different standards for people. Like, if you're a pedophile, there's jobs you can't have. Yeah. If somebody has an MBA and then later they get a doctorate, then they've changed. Destiny just is still kind of like a pedophile. Like, I think that's one of the biggest things. Like, he's just like, oh yeah, 14 years ago is the oldest evidence. And then the newest evidence is shit from the Pixie filings that proves he fucking solicited pornography from a minor. Knowing the minor's age is not a positive defense in Florida or most anywhere. Saying, oh, I didn't know she was 18, Your Honor, is not, as it sounds when you say it out loud, a defense. This motherfucker received pornography from a child. 14 years ago, he's like, oh man, watch out, these fucking 15-year-olds are hot. In between that, at some point, he saw an 8-year-old's dick. That's something I've seen on the internet ever. What the fuck? Never. I don't think I've seen 8-year-olds alone on the internet. I would not. Like, when you think about that, how do you get into that? What in the fuck? Dude, I have been in the fucking gutters of 4chan. The absolute gutters of that fucking site. And there was never a point where I was just like, I'm gonna go watch a live stream and there's gonna be a child on it. Like, what the fuck is that? How do you get there? Not only, oh yeah, we had an ongoing relation. I knew this 8-year-old and I knew his brother. We had a nickname for his brother. And it was a long thing. And somehow and then all of a sudden, penis. That alone is one of the most suspicious stories I've ever heard in my life. I don't know how you get there, aside from trying to. There's no natural way to arrive at that, or to have been of the disposition where you ever share that story. But like, you're like, oh no, this is cool. I'm into this shit. This is the kind of activity I get up. Just want another day with the boys. What the fuck? He's never going to be open with it either. Understand, if you haven't heard all the pedophile stories and you've talked to Destiny, it's because he does not share them shits. He's not open with it because they kind of make him look like a fucking pedophile. They just do. He just looks like a fucking pedophile. I don't know what to tell you. And this all ends with him having received child pornography. He just received child pornography from a young woman now who is very likely the victim of child sex trafficking. It didn't change. You can't have all of those things happen in your life and everyone goes, but what if it was all a series of accidents? Did you ever have anything happen when you were in your 20s that it was embarrassing? Yeah. When I was in my 20s, the embarrassing things that would happen to me was I would go like, I would be too dedicated to trying to date a girl that wasn't into me, and I would embarrass myself as young men do when they try to romance someone that's not interested in them, and you go, oh damn, she really wasn't into me, and I kind of bothered her. Time to learn that, okay, I'll move on. And then I stopped doing that. You know, like, oh, okay, she really, this is, okay, yeah, all right, no, does not, okay, not into me at all. I was Google eyes for someone that didn't care. Okay, yeah, that's what happened to me when I was in my 20s. Do you know what I mean? Like, I got drunk and I fought a friend, and then we had to like get over it because like the feelings that came out when we were both drunk were real and we hadn't talked them through. So now you talk to friends instead of getting drunk and shouting at them and having little scuffles on the floor and embarrassing yourself in front of people. I drank too much and I puked in front of somebody and I was embarrassed. These are me when I'm 20. I feel like that's pretty, like, that's what happens to 20-year-olds. Drunk, love struck, idiocy. It's very embarrassing and you learn from it. There's, at no point did I see naked children. Like, I can even remember, like, yeah, if I was really young, you know, there might be like, you know, when you're like 20, every once in a while, it'll be like, oh, dude, that girl's really fucking hot. And then you like it, and dude's like, dude, that girl is fucking, that's a teenager. You're like, oh no, oh, ew. You know, you have one of those moments because you're just a little older than someone that's 17, but you still go like, oh, whoa, fuck. You don't go like, hey man, you guys seen this hot 15-year-old? Share pictures of them. Dude, by the time I was 22, because that's when I got out of the military, like, I thought of teenage girls like a fucking virus. You know what I mean? Like, you got to keep them away. They want to go have adult fun times that you're having with all of your friends because they want to feel like older, and you got to watch because they'll fucking ruin everything. So you got to ferret them out and get the fuck rid of them, right? They might be cute or whatever because they got makeup on and they're trying to be attractive, but they're children. Ask for people's fucking IDs and shoo them away. You sound like a fucking child. How the fuck old are you? I'm 19. No one's 19. I said that when I was a bouncer. I said that to people. I fucking shocked the heart out of a girl one time. You're fine. 16, 15. Yeah, I'm fucking 16 years old. Get the fuck out of here. Go away. Go home. Go do your fucking homework. You know what I mean? Like, you don't take pictures of children. You don't have pictures of children. You just don't have them. The only pictures of kids I have at all are my sister's children. You know what I mean? My brother when he was young, my sister when he was young, because they're family photos. How do you have this shit? Hey guys, you want to see this child? This child sent me a picture. Ugh. You know, one of those is gross. Then he's got more. How did you see a naked 8-year-old? How did that fucking happen? Because that's not so. Maybe you're at your white trash cousin's house and they got the kind of kids that sprint around naked outside, you know, when it's like fucking July in the sprinkler or something. Dude, why the fuck are your kids naked? I mean, they're just hot. Put the fuck kids, they're too old for that shit. Put the clothes on. It's fucking disgusting, dude. The hell, fucking hillbilly motherfucker. What the fuck? Fuck is wrong with you? Man, at most. You know what I mean? Like, how the fuck you have someone you're not related to this person? They're just random people you've built a relationship up with that are children that you got them fucking naked all of a sudden. You know the guy's brother? That's so fucking weird. It's impossible. It's impossible circumstance to arrive at. It's insane. It's beyond comprehension to have both of those occur in your lifetime. To go past that, and the current thing people are talking about you for as a celebrity, millionaire celebrity on the internet is nothing aside from the fact that you're in a year-long plus lawsuit with someone you shared pornography of alongside several other people who were filmed or recorded doing pornography, and some of them didn't know it happened. You shared it without their fucking consent, which just is on the record. You just did do that. It just, the only reason it's not a complete slam dunk is because it got legalized or put into law as a civilly liable action a year after you did it. And part of the court proceedings are, okay, so the girl who you were texting, who's major at the time, she was underage when you, yes, but actually I was talking to her pimp and not her. So when I talked to the pimp who later tried to extort me, he was the one that gave me child pornography that they had created somehow, that he had obtained child pornography and then gave it to me. So, yeah. Okay, well, in Florida law, that's not a positive defense for possession of child pornography. There's literally no reason. There's no legal reason to be in possession of child pornography, save if you are a law enforcement officer investigating it to pursue charges against the person. That's it. So you just received child pornography. Yes! Then you recorded yourself in a sexual activity and sent it back through the fucking child sex trafficker to the child. Yes! It's in the fucking deposition! There's no change! It's a line! Are you saying that you were shot with an arrow? There's a guy over there, he's 200 yards away. You really think an arrow can go 200 yards? Fuck, dude. This is so disgusting. These people are so fucking weird. Who does this? Who does this? God damn.
A proper schooling. I mean, so your analogy doesn't make sense, sir.
My analogy fits 1 to 1. You would have different standards for different people in life. There might be something that you think disqualifies a person from one job, but wouldn't necessarily disqualify them from another, right? The reason why you can't accept this is because you have to mentally torture your opinion in order to make this work. But like, it's the most obvious statement in the world. You would have different expectations for different people, right?
I'm simply answering your question. So in order to be a doctor, you're going to have the proper schooling to be a doctor, but that doesn't mean you have the now right to be able to say at the age of 23 or 24 that you want to do a 15-year-old. And so let's go back to that now, because I mean, my answer. Hold on. My answer was no matter.
So then, I'm just curious. I'm just curious. No, because I just want to drill on this one a little bit. Every single friend that you have in real life, every single family member that you still associate with, all of these people are people you would be comfortable being the president of the United States. You think that they have the character, the skills, the morality, whatever. All of these people, you would agree with that.
I never made that comment, or that's
no. But I'm asking you a question.
Are there certain individuals that would be better at being the president of the United States than others? Absolutely.
Unironically, it's the fucking Chewbacca defense. Chewbacca is a Wookiee. Wookiees aren't real. But Chewbacca is in the movie Star Wars. And that don't make sense. So you're saying people have standards? Yes. And that those standards should affect what kind of job they have? Yes. So you think anybody could be president? What? You think anybody could just go be president right now? You think your grandma could be president right now? That don't make sense. The fucking Chewbacca defense. Why did he make this pivot? Because he got to dribble away from the fucking... He's a pedophile. He's got to kick the ball out of bounds at this point to delay the game because he's caught. He's busted. He doesn't have a counter response. The positive counter response to you're a pedophile is the fuck I am. I'll beat your ass. That's it. I would never... You know I'm not a pedophile because I'm alive. Because I'd fucking kill a pedophile if I got the chance and no one would stop me from killing myself. I'd fucking blow my fucking brains out before I hurt a kid. I would blow my fucking brains out. No question. God. You're a pedophile. Hey, pop. Shut the fuck up. Hey, keep it above the belt with that fucking nonsense. You fucking pedophile. I'm fucking pedophile up right now. You out of your mind? Hey, you're a pedophile. Okay, but do you think your grandma can be president? What? I think it's weird to be 24 talking about fucking 15-year-olds. Okay, yeah, well, have you ever considered that your local English teacher probably shouldn't do open heart surgery? Have you ever considered that a butcher is not a baker nor a candlestick maker? Okay, well, how about we dwell on that before we make wild accusations? I'm so fucking beside myself. Bro, this fucking dipshit IRI is acting like he's spitting, bro. Dude, fucking Ghislaine Maxwell head ass. Bro. Got a fucking little tin cup underneath Destiny's fucking sandworm catching the drips. God damn, bro. How I mean, honestly, with the way this, how long, here's a real question for IRI. How long till you're in a video, or are you already in one? Are you in the Google Drive? Does Destiny have a Google Drive entry for you yet? Are you the person everyone thought was fucking Fuentes? How long? This is the most blue chip coded streamer. We're bringing it back. Blue chip coded streamer I've ever seen in my life. Absolutely. I can't even fucking believe this. Dude, the shame of it all, bro. The shame of it all. First off, just to be wiping another grown man's ass like this is fucking crazy. You know what I mean? Like, dude, pull your fucking deity out. Hold on, I gotta fucking powder your booty. People are calling you a fucking pedophile. The other guy's like, I wanted to talk about something else, but I did notice that your argument that he's not a pedophile is pretty dog shit. Can we? Okay, yeah. Dude, he had to come take the sticks from you on your own stream. Doesn't he had to come like, hey, little bro, let me get the fucking sticks. NBA 2K pedophile edition. Yo, let me get the sticks, little man. You don't got this. Let me get the sticks. He just took the fucking controller from you on your own stream because you were unsuccessfully defending him against his credible pedophilia allegations. I can't.
Sir. Well, okay. I can't understand like this feels so, this is why I hate this platform. This is such a stupid point to argue because everybody intuitively knows how stupid this point is. You obviously different. There are some people that if you're voting for somebody to be the president of the United States, you want this person to be the literally.
We all know. Actually, I mean, you don't even know that when you're saying this, it's stupid because anybody would know. Like, dude, that's not a fucking argument. I mean, it's malding.
The representative of the entire country. Like, you want this person to be of much higher than ordinary moral candor, moral caliber. And the idea that you would compare like somebody that you might associate with or a YouTuber or activist or whatever as having the same moral standards as like the president of the United States is just, that's crazy. Obviously, there are going to be some things that are just going to be bare bones, like, oh, this guy's, like a murderer or an arpist. I don't know what you're going to say here, whatever. You wouldn't want to associate with this person at all. But it's crazy that you're saying that, like, no, I would have the exact same standard for every single person in every single area of life. That's a crazy statement.
Suggesting that moral standards change based upon your status or your job? Is that what I'm hearing you say?
To some extent.
No, because this is an education question. This is a moral standard question, sir. We need to get back to that. I don't know how we've gotten over to you asking me about qualifications for the presidency of the United States of America, which I'm more than happy to go through with you. But it sounds to me that you're just trying to deflect from the actual issue at hand here, sir.
No one is deflecting. I'm just saying that different people have different characters that might make them better suited for different jobs. You might know a guy who has a kid who cusses a lot around a kid, and you might know somebody else who you feel is a better parent. You might feel like the person who's a better parent would probably be a much better teacher, and then the guy who cusses around a kid a lot maybe wouldn't be a good teacher because of that, right? But that doesn't make the guy that cusses around his kid a horrible person. It just, or somebody that you have to exclude from your life completely. Just different people that are maybe better suited to different roles, whether they are of a higher moral candor, whether they're more educated, whatever else. Like, we can have different standards for different roles.
Bro, it's not even like the only way to take the characterization of what he's saying here. I just breathed in adobo seasoning and it burned the back of my throat out. Hold on. The only way to take and interpret what he's saying here is he's like, yeah, well, just because somebody's bad for one thing doesn't mean that they're bad for everything. It's not a refutation of the fact that he's a pedophile. It sounds like he's trying to argue that he should still be able to be a streamer even though he's a pedophile. Doesn't that sound... The argument equivocated would be that nothing that you've done should bar you from how you make your money, not that you didn't do it. Which is why this guy's confused, because the normal person would go, all right, you've called me a pedophile. My next arguments are how I'm not how, even if I was, I should still be a political spokesperson for my chosen cause. Like, that's, what in the fuck are you talking about, dude? That's incriminating. That's so fucking weird. Dude, why? What? Yeah, it's like, yeah, I'm not deflecting. I guess he's not deflecting. He's genuflecting. Oh my god,
that's just crazy to me that is not plainly obvious. Like if somebody were to say, I support Destiny Stream and I donate $100, that would be a lot different than me saying, oh, I support this guy who donated $100 to me, right? I would probably require them to have a higher moral standard for me to support them versus them supporting me, right? It would just because I'm more closely associated and I'm endorsing the person.
Okay, Steven, should I call you Steven or Destiny? What would you prefer?
Steven's fine.
Okay, Steven. So, sorry, I've never listened to you before, but let me bring you back to where this began. Okay, so a caller had come up and made some claims about you, and the claims were very similar to the types of claims that are made versus against Trump. And IRI here defended you and said. And the premise of this was, if he found out these claims to be true, would he still associate with you? This is what the argument was, okay? And his answer to that was yes. And so I came up here and I said, well, I found that to be a little bit interesting. And his excuses or his defense of you was, well, this was back when he was 23 years old. He's 37 now. This was a long time ago. And all I'm trying to say, Stephen, is that seems very double standard, very hypocrisy to me when you then don't apply the same standards, regardless of his position, to Mr. Trump. Let's not even call him President Trump. Let's just call him Mr. Trump. Regardless of who he is, the standard should remain the same. And I'll land it there, Stephen.
Okay, sure. Well, here's a question. If you had a friend that engaged in some, let's say, white collar crime, embezzlement or fraud or whatever, would you cut that person out of your life completely? You're never talking to this person ever again?
I mean, it would really,
let's say they're a manager at a restaurant and they stole $1,000. You're done. You have no friends. I've never been in prison for anything. Never.
Yeah, I'm not, because they'll do it to me. And so I'm not into thieves. Yeah, no, I honestly would not.
You're being ridiculous.
I couldn't.
Yeah, actually. So I think it's just to win the argument. I mean, yeah.
No, that's an honest answer. Like if I found out somebody was stealing.
Okay, question. Would you judge somebody else if they said, this is my friend, he went to prison, 5 years ago, he stole from a job, I think he served his time, but I'm friends with him now. Would you judge that person and say, I can't believe you were friends with a guy who was a thief?
If he didn't know about it?
No, if he knew about it, he knew about it. Everybody knows everything about it. He went to prison, everything.
Man, I don't know.
You don't know if you would judge the guy? Do you think every felon or misdemeanor crime person, all these people should be removed straight from society forever?
No, I don't think that, but I don't know that I would call him I call him acquaintance. I don't know that I call him a friend.
Jeez.
Dude.
Yet again, the reframing of this for Destiny is, once again, stating it as somebody that's clearly guilty of something and is already matriculated through the system. The reason this is also a false thing, because Destiny has never paid for any of this. He has never seen his day in court. Someone that has gone to jail and done their time and gotten out, that still depends on the person circumstance. If it's for pedophilia, I will probably never associate, because that's what we're talking about. You can't set the bar at crimes against children. You know what I mean? As that's the conversational matrix. That's the nexus at the heart of the conversation. All things have to lead back to that is the level we're talking about. Petty theft, even grand larceny, is literally not on the same level in any court system as fucking crimes against children. They are sex crimes. They're categorized differently because they're so heinous. You actually have to have special things, special details set up both in the procurement of evidence and the explanation of evidence and the establishment of the trial, because it's so hard to get a fair trial to somebody that's even accused of something like that because it's so fucking disgusting. And if you are found guilty of it, you get fried. You have to go to special parts of the jail. Criminals do not treat pedophiles like other criminals. They have a name for them. They're chomos. You're in the chomo part of the prison. You're a child molester. Even if you're not arrested for actually touching a kid, you're a fucking 5 terabyte enjoyer. You go to SEG. You have to go to special housing unit and be kept away because people will kill you. Because a lot of people that end up becoming criminals become criminals because they were abused as kids. It's not hard to go to a jail and find people in Gen Pop that were hurt as children and do not look fondly on people that hurt children, because it is especially heinous to the point even criminals know. Even criminals know that other criminals who have committed that crime are not them. They segregate them. You can't compare murder and crimes against children because the people in jail won't even equate them. Why did you go up? I killed 17 people. Gangland murders. I cut their heads off and their hands off. I burned them in acid, threw them out in the desert. What's he in for? He's a child molester. He touched his little sister when she was whatever the fuck. Disgusting detail. Everyone's gonna go, fuck that guy. Hand cut off, dude. You're scary. You're a weird fucking dude. But like, are you going to kill anyone else? Maybe, but like probably not you. I have reasons that I do it. Okay. And my reasons are money, and the guys would have killed me anyway because I'm in the drug game. It's part of my job. My job was to murder people. Okay. Why did you hurt kids? Because you're sick in the fucking head. You're a fucking disgusting creature. You're broken. You were made wrong. No one like runs out of money and they're like, damn, time to start doing molesting. Like, you are an especially heinous person. You are a criminal amongst criminals. Beyond murderers, arsonists, and thieves, liars. You are treated differently. You cannot go into this and be like, I don't know, somebody goes to prison for 5 years for theft. Would you associate with them? I don't know. Maybe. It depends on what kind of theft they did and who they are and if they're better and if I have to worry about them stealing some shit. How about if they hurt kids? No. Fuck, not unless I have to. You know what I mean? Like, it's a blood relative who's they're my responsibility for not ever letting them commit the same crime. You got to keep an eye on them. We're going to go live out in the fucking Arrested Development pedophile housing from that fucking joke show. And if you ever step out, I'm not letting the courts deal with you again. I'm going to take you out in the desert and I'm going to show you where the fucking rabbit farm's going to be, you dipshit. At best, if you are blood fucking relative, you're not getting that. No one wants that around. And I would not let that person around kids ever. Legally, they're not allowed around kids. If you're a pedophile, you can't be a fucking school teacher anymore. You can't be within certain distances of schools. You can't live in certain neighborhoods. You can't get certain benefits. You can't go to certain hospitals because there's kids in the hospital. Bro, it's not comparable to anything. It is an absolute taboo. An absolutely impermissible thing that you joked around too much and seem to have enjoyed too much. And now people think that you're one of those kind of guys. And the taboo is so extreme, there's no reason. There's no reason to be nice to you and treat you as though you're not committing the taboo. It's not worth the risk to the kids. You fucking weirdo. It's so strange.
I mean, look, I keep my network tight. I mean, it's close. And so, yeah.
Okay, wait. So then I'm just curious. You're a Trump voter?
Yeah.
Do you have friends? Would you have a daughter?
No. What is that? Again, why do you keep asking me questions?
Well, no, I'm trying to.
This was about you and the claim that was made against you, and then IRI.
No, right now, no, it's not. It's about.
No, we haven't even addressed that, and yet you keep coming at me with these questions, like, do you have a daughter? Do you, like, it's just. It's
well, you're making an appeal to hypocrisy for IRI.
I'm not answering your questions, and I've answered them straight up every single time. You said, "Hey, would you do this?" And then you don't like the answer, so then you start asking me more questions.
Because I don't believe the answer. There's just no way. My question is, would you keep a friend? Would you keep a friend who's made the same statements about women that Donald Trump has?
So would I keep a friend that said in locker room talk that those comments?
Yeah.
I don't really have issue with locker room talk. No.
What's your issue with my comments then?
I don't know about your comments. That's what you came to talk about. So were those comments true?
So let me clarify. I don't know
anything about your comments.
My comments are I don't remember how long ago this was, but I was either 22 or 23. There were a lot of gaming conventions. A lot of people go to these gaming conventions that are super young, anywhere from 10 years old to 25 years old. And there was a person that was contacting me, and I find out after China was this person's 15 years old. And then I tell the people in my gaming group chat, you could call it a Skype locker room. I say, hey, you got to watch out. Some of these young people, they're pretty attractive. They look older than they appear to be. Like, you'll find a 15, 16, 17 year old that looks like they're 18, 19, 20. So make sure you're not banging these people basically when you go to events. If you don't ask for an ID or something, I don't know the ID part. But this is basically what I said. I'm pretty sure the logs are there because they posted everywhere. But this was in a private Skype room. This was me saying, don't bang a child. Be careful because some people look older than they appear to be. Can you tell me how is that comment worse than Trump basically giving a permission or excuse to himself in his locker room talk? I don't know what I can say on this topic, but to like do things to women.
That's not how it was described to me. The guy came up here basically said
because it's a fucking kid. Because it's a kid. That's why it's a different law. It's a kid. When you talk bad about grown women, it's gross and it's misogynist and it's unacceptable in a lot of circumstances. Locker room talk is only locker room talk if it stays in the locker room. Otherwise, it's just some shit you said while in the locker room that everyone thought was too weird to leave in the locker room. It's not a locker room talk. It's not. If you're saying insane shit outside of the locker room, it's not locker room talk. There is no locker room talk about fucking kids. That's not, that it doesn't qualify. That's fucking disgusting. That's the whole point. And the thing is, and Destiny's intentionally like ducking around this. That's why it's like, okay, yeah, this guy's not fucking, this dude that's doing this fucking debate one side, like, I don't know you, but that sounds weird, is what his whole point is. He may or may not being being fucking honest, but like, there's no way for you to tell. Destiny's whole thing, I just think you're fucking lying. Like, I know you are. I know you are. I know you're intentionally omitting things. You know you are. That's fucking nuts.
Verbally grape somebody with your comments the way they talked about it. So like I told the guy who came up here, send it to me. Let me take a look. I want to see. But to objective dissent here, I said, I'm assuming it was just some edgy comments, but now it turns out it wasn't even that. So this is why I was reluctant to be like, yes, to hell with Destiny. I'm done with him. I'm moving on.
So I will take your comments at face value. However, recall that, the gentleman said that there is a recording of it. And so if it were to be, which he implied.
I don't remember him saying that.
No, let me finish. He implied that you, after you found out that she was underage, that you still suggested that you would like to have relations. That's what I heard. And I'm not defending it, but
he didn't say that. No,
I know. I believe what Steven said.
No.
I believe, hey,
that guy did not even say that though. You're full of shit. He didn't say that.
He didn't say that.
That guy, the worst argument that guy made was that Destiny said a 15-year-old was sexy when he was 23. That's the whole argument that guy made. You added so much to that. I think you heard, I don't know what you were listening to.
Well, that's what I thought I heard. So, I mean, again, if I didn't hear that, I apologize. I'm not trying to make.
Okay, so let's assume that even if we, I don't really want to grant this, but like even if I were to run with the worst version of what you said, how is Trump's comment not just as bad, if not worse, saying that he can walk into rooms and do whatever to women because he's a celebrity? Also, keep in mind that when I said this, I was 22, 23. When Trump said this, he was what, 50, 60?
50, 60, yeah.
So again, I'm not going to defend what Trump said, but we all know when we get into a group of guys, when it's just, people hanging out, that things like that get said. It's just,
wait. So like in my Skype group chat with my 5 teammates?
Again, you were being recorded. Again, I don't know anything about this.
Being recorded? I was not being recorded. Wait, no, what?
Sounds like text. Again, it sounds like some text messages, and it sounds like he was telling people, watch out for these people. They look older.
My issue as it was with IRI and his defense, his blind defense, to find out. He said again, it was if he found out this to be true, that you were, obviously.
Yeah, but wait, even IRI's blind defense wasn't a blind defense. He hedged it and said that if he found out that the comments were as bad as the guy said, that he would cut off contact, which is more than what you granted for Trump, which is giving him a full pass on things by saying that, well, it was just locker room talk.
No, that's not what I understood, because he basically, we have to go back and listen to the clip. The way I understood it to be was that the gentleman was implying that you suggested at that age, 23 or whatever the age you were, that this 15-year-old was hot, and there was more to it than just, a simple comment. And then the whole, argument was that, it's being a hypocrite to say that he would still be willing to hang out with you. What you said in the past didn't matter. And hey, look, I'll accept you didn't say that, but the fact that he was willing to be able to say, I'll still be friends with this guy regardless. My whole point was why can't y'all apply the same thing to Trump? That was the whole point.
Just my final comment. I think IRI would apply the exact same standard to Trump. I think IRI wouldn't mind being friends with Trump in real life if he said a comment, but the standard for being a friend is a lot different than the standard for thinking somebody should be the president of the United States.
Yes.
Again, all of these things and claims happened way before, Trump became or even thought about becoming president. And then if you actually want to, he was an adult. If you want to take it a little bit further, a lot of these claims came out when.
Okay, so kiwifarms.org. This paste bin is preserved. This is from 2012. Okay. So let's see. How long is this? All right, so I'm gonna read this to you. Content warning. So this is Steve and some other people. I'm just gonna go by their first names. Steve. Okay, guys, real life question. Payam. Come, Steven. Steve. This is important. What do you do when you have a chick with a beautiful body, but her face is fucking hideous? Would you fuck or not fuck? Jose. Faith says yes. Pam says obviously, what the fuck? John says, yeah, girl. Pam says, dumbest question I've ever heard. Faith says, I'm not a face guy though, like I usually. Steve says, care a lot more about body. Pam says, you doggy style? Jose says, that and face. That shit. Who cares? God made paper bags for a reason. God made paper bags for a reason, from John Miller. Pam, who even makes eye contact? That's so 80s. Jose, RFL. Pam, why you ask, Bonnell? The second. Jose. Freds would say no, I think, so picky face-wise. Steve says, this chick sending me pics, and her body is really nice. Joe says, show. Steve says, but her face. Joe says, go, 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 go. Destiny, flat face emoji. Joe says, I want to see. Steve says, no, you F-slurs. Jose says, we judge. Steve says, would leak it. Joe says, come on, no, I won't, go. Don't be a pussy, man. You ask a question, would you fuck or not? Pick is always welcome. Steve says, okay, PM. Payam says, hey, pick or no proof. It's as simple as that. Dude, is her name Nicole Shepard or some shit like that? Steve says, no. Why, who's that? Payam says, no one. I'm a little teapot, short and stout. Here's my handle. Here is my spout. Joe says, ay, 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 este pueblo la fil. LOL. Pam says, hey. Jose says, je vois pas ses face though. You sent Faith the pics. What about me? Steve says, I don't know if I can trust you, motherfucker. Pam says, what the fuck? Steve says, what if you leak it to your inside sources? Pam says, I don't have any sources. Plus, I'm way more professional than that. I only leak shit to my friends. Steve says, God damn it. Pam says, bests of friends. Steve says, Faith confirms. Fuck this. I'm out. Pam says, what the fuck, dude? Show me her sick body. I'm by myself in my room. Joe says, RFL, dude. Pam says, it's getting lonely. Joe says, sickest butterface ever. Looks like a man. Steve says, see Faith? Hardest decision. See Faith? Hardest decision. Joe says, ha 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 ha. Steve says, what the fuck, dude? Pam says, Raffle. I keep saying Jose, but it's his, that's Faith. So I start saying Faith. Holy shit. John says, ha ha ha. Pam says, let me in on it, please. Faith says, how can her body be so fucking hot? What the fuck? This is fucked up. I thought, do you have other pics with like makeup or something? Test, test. Steven. Steve says, no, she doesn't wear. Pam says, cool, I like her style. Faith, I thought you were trolling. She's really the girl on the left? Pam says, I would do her just because of that. She has good values. Steve says, LOL. Faith says, holy shit, LOL. Steve says, you want to see the sickest shit in the world? So many fangirls. I had one that was 15. Faith says, what did she do? Pam says, yeah, dude, she's pretty much the real life incarnation of Shrek. Faith says, t'as vu la pique? Faith, LOL. Pam says, no, but no problem. Sick tits. Steve says, she wanted to meet and hook up. Faith says, and? Pam says, just tell her not to look at you. You get uncomfortable when people make eye contact or something. Steve says, dude, she's 15. What the fuck? But she sent me pictures. Pam says, what the fuck? She's huge. Steve says, that made it so hard to say no. Pam, no, not this girl. I'm talking about a different one. Pam says, oh. Faith says, pics, please. Pam says, Faith likes the preteens. Faith says, but what happened then? Steve sent 0235 JPG TIYLP.jpg. Steve says, the girl on the left, so hard to say no. Gonna get arrested one of these MLGs, man. Faith says, wow, LOL. Funny how girls. Pam says, what the fuck? Who cares? It's not like you're 40 years old. Yet. Faith says, responds to Fame, this hard. But dude, 15-year-old girls? I don't know. This is Faith. I don't know. 2.5 years ago, I hooked up with a 17-year-old, and they're usually so inexperienced that it's not really worth it. It's not worth it, really, LOL. Pam says, what? Basically, question marks. You want her to do somersaults for you? What the fuck? Steve says, flat face. Faith says, know how at least to do a proper hand job. Steve says, problem is, after you've banged more than like 3 chicks, banging hot chicks who suck in bed is no fun anymore, I think. Faith says, yeah, Dev, first time you don't give a fuck, because you're like, wow, naked girl is so sick. Steve says, how long have you been dating your current girlfriend, Faith? Faith says, I dumped her twice over the spans of 7.5 years. 7 years and a half. Steve says, yeah, dude, you've been with a girl who likes, once you've been with a girl who likes sex more than 1 to 2 years, fucking randoms is impossible because they learn you and get so good in that time span. Faith says, yeah, that's usually what's the most annoying. Say you've been with the same for like 3 years, then you have to start all over again. I don't understand these problems. I don't know what the fuck any of this means. Steve says, was so disappointed with Mia Rose. I'll never fuck another porn star again. Faith says, raffle. Steve says, would take ex-wife or ex-girlfriend any day of the week. Faith says, she was bad. Steve says, easy. No, not bad. Just nothing special. Just normal lay. Faith, smiley face. She'd get better to you, prob, if you guys did it a lot. Steve says, yeah, but with her personality, I wouldn't be able to stand being with her long term, LOL. Pam, she talks a lot. Faith, I can't stand attention whores at all, and any porn star / model, whatever the fuck, are always super duper attention whores. Pam, aren't you the biggest attention whore though? Faith, to an extent I suppose, but Pam, we both are. Faith, nowhere near that level. The annoying thing is that we'll try to get attention any way they can, as long as they can get it. Pam, Steve, that girl might hold you ransom or something. Could be a plot. I don't think that's her body. Fake body pics. Faith says, yeah, forget the 15-year-old, obviously. Pam says, so she can hold you hostage. No, the other one. Faith says, the Shrek one? Fuck, dude. Pam says, yeah. Faith says, but they hooked up once. That's what he said. Pam blanks. Faith, how tall is she, Steven? Pam, why is he asking for us for advice? If he hooked up with her already. He says, Pam, no, those aren't fake. Faith, because he's hesitating, I suppose. Steve says, what the fuck? Payam says, wow, bragger. Faith, surprise, flat face, I don't know. What? Bragger. Faith says, I looked at that pic again, man. Fuck, looks like a man. Payam, if they're not fake, easy decision. Faith, her body's really hot though. This is confusing. Payam, it's hard though, because if you want to be facing her tits, you're going to have to look at her face. Faith, no, you can look at her tits. Payam, his eyes are going to drift up naturally. Faith, put your face in the tits. Steve, flat face. Faith, I really don't know anymore. Are there better pictures of her face? She doesn't even look like she takes care of herself, like hair, etc. Payam, hot damn, I'm going to grind so many games today. Steve, okay guys, real life question. Okay, then I just repeated. Okay, so that's the entirety of it. So now I have read it aloud for you. So I guess unless he's in a place where it's legal, I guess his other friend's a pedophile. Was this Beckett? No, this was like some fucking random. I don't know, people that were his teammates in esports for a while ago.
He decided to become president. Isn't that a little bit suspect, Stephen?
Wait, do you think they're not true?
No, I'm not saying that they're not true, but all of these things that came out, as in the, bus video with whatever the name is and grabbing him by the vajayjay, all these things, great case with whatever her name is, all of this stuff, that was actually after his presidency. So all of these things come out, way later. But yet, in this situation, IRI was just willing to.
Well, in this situation, isn't it weird that we just did a fundraiser? Isn't it weird that we just did a fundraiser where we raised like $250,000 for some Democratic campaign funding thing, and then all of a sudden I'm getting to it, and then all of a sudden there are people hopping on here saying, "Wait a second, this guy is bad news." Would you apply the same lens there?
Well, if you would allow me to be able to complete my thought, I'd be more than happy to listen to you.
You realize you've talked the vast majority of the time on this call, right?
Monologue is objective dissent. As you,
I'm not. Y'all just don't like that's what y'all think when you don't like what you have to say.
You're being very long-winded here for no reason.
I'm not. I'm not. Stop.
No, dude.
Trust me.
I'm really not.
Serious dick suck energy. Serious dude. Fucking IRI, man. This guy's got to get it. This dude's got to fucking get it, bro. Oh my god.
You can time it if you want, and we can see.
Give me a minute timer.
No, hold on.
A minute time. That'd be great.
I think the guy who made this claim is in my queue.
Bring him up. He's right there.
Hold on. I want to ask Steven if he wants to. I no pressure. Do you want to confront this guy who's going around trying to cancel you, Destiny?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, it's always the same like one or two comments people like to obsess. I mean, yeah, sure, go for it. Why not?
Okay, now, objective dissent. You got to give this the space between the two. Okay.
Yeah.
And I'll try to keep quiet. I think this is a guy. I don't know.
Yo, Slippery Steve, what's up, man?
Hey, are you?
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Are you the guy?
How's
Can
it
you turn
going?
that shit down in the background first? Can you mute that in the background?
Why is it looping? Hold on, 1 sec.
All right. Okay, are you the guy who came up here earlier?
Yeah, that was me.
Okay, I don't remember. I talked to a lot of people. Okay, so now Destiny's saying your claim isn't what you framed it as. You claim that he said
I watched the whole stream, dude.
Okay.
With Tonka Truck and Andy Worski when they confronted you in that 1v7 debate years ago.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, that
I'll
one.
let Steven respond to your claim.
Well, that stream was about, I'm pretty sure about the same thing, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
So you're still claiming that when he was in his early 20s, he said some 15-year-old was sexy. That's your claim, right?
Yeah, well, he was texting a girl, found out she was 15, stopped texting her, but sent pictures of her in swimsuits to his buddies and saying that she was attractive and that she was...
Which is fucking weird. Do I have that close? Look at that. Starting to have a COD drama. Would it be easier to just go through... Okay. Hold on, I think it's... Yeah. Medicare, Destiny, Pedo. From 9 years ago. People saying I'm gonna. It doesn't have a fucking bro. Is this so old it doesn't have a fucking transcript? Stop. Wow. These fucking old videos are crazy.
Hello?
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Most replayed.
One of the big problems you run into is people start to call every single thing that is like even like reasonable statements as being like PC. Like somebody might make the statement and they're like, hey, I think that would be cool if we had different incentives to kind of balance out the representation of men and women in a certain field. And somebody's like, oh my God, you're so PC. You said fucking PC, piece of shit. Like, okay, so what does like PC mean? And they're like, I don't think that stop and frisk or papers, please. I don't think that these are good policies because I think that they unfairly target, certain.
Yeah, I can't fucking, where the hell is that even? I need like the clip, otherwise these things are all fucking 7 hours long. Arguing in favor of incest and or bestiality. What the fuck, Destiny? I know the clip the guy's talking about. It's not great. I mean, there's a million of these fucking things.
Okay. So this is the claim. I don't know anything about this. What do you say to this guy, Steven?
Yes, this is the claim. I'm talking to a girl, find out that she is much younger than I thought she was. Told the people in my chat, this girl is underage. Don't bang these girls. There was a bikini pic that she sent. Same ones that were posted on her Facebook. It wasn't a nude picture. It wasn't child porn.
But from what I remember you saying in the Tonka Trucks debate is when he was like, so you think 15-year-olds can be attractive? You said, yeah, they can be.
Yes, yeah, I'm not going to virtue signal over this. If we don't play the game, that's fine. But underage people could look like they're 18, 19, 20, or whatever. Especially when you're.
Do you think 15-year-olds are hot? Just say it.
Right now, as a 30 whatever year old? No, I don't.
No.
Well, that's not necessarily true because he does try to engage in age play. That's from the fucking leaks. So there you go. Yeah. And you can already hear how he's trying to recharacterize the thing. It's like, hey, in my conversation of, hey, would you guys fucking ugly chick? Here's a photo of this ugly chick, and making fun of a ugly girl with big tits that was trying to hook up with him. He's like, yeah, it's getting so hard to not fuck the 15-year-olds at the events full of children that I keep going to. I'm going to get arrested at some point. Like, okay, that would be one lighthearted comment if it wasn't for the fact that all of his behavior in the interim years suggests he probably would have difficulty doing that. He probably would have difficulty not fucking anybody because he eventually got in all this fucking trouble. Like, it's an absurd statement.
Man, Melina was pretty close to that.
This is why you're being ridiculous, because you're saying it with a smile on your face.
Wait. Melina was close. So now 20-year-olds when you're 30 are
Wasn't she 19? I don't know, man. You're kind of.
I'm sure she was like 20, but like, how much do you want to edge this up? Is a 25-year-old? You'll probably be like, no, I'm not virtue signaling over this. This is wild. Virtue signaling over this is crazy.
I'm not virtue signaling. I just think it's disgusting, man. I don't
That's fine. But that's fine. But like, why would you dig back to a comment? Let's say that you were in my position. What would you get a time machine, or what do you think is the proper atonement for such a form?
Probably not associate with any serious political movement. Didn't that happen when you were in a? I would say I wouldn't associate with any serious political movement. I know that happened a couple years ago when you tried to work with
15 years.
It was on the John Ossoff thing or whatever. I think. No, I'm talking.
Oh yeah, I think when we sung Ossoff's campaign. Yeah, true.
Yeah. So I don't know, man. I just wouldn't associate with anything serious.
Sorry, Georgia.
You and Hassan are just the biggest goofballs in the entire political space.
Wow.
Okay. Well, hey, take the same energy to Hassan, and I'll support you, buddy. Okay.
I don't like Hassan. Hassan's a fucking third worldist pussy.
Okay, so I don't know if there's anything else to talk to you about here, buddy. You've got this vendetta. It doesn't seem to be going well.
Shut up, Steven, dude.
No, you didn't. He responded. He told you the facts, and you're still harping on this.
He said 15-year-olds are hot.
No.
I don't know.
Okay.
He didn't really tell him the facts either. Also, he didn't. Like, this is true dick suck energy from IRI. IRI, I don't know the facts. And can you DM me that? And then if Destiny comes in and says anything, we just accept that with a fucking with a smile and a Kleenex, I assume, to clean up after the fact. It's unfathomably fucking bitch made, dude. My God.
Okay, sure, but so you think that he's attracted to minors? That's you're convinced of that?
He said that they could be attractive, yeah.
Okay.
By his own opinion.
When he was 23 years old.
Doesn't matter, dude. I'm 23 years old. That shit is gross.
Okay, he wasn't saying it like he wants to hook up with them, man. I already told you that. Oh, look, you got flagged for being a moron. All right, I had to kick you, Luther, because your content made people feel uncomfortable. I think some red flags were raising for you there, buddy, that you're focused on this subject. It's kind of weird. See, to me, people like Luther are like those guys screaming, you're going to burn in hell.
It's the fucking Rev says Des defense. Oh, holy projection Batman. Holy projection Batman. Destiny Pedo tweets. What? God damn it, dude. All the fucking bad people that are dog shit at going after him have fucked all this stuff up. One of the top comment will respond, Destiny is definitely not a defendo pet. Destiny is definitely not a pedo defender. Shake my head. We get it. You guys like Hassan, but that doesn't mean everything Hassan says is true. Bruh.
Signs, like they identify some evil inside of them that's so disgusting that they have to go out there and try to like attack other people for it to make it disappear from the world or something. I don't know. I do a lot of therapy sessions here for these guys.
Well, all I'd say, Stephen, is I don't find anything that you said what it sounds like to be hateful or anything. It's just y'all don't seem to want to apply the same standards at the end of the day. You can make mistakes at the end. When you were younger, you accept that, right? But why can't you again hold the same? Well, give the same grace.
Yeah, there are two huge differences. Okay, so one, I have said a lot of comments that I said, especially my early days of the internet, were too cavalier, too whatever, inappropriate. I shouldn't have said these things. There have been some horrible tweets I've made that I think are really gross and disgusting that I definitely shouldn't have tweeted or should have said. So number one, I've already made that claim. Okay, Donald Trump has never apologized for anything. Even today, when he removed that picture of him as Jesus, he said that, I just thought that was a picture of me as a doctor. The Democrats made everything else up. So Donald Trump has never apologized for any of these things. Number one. Number two, despite how every single thing on the internet and in real life now is obsessed with labeling everybody whatever, you can go through the difference in statements that I said when I was 22, 23, that people who are younger can look older, people who are 15 can look 18, 19, whatever. That's a lot different than saying I'm a wealthy person. I can walk into these rooms, these locker rooms of these events that I'm running, and I can just grab women and they'll let me because I'm rich and powerful, right? Especially one coming from an early 20-year-old, the other coming from a 60s whatever year old who owns a business and owns the establishments that are running these events. These are like of a different kind of quality of statement.
Yeah, I mean, again, you're taking a dude that doesn't think that he's being recorded, that's trying to be cool in front of his friends and saying things, and then
he thinks it's cool to touch women that don't want to be touched. That's what he thinks is cool.
Again, if we're talking specifically about the JJ comment and grabbing them, to me, what I heard, it was a bunch of dudes standing around or sitting on a bus, just shooting the breeze, and then people just, particularly Trump, wanting to be cool in front of his friends, and then for you to apply that to everything going forward, it's like, well, he said he did it, so therefore every woman he goes by, he's grabbing for JJs. It's like
maybe you just don't want the kind of person who thinks that would be a comment that would make him look cool.
Again, I'm not saying, do I think that it made him look cool? No.
No, I'm not asking if you thought it made him look cool. I'm saying maybe you don't want somebody who thinks that would make him look cool. I'm not talking about Trump. If Trump thinks that that's the type of thing he needs to do to show off to people, I don't know, maybe that's just not the kind of guy who would want to be the president of the United States.
And again, if you took everything that you did in a private life when you were hanging out with your friends that you would have never thought would have made it into the public eye, we'd be probably having a bunch of different conversations too, Stephen. And so
no, if I was running for president, and you know what? If I was trying to be a teacher, if I was trying to be the president of the United States and people were bringing up, here's comments that this guy has made in the past. He's made tons of edgy, disgusting, rude, terrible, racial slurs or whatever, like all these things in the past. I don't know if I want this guy representing me as president of the United States. That would be a valid criticism.
It certainly would. However, those haven't really come to fruition, have they, Stephen?
But I'm not running for president of the United States.
Destiny wouldn't run for president of the United States. I don't think he would see himself as like a moral leader that should be leading the country. Not that he's guilty of anything bad or, just because, we hold that position to a higher standard. And yet you refuse to acknowledge that objective, which is weird.
Well, what I find interesting is, as somebody that,
that's fucking, is it even Mott and Bailey? Or is that just raw misdirection? The point isn't that Destiny shouldn't be president. The point is that Destiny should fucking doot with a dude off a bridge so that no one can ever do his body. Because he's a pedophile. Like that, the whole problem is that this IRI associating with him poisons IRI's brand. And no one outside of a steadily dwindling circle of soulless dick sucks want to be associated with the guy. Like, he's a fucking pedophile. Like, by every fucking standard imaginable outside of we finally found the 5 terabytes. I mean, he just literally was in possession of child pornography from a trafficked minor. I don't know how to, why isn't he in jail yet? I don't know, man. Why the fuck did it take Epstein himself so long to go to jail? Why is fucking President Donald Trump not in jail? Because we don't pursue sex crimes in this country effectively. Not enough people are leaning on the fucking DA of wherever he lives to go like, hey, did you know that this guy admitted to this shit? Like, what the fuck's going on? Prosecutorial discretion? I don't fucking know. I don't fucking care. Because it's not it's not upon the court system in fucking Florida to defend people from being exposed to a guy who's a fucking sex predator. It's just like you just say, like, no, it's fucking creepy. I wouldn't want him at political events because I wouldn't want him to fuck the people there because he's done that. Like, it's weird finding out later. I went to the first DGG Progressive Victory event because I didn't know any of these people. Like, I literally didn't know any of this deeper lore because I just started streaming like 5 or 6 months before. And I was not aware, you know, literally. I became rapidly aware after the fact. It's like, oh shit. And then like, even I was, you know, before the worst of it, just me finding out steadily, because I was like, oh, I got to probably watch this guy's content if I'm going around, you know, talking about it. Seconds, like, before any of the shit broke that I've now seen from the fucking farms and shit, it broke, became a little bit more mainstream again. Even I was going, so he's fucked all of these chicks that were at that event, like almost all of them. He fucks all of these fucking women that work for and around him that are relying on him for a paycheck. And he's bisexual, so maybe he's fucked some of the guys too. Like, so this dude literally comes where he works. That's fucking disgusting. Like, that's not great. What's going on here? You know what I mean? Maybe are the rules different? And then we get deeper. No, the rules aren't different. And then it just becomes ignorable. Like, this dude's fucking disgusting. Like, my impressions of him have never gone up. That fucking stock has only decreased the more I've learned about him. And I've never seen one of these facts get refuted. He didn't even refute the last one. It's like, yeah, you didn't even address what you said in it, which is like, it's really hard not to fuck these children. Fucking minors are sending me bikini pictures. They're super hot, and it's getting really hard not to fuck them. And then his friend was like, yeah, I fucked a 17-year-old. What? And then they just talked about the other girl looks like a man or something the whole time. Like, what in the fuck? Where's what? That conversation alone for left of center is disqualifying. If you're right of center, whatever, you hate women or some shit, okay, I get it. That conversation outside of the pedo shit is disqualifying to me. Like, all right, in pieces, maybe, you know, maybe we sacrifice this cow and we fucking pass its meat around. Now it's just like, oh, the whole beast is corrupted. It must burn. It spreads pestilence to all things that it touches. IRI looks like he might be a pedophile now. Those people aren't crazy for saying that. The only people that are like, yeah, I would just instantly forgive somebody who was never arrested but made a bunch of weird comments about kids and still does it. Yeah, I'd be fine with that. Is fucking weird. Cause he's like, yeah, people can't change? What, did he? Where's like, oh man, that's the only frustrating thing about these callers. I don't know. I think I saw like up to right around here-ish. That's the frustrating thing about these callers is like, none of them are hitting the like, well, where's your proof that he's changed? Where's that? When's that coming? When are we getting a heaping helping of evidence? What the fuck?
Did go to college and, was part of the frat scene. And, it is a different life. And men growing up, at least in my age, I mean, that was one of the things that you talked about. Is like, hey, I'm going to go try to.
I agree with you. Listen, I agree with you. This is why, like, despite. As much as I hate to say it, this is why I usually don't harp on like the Hassan frat stuff as much because, even though he said a bunch of gross stuff, or why I didn't typically like bring up the bro pill show. Like this guy's like in his teens, early 20s, whatever, But Trump was not. If these are recordings from Trump when he was 21 years old, that would be something. But if you're talking like a frat guy at 60, I think that kind of speaks a little bit more to your character, the things that you value in life. It's not like he was in a fraternity in college.
Okay, again, I want to know what time a man, in his sex drive or his, his love for a woman, if that's who he loves, goes away, Destiny. And so like,
I don't think there's ever a normal time in a man's life oh my God, stop. Oh God, I'm on my woman hating arc right now. You're bringing back my man hating arc. I just want you to be clear. You're asking me, when is it appropriate for a man to grow out of his I want to non-consensually grab women phase? I mean, the ideal answer is never. That should never be a period in a man's life where he's like, I just want to grab him and then let me do it.
You were sharing pornography of people that some of them didn't know was made a few years back. Donald Trump is bad. You are bad. What do you you shouldn't talk about this.
I'm rich and powerful, which is like one of the chief complaints, right, of the whole Me Too movement of women historically in this country and around the world through all time and space. I don't know how I'm supposed to engage with that question.
Again, at the end of the day, you're trying to suggest that, from the age of 21, maybe you have, less or you have more self-control. But I think the desire, I don't know that goes away, Destiny.
No, if Trump, you're rewriting this conversation. If Trump were to say these women are all so beautiful, I just want to, I don't know what I can say here without the live getting. If he was talking about how attractive they were and how even like gross comments about like doing gross things with himself or wanting to do gross things with them, that would be one thing. It was the fact that he talked about just taking it. It was the fact that he spoke like he had ownership of them. It was the fact that he speak about them like possessions. Well, he was the one that owned the competitions that they were competing in.
Yeah, see, again, Steven, so it would be like you having a conversation. You don't think dudes in their 40s are, being like, particularly let's just say they're single at the time. They hook up with a chick that they're not going to, want to tell their buddies, man, it was great. It's like,
that's not what we're talking about, though. That wasn't the comment, was it?
No, Steven.
It wasn't.
I mean, how do we know what the entire conversation that was prior? All they showed was the clip of him coming in and saying, hey, I go in and grab him by the vajayjay, Steven. So at the end of the day, this is, in my opinion, just a bunch of dudes that are out hanging out. Obviously, he doesn't drink. Maybe some of them have beer. I don't know.
I'm just curious. Hey, you gave the same pass to Bill Clinton then, right? Like, who could say no if an intern really wanted to hook up with you, right?
So you're down with the Me Too then? Because I'm asking you. I would argue that it was consensual at the end of the day. However, the power play that Clinton had over her obviously led to some of it. And what woman doesn't probably want to, have the most powerful penis in their life? You know what I'm
power play? Didn't Trump own the competition that these girls were competing in?
That's just like one of those trophies that they can say is like, I had the most powerful.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Anyway,
average Trump supporter. We got it. Average Trump supporter. I just want to say, I look forward to in a few years when the Democrats come back into power, when you rediscover morality and you find all of these criticisms for every random inane comment. Like for Swalwell right now, you agree he definitely shouldn't resign. He should continue to run for office. Everything he did and said was fine, right? That's just a man being a man.
No,
right?
Thank you. That's what I was trying to get to, which is this brings me to that point, which is y'all continue to show the hypocrisy on your side. That's
everybody's called for him to step down. He's not in the race anymore. What are you talking about?
This is why this conversation began, was me calling out the hypocrisy of IRI and the defense of, if he found it.
Didn't Swalwell,
and then him continue. And then Swalwell.
You're filibustering.
I'm not. You're not allowing me to finish. So I'm just continuing to talk over you.
He stopped running, right?
Yeah, he dropped.
Yeah, this is yapping for yap's sake. He's pushed the guy out of the conversation he's having, because the guy I think actually legitimately wants to talk about Donald Trump, so he's in there to defend Donald Trump's side of things. And the thing is like, yeah, Donald Trump's statements were disgusting. His statement was disgusting, and then I believe he did sexually assault a woman and was civilly tried for that. Destiny has just groped a woman on stream, and he has shared nudes of what he's not the person to fucking make the thing. Yeah, you're calling me a hypocrite when you are a hypocrite about my hypocrisy. You're both hypocrites? Okay, fine. This is why Destiny shouldn't be on this side, because he can't argue. He is a hypocrite for arguing against these things. He is a hypocrite. Like, he has engaged in a different form of sexual violence and happily did so until he was caught because of a fucking troll scheme executed by a possible groiper fucking child sex trafficker. Like, there's no point here where Destiny's winning. This is a fucking L all the way around.
I don't know. You haven't allowed me to finish. You're talking about they've asked him to stop. Yes.
No, he stopped running.
For the governor of California.
He suspended his campaign. Yes.
Yeah, that just happened then today.
Yesterday.
Yes. Or yesterday.
What's your point?
But where's the hypocrisy? Didn't Donald Trump continue to run for president a second time after being...
This was one of the gentlemen that were over here crying about the Epstein.
Tyler, will you call into IRI? I mean, he should call into me. I don't call into... I gotta make a rule. I don't call into fucking orbiters. I gotta put that fucking foot down. Cause fucking Hutch bitch ass fucking, you had to go sit in their fucking waiting room and stuff. He needs to call into me. All right. I need to be unignorable. I need to grow. But maybe, I don't know. Is that open? Is that happening? I didn't miss any fucking, I probably just didn't get any. Okay, that's fine.
Files crying about Trump doing what he's doing, but yet he's doing the exact same thing, just like your claim was, and then IRI defending that.
Bullshit.
Wait a second, IRI, hold on, wait.
Hold on, that's why I came up here, my friend, to call out y'all's hypocrisy, because that is what y'all's party has always been about. I
understand, wait, I think my TikTok is glitching. I only see, is it you, me, and Objective? Is Swalwell in this room right now, or who's he talking to?
No, he's not in here, just my all.
Oh, I don't know whose hypocrisy you're talking about then, because we were talking about the entire Democratic establishment. That's what you were talking about. If you want to say Swalwell was hypocritical, then sure, but guess what? Yep. He withdrew, he suspended his campaign. Everybody in the Democratic Party condemned him. Meanwhile, you guys all make excuses for Trump. There is no hypocrisy here. Look at Al Franken. The guy had unsavory pictures come out from him from like a decade earlier, and the guy resigned as a senator. Meanwhile, you've got Matt Gaetz and all these other guys that are involved in all this stuff who are, they have to be dragged kicking and screaming sometimes away from their nominations and will never withdraw from offices. Look at the guy in Texas District 23 whose assistant set herself on fire and killed herself because he was having a long-term affair with her. He didn't resign. How are you trying to say that these two parties are the same, bro? You're out of line. You're totally out of pocket.
Again, it's about the hypocrisy that you guys...
Okay, yeah, maybe I honestly, I don't give a shit about any of that. Distraction successful. I don't think any fucking Trump voters are gonna get fucking convinced by that. Like, because of who's delivering the message. This is Drek.
No, it is. And so whether it's immigration, to where, y'all only seem to hate immigration when Trump does it, because at the end of the,
is that why they fucking extended all this shit? Because this is all the important stuff is here, and then they got him to talk about shit. This guy just wants to talk about Trump over here.
You're taking it to another issue.
To allow me to finish.
You're taking it to another.
This is sped up, by the way. This is like 1.5.
Other issue. Stick to this one. Did we not pressure Eric Swalwell to leave the race immediately? Adam Schiff came out the night of. Nancy Pelosi came out. Jimmy Gomez, his fellow congressman who's running his campaign, they all came out and said it's time to drop out. So how are we hypocrites when we did that in response to these accusations?
So again, it's
because the thing is fucking you're a cunt fuck streamer. There's no we. There's no we. This is a thing that for some reason, like, I don't know, this Hutch's fucking crew of dick sucks that's directly under Destiny, they do this where they say we, but they're talking about like the Democratic National Committee and actual like politicians. You're not that we. The we in question here is you and Destiny. Like, yeah, okay, the professionals up the line are, I guess, maybe are doing the right thing, but down here in Streamersville, you're sucking fucking pedo cock for just a crumb of clout, and instead of doing the right thing, which is sucking on the end of a Clorox bottle. Like, that's the contradiction. That's the hypocrisy. Yeah, I guess adults at the professional level with, I don't know, some semblance of morality are calling people out. Okay, good for them. But unironically, yeah, in the fucking the streamer sphere, what that's down here, which is where this conversation started. No, a bunch of fucking large streamers are constantly getting away with sex crimes, sexual impropriety, behavior in general towards women, femme-presenting individuals, and their sex partners at large. That is unacceptable based on the prescriptions of what the party is supposed to stand for and what people left of center are supposed to stand for in a general sense. Like, all of the whole Destiny sphere is a lot of victim blaming and re-engaging in the same harmful conduct that, regardless of, two to tango from the BPD girls that he fucking strings along with careers, fucks and then discards and then fucking abuses with, somehow I have an entire fucking dossier on them. Yeah, it was, Destiny was going to make a January 6th documentary. That was 4 million years in the work, but he managed to get a dossier done on any random chick he's fucked, overnight, essentially. Well, I guess fucking President Sunday did the fucking hard work for him on that one. But, like, that's the issue. Like, Lowell Overruled got, at best, told to walk away, but he didn't suffer any real repercussions aside from the most basic one that she got. It doesn't fix stuff. It's like the bare minimum is not what you're supposed to be doing when the entire purpose of your existence as a streamer or a political pundit in the online space is to show that even when you don't have the money or the pre-existing clout or the connections to the people above you, that you can walk the walk, talk the talk, and live the principles that you say you're going to espouse, so that other people that are opposed to the politicians that you support don't have a reason to say, like, look, these people say that that DEI cuts down on workplace harassment and on sex crimes and stuff, but these people harass women in the workplace. They fuck their coworkers and then they treat them like shit when the fucking relationship goes south, and they turn it into an entire cloud explosion that blows up fucking people's careers. Hey, like, yeah, these people are doing, like, literally fuck to play promotions. It's like fucking Harvey Weinstein. So why should anyone... Okay, yeah, whatever. Your politicians, when their fucking careers are on the line, they call each other out. But, like, we don't know what happens behind closed doors. Our closest thing to a look into how liberals actually behave when they're not in the mainstream media spotlight are you streamers. and your fucking associated little fucking orbiters and shit. And when we look across the aisle and we see you, we see literal pedophiles with actionable pedophilic activities in hard print. Vosh shared AI lolicon bestiality porn. I don't like to say the phrase. And that's after a career of defending shit like lolicon, of defending CP in weird ways, of talking about sex constantly and being an open pervert and weirdo and a sex pest in Destiny's community. Destiny has a career of being a sex pest. He's always been a gooner fucking freak who will put his dick before his principles and other people's principles in a fucking heartbeat. That's why he's in a year-plus long lawsuit. He did wrong. The only reason he would ever win this lawsuit is because of when the law was passed, not because of the morality or the lack of actually doing something wrong. Hassan Piker is a prostitute enthusiast. He's on his, who knows who the fuck else is hanging out with him at this point. But if you're to believe, there's one person I haven't looked into, he's on 3 fucking sex criminal level fucking dickheads as major popular friends that have stayed at his house, or he has stayed at their house. I don't think anybody I've ever known in my life has been arrested for pedophilia. I don't know anyone like that. I don't think anybody in my life has ever been arrested for sexual assault, or even just been like accused by women of forcing them to sleep with him for you know, in a professional context. Like, you might lose your job, or you'll lose access to professional, you know, promotional opportunities, so to say. You'll lose access to clout. You might fuck your career up if you don't, you know, treat me nice. Like, that is core shit for more than half of left of center politics. More than half. Women are the key voters. Women, non-white men, and other marginalized people actually do form the largesse of the left wing. And their fucking issues are at the heart of it. So when you can't simply not do workplace sexual harassment, and you turn breakups into fucking like hard, high level fucking air it all out drama where you beat up on fucking random women, I don't give a fuck how awful they are. I don't care. You know, like, if you want to do politics, you do politics. If you want to do reality TV, do reality TV. God bless Tiffany Pollard. She's the shit. God, I love New York. Who doesn't? But like, New York seems to be able to keep being on Villains season 3 and that kind of chaos separate from all of the shit that's like in her real professional life. Do you know what I mean? They do a little bit of this, a little bit of that. They come in and out. I've never seen even New York. I don't think, what's the fucking worst controversy there? Somebody's probably going to know. Probably shouldn't have brought up New York, so I'm going to get the fucking tea that I haven't heard about yet. But like, that's not a person that's starting as a political activist. Do you know what I mean? Like, oh yeah, I'm moving into political advocacy. The people I'm supporting on the basis of them not being a guy who lost a fucking civil rape trial. I'm rooting for people who are not like, they are against workplace harassment. They're the people who are performatively behind Me Too and the Me Too movement. Do you know what I mean? And like, even we're deep in this, and the guys who are on this side, who are some of the biggest people, are doing all of the shit women said is the thing that continues cycles of abuse for the entirety of the Me Too movement. Do you know what I mean? So like, you can count the support of those people out. When you go, it doesn't matter how much, no one gives a fuck about money. Votes are all that counts. $250,000, dude, raise 50 million. You know what I mean? Before that's the bare minimum for me to give a fuck about how much money you raise, especially for like a presidential or gubernatorial race. especially in a major district. I don't give a fuck. Raise millions. There's people that are casually donating through PACs $100 million to some of these races. It's fucking absurd. If you are alienating, here's $5, but also this giant chunk of women that are like dedicated voters. Just so you know, the guy that's supporting the dude that you were thinking about voting for and you're 50-50 on, one of the most vocal people there is in a year and fucking 2 months now long lawsuit because he shared pornography of a woman without her consent. That happened. That's on the record. That is not an argued fact. He just did that. He may have also illicitly and illegally and without consent recorded sex acts with other people. I don't even know how that investigation's going or if it's been dropped or not. And then his response is, if he did it, why isn't he in jail? As a woman, how do you feel about that statement? Oh yeah, I've heard that one before. Usually from that side, but from this side too. I'll probably still vote for that guy, but I'm not surprised. Yeah, okay, yeah. Dude pretends to be on my side. But has he been fucking like all of the girls that he tries to help their career? He just keeps helping careers and then all of a sudden has like big blow-ups and then destroys the careers? Yeah, oh, that's a healthy sexual relationship to keep getting into. Yeah, he fucks people that are on a smaller scale than him. Yeah. Share revenge porn of his wife? Not really though. Just did share pornography of his wife with possibly a child sex trafficker. According to the court docket, according to the court statements, literally a child sex trafficker. But, you know, you just know that's it. Like, he raised $250,000. Oh my God. Fuck are you fucking talking about? That shit only makes it harder. You have that on top of anybody who's like a middle tier, like, okay, I don't know where I want to go, what I want to do. Dude, the possibility these people are all being set up to just be dumped on the fucking top of like smaller candidates whose fucking reputation can take hits is so fucking obvious. It's absurd. It poisons anyone that this dipshit wants to fucking talk to. That he has a close defensive and supportive relationship with a guy who is in an ongoing fucking civil litigation about sharing nudes of a woman without her permission. Like, that's fucking insane. It's a crazy thing. No. Just put him on ice. Stop being such a clout whore and put him on ice until it's decided at least. That's the normal thing for a piece of shit to do. You're not even being a normal piece of shit. A normal piece of shit will go like, well, I guess we'll see what the civil case says. But I probably shouldn't be friends with him while he's, you know, engaging in moderate amounts of harassment against the woman he wronged. No, you're like, dude, I gotta fucking drink. I gotta go straight to the source, man. Don't fucking pull this out of my throat for an instant. I'll die. My entire career depends on a fucking drip feed from this guy, dude. My God.
The hypocrisy that you have these people in power that y'all have put there. And it wasn't immediate and he didn't go without a kicking and a fighting. So let's just be clear. And so at the end of the day, when you find that these people are the ones that are screaming the loudest, let's just call it they're projecting because they're the ones that are actually doing. We're finding that to be more in the Democratic Party is what I'm trying to say. And it was evidenced by when that other caller came up and that's why I came up to talk to you about it was to call out the hypocrisy of you being able to defend it and say, you know what? No, I'll still be friends with it because that goes against everything y'all are doing against Trump.
It doesn't go anywhere near it. Basically, the guy said Destiny made a comment, an edgy comment when he was in his early 20s. And I said,
and he continued making these edgy comments. This is just complete fucking dishonesty from IRI. You have to not be on Twitter. You have to not be on fucking Twitter to think that like, oh yeah, Destiny's last edgy comment was in fucking 2012. Like, you're out of your fucking mind, dude. He was saying this shit literally last year. Like, I ran out of space. It's on my fucking external hard drive. I ran out of desire to continue clipping it. Because I was like, whatever, okay. I guess we're done. We're cooked.
If that's true, I would like to see the context. And that was 15 years ago. And I know him as an edgy guy. He probably was just making some joke. Turns out it wasn't even that bad. He was telling other people that these girls look way older, man. Be careful. And that's it.
And that's not what happened. That's just a lie. I just read the fucking transcript. The transcript was him saying like, yeah, there's this really hot 15-year-old. Here's a picture of this hot 15-year-old. It's getting so hard not to fuck children at these major league gaming events. That's what it was. In between, sandwiched in a fucking thing of talking about some butterface girl he shared photos of. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
So why wouldn't I continue to be friends with a guy who did that 15 years ago? I don't get it.
But
People are acting like he banged some minor or something, or even said he wanted to. It was the exact opposite.
It was given the hypothetical that if you did find it to be true, that you were like, you didn't really care. And hold on, and the excuse of it being so long ago that you were willing to forgive that.
Okay, well, plot fucking thins, I guess. No, never.
Here's where apply those same. All I ask is for consistency. So if you apply the same standards, I'm happy with that. What frustrates me more than anything, and why I started joining TikTok, was to call out the hypocrisy of the left, and that's what I'm doing today. And you made that easy for me.
Right. So you're flailing here because I'm
not at all.
No, you're looking at first of all, one point at a time. You're looking at the years, and you're saying, well, Trump did something 20 years ago, and you condemn him for it, but this other guy did something 20 years ago, and you won't condemn him for it. There's a big difference, in my opinion. You might disagree, maybe some people in the chat, but a guy in his early 20s making edgy jokes versus a man in his 50s or 60s. I think there's a difference there, and I think it's big. So some people say, no, it's not. It's not. People in their early 20s say all sorts of crazy, stupid shit that does not define who they are later. But it didn't even sound like a huge thing that he said anyways. It wasn't even action. It was nothing. So that's why I said, if that was all true, I still could be friends with him. Why wouldn't I?
And so where I would fall in this is, so let's just talk about Trump for a second. Like all the claims that the left are, consistently making, are the E-files, he's in there, which are categorically false. They have not been proven. And then obviously the other comments, the bus comment. And so at the end of the day, the way that the left feels about the, way Trump has done to women is very much a feels argument. If it were to come out to be, I'd be asked the same hypothetical, which is, if Trump were to be found guilty and you would have found this to be true, would you still support him? My answer would have been no, I can't. But at the end of the day, the things that y'all accuse Trump of, they have not ever been found in a court of law to be true.
Literally,
they have not.
Literally,
they have not.
Literally,
no, they haven't.
Literally,
if you're trying to claim a civil case is anywhere near what a criminal case is, it's not though. Standard of evidence is night and day difference. And so, and again, the way anyway, I'm not going to get into it because it's just a pointless argument.
He's fucking right. Not that correct, but he is correct.
And so if he were to be found criminally guilty of it, yeah, we'd be having a totally different conversation right now.
That's crazy to me.
Why is that crazy?
So did O.J. Simpson kill his wife and Ron Goldman?
No.
No?
No. I mean, did he?
Of course he did.
Oh, so did he admit to doing it?
He wrote a book, basically did, if I did it, but he was found civilly liable for it. He got away with it.
But did he kill them?
In the criminal case. You honestly think O.J. Simpson did not kill his wife?
According to his jury of his peers.
Doesn't matter. I'm asking you.
No,
I'm asking you.
No, that's the problem with you all. You don't want to stand by what America was designed on, which is our judicial system. And if you were found not guilty of a crime, you didn't do it, dude. Unless he came out later and said, hey, I did it. No, a jury of his peers said he didn't do it. He said he didn't do it. And there's nothing that can ever be said otherwise.
Okay. Well, I think
even if the civil case said, even if
99% of the world disagrees with you on that one.
You made a great argument there. I appreciate you making my point for me, because civilly you can bring a heck of a lot more to a trial, and it doesn't mean that you did it.
I'm not saying that it means you did it. I'm just saying, I was just curious how far you go with this principle, and you showed us. By the way,
yeah, I'm consistent, dude. I will stay consistent in my principle, and I want everybody to be the same, but I can't get everybody there.
I think Destiny had a good question for you, which you answered poorly. I think that if you had a friend who did something and he didn't even do anything, but let's say you had a friend who committed a crime 15 years ago and they've changed their life and they aren't continuing down that path, you couldn't be.
He hasn't changed his life. He is continuing down that path. He hasn't changed his life at all. He's doing the same sort of behavior that he's been doing. I mean, that the core of that story is he was sharing an image of a girl that she sent to him with his friends. He has progressed to sharing pornography he has made with girls to strangers on the internet that may or may not have been a child or the child's sex trafficking pimp. Fucking God.
Friends with them still because you thought they would commit that crime against you at some point. That's ridiculous. And you're being outrageous when you say something like that. And you're not being honest either.
I am being honest, though. I mean, like, you don't know my life.
You don't know white collar crime, and you were concerned that they could commit that white collar crime against you.
And I said if it were theft,
no. Why are we comparing pedophilia with white collar crime?
I don't. Hey, let me just. I'll give you an anecdotal. So to show you how serious I am, I had a long-term relationship. I ended that relationship over a theft because I can no longer trust that person. I love that individual with all my heart, but at the end of the day, hold on. At the end of the day, I could never. Let me finish. I could never trust that individual again.
When did they commit the theft?
And you know what? Hold on. I'm not. I keep them at a distance. Do I still speak to them?
Won't answer this question.
We are no longer together. We are no longer friends. So
not answer this one simple question.
Remain consistent.
This is why you got some giant shoes on right now, big red nose, and a flower that squirts water. You're clowning right here. When did your friend commit that theft?
Well, it was actually identity theft of myself, and they took my social security. Hold on, let me finish. They took my social security number and they took my information. They opened a card in my name. I found out through a collections call. Hold on, let me finish.
I got enough details to hear this.
Let me finish.
Make my point. So the point is, it happened to you right then. Now, if your friend had done that to someone else 15 years earlier, you're saying that you would not be friends with that guy.
Yes, if I found out that they did that to somebody else, I would assume that they are going to do that again.
15 years earlier.
Tend to change at the end of the day.
Oh, well, now you're just being completely ridiculous.
Again, so you ask me a question, you don't like the answer, so then you call me ridiculous because you don't like the answer. I actually give you an anecdotal of something that happened, which is a very principled. I mean, most people would forgive, but not me. No, I said no. I don't trust you again. I don't trust other people. No, that's why I keep my circle tight.
Your anecdote has nothing to do with the example. In the goalposts have moved so far with your anecdote. It's ridiculous. It went from a guy did something to someone else 15 years ago in their early 20s to he did it to me recently, and now I'm not going to be friends with him. How can you even begin to compare those two?
Because the anecdotal came from, by the way, I'll bring you back. You said if the individual committed a white collar crime, I'll leave it at that because that's what you said. Now, what this individual did to me would be considered a white collar crime. They did it in the silence. They went over there and they, did it in secret, and it didn't hurt anybody other than my trust at the end of the day. So it was a very appropriate anecdotal to what you had just mentioned. So if you actually follow along, it is very apropos to the conversation.
I disagree, and I think everyone in the audience disagrees with you as well. I think even people that would want to support you can't help but not only laugh at your mispronunciation of the word, but also at your argument making no sense. Now, listen,
mispronunciation of what word?
You kept saying anecdotal.
How do I say it right? Anecdotal. Whatever. Barely I can't say it right when I try. Anecdotal.
Destiny, you can come and go as you please, bro. We lost you for a few minutes there. Did you have?
Well, I left. I'm sorry. Hold on. Okay. I don't know if it's like, I'm not trying to call out Dina Parker. No, but actually, seriously, I don't know if there's like a certain thing that started the kind of the crazy TikTok debate brain. But like, for this guy, it's not like you've talked to this guy before. Is this a real guy, or is this like
I'm a real boy? I'm like Pinocchio.
He's not putting on a performance. This is
really. We just went from if a person did something bad and got arrested 15 years ago, would you cut ties with them? And his example for cutting ties with somebody that fit that category of people was a person who committed identity theft against them.
Recently, yeah, just recently.
No, hold on. This was showing. Hold on. This Destiny.
I mean, the thing is your idiotic fucking hypothetical is based on nothing. It's like, can you imagine a situation versus I don't have to imagine a situation. I've lived through this and I can tell you what literally happened, which will always take precedence in somebody's mind. Like I don't have to think through it. I just know something that happened. Why would that be more valuable? Also, that is a more valuable statement in this case because Destiny has not just merely done something 15 years ago. The date keeps going. We get pushing that back a little bit further here and there, a little further. Destiny is under fire for doing these things in the last few years. His behavior has never changed. The only reason there's gaps is because it seems like every once in a while he doesn't get caught for a bit doing the same shit over and over and over again. Like he's a disgusting, disreputable creature. Like what the fuck are we talking? This is so fucking stupid.
Steven, but you gotta listen. So this was showing how rigid I am in my principles, this wasn't just a person.
Hold on, can I ask you a question? Steven, please stop filibustering. You're filibustering. It's not relevant. Everything you're saying, can I ask you a question? Simple question.
Okay, so you came back.
I know you were. Simple question.
Normal conversation.
I just want you to.
He has something
more filibustering. Do people realize when they're filibustering? Okay, simple question.
No. I was actually just answering, and you decided that your statement was important.
Or not.
You don't understand what you think.
Simple question.
No, how about this? Let me finish what I was going to say. And then you can.
Am I being quieter than usual? I'm listening to this. I'm waiting for something to come up. It feels like there's about to be something said that's interesting, but we do keep retreading the same fucking ground, and the video is so long I don't want to stop it incessantly.
I'll answer your question, okay?
Give us the reason why I'm saying filibustering because everything you're about to say is not relevant to the next thing you're going to say. It's a waste of time.
And you have to fix that O-ring, sir. Come on. So, Steven, again, what I was trying to illustrate here was my principles are rigid. This person wasn't just a random individual. This was an individual that I was with for 10 years. They lived under my roof. I had relations with this individual, but this individual did something so bad, it didn't cheat on me. They didn't go out and do anything, completely horrible. They stole from me, Steven. They stole my identity and they lost my trust. So that, sir.
Yes, you've just described the most normal thing in the universe. Yes, you had a relationship of 10 years with somebody and they identified you.
Again,
all of this is irrelevant. You already said this.
I'm not done.
That's not my question. This is a waste of time. Oh my God.
Steven,
you're done. You've already explained all
I'm not done.
Nothing new.
I'm not done.
You explained all of this. Are you going to say something new?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, hey, is that all it takes? Steven. So at the end of the day, sir, no, it's not just about this random individual.
Okay, no, he's not saying anything. Okay, here's my question. If I were to commit identity theft against IRI, if I were to steal his identity and ruin his credit and everything else, do you think IRI would still be friends with me?
I wouldn't be friends with you either. So I'm
asking you.
Yes, I think you would. I think he absolutely would. I think he would relish the opportunity to suck that dick from a new angle. I know he would. I don't think this guy has a backbone. I don't think he has moral standpoints. I think he's a cloud obsessed dick suck. I believe he would do that. I would make the argument that would probably be a common test of faith with you. I bet you've probably asked of those hypotheticals before. We already know if you embroiled yourself in a year plus long lawsuit over you sharing someone's nudes without their knowledge or consent, that he would stick by you, which is worse from a moral standpoint. I mean, one thing's like theft, identity theft could be pretty fucking bad, but also it's like, bro, you're breaking like serious fucking rules. And then on top of that, it kind of came out in the deposition that the pornography you received from the child was while the child was a child. Your possession of CSAM. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? This entire thing is, what if I give you a hypothetical that is so fucking softball, it has nothing to do with the situation? This is a common Destiny hypothetical.
That's the point.
Democracy test.
Again, that's the point. Most people would be able to get over that and be like, "Oh, you're my."
Okay, this is not real. No, it's not real. This is not real. It can't be real. This can't be a real person.
Steven.
This is the tortured mind of somebody who has to defend Donald Trump. This can't be a real person.
Principles look like, Steven. This is
what principles look like. Is you thinking the average person could get over more than 10 years stealing their identity?
And you could destroy the principle.
Objective. Let him
be a better country, Steven.
Let him
the problem
talk,
is we have Democrats like you, and who live in a world of delusion. You live in a world of double standards, and you live in a world of hypocrisy, Steven. That's the problem that we're having today. It's the lunatics like you, sir.
Quiet, Piggy. All right, Steven, go ahead.
Well, I can't believe it's a real person. It's got to be.
I'm 100% real, Steven.
He's real. But here, okay, so here, let me make it easier. Since your example is so bad, I'll tell you how. So this would be if I found out that Destiny at this age said a 15-year-old was sexy, then I would not associate with him right now if he said that, okay? That's your example. That's what you've created. You said somebody did a crime against you, and so you cut ties with them. So I'm saying if I found out that he was telling people that a 15-year-old was sexy now, yes, I would stop talking to him. That's weird as fuck, but that's not what happened.
IRI, your question to me was about the white.
Didn't he just say that earlier? Didn't he fucking say that earlier in this same thing? He said, yeah, there's still 15-year-old. Some 15-year-olds can be hot. Didn't he say that in this video? I've been looking at a few different things. Maybe I'm confused, but I feel like he said that in this video. We were like, oh yeah, did it? And he's like, yeah, but I mean, like 15-year-olds can be hot. Did he not? I'm losing my mind.
Color crimes, and you asked if I would continue or I would be friends with them, and the answer was no. And I went on to give you my anecdotal.
Okay,
and so,
I have to interrupt you, and I'm not trying to be rude, but your anecdote is not something that happened 15 years earlier, and now you're making a decision about your friend. Your anecdote is this guy just did it to me, and now I'm going to cut him off. Well, no.
And the thing is also like, I mean, we're this is the same. We're retreading unless somebody wants to fucking say something to me that is gonna. This is the same shit over and over and over again. It's a fucking circle. But like, he's done other shit that is just as bad and worse since then. Continuously, it's an ongoing thing that you could not get to this point without having heard of. Destiny is embroiled. His content is about an ongoing lawsuit where he is in the wrong off the get-go, and his only hope is to argue that the law that he would be breaking now if he did the thing does not cover him having done it before it, despite certain extenuating circumstances of how digital information is transmitted. You are still associating with somebody that unconsensually shared pornography of other people. Now. To say less of the fucking age play shit. Bro, IRI, what's your real name? Guy Cohen? Dude, Guy Cohen might be a bit of a fucking ped himself. As far as I'm fucking concerned, this is ped defending behavior. What the fuck are you fucking talking about? You're distracting from the issue. Why are you doing hypotheticals where you discuss other shit that doesn't matter? We're not talking about anything else. 15 years ago? How about fucking 2 or 3 years ago? How about this year? Do you think that Destiny's treatment of Pixie is acceptable? Let me ask you a question. If someone was trying to ruin your life and okay, if someone was trying, no one would have to try to ruin my life if I shared fucking pornography of them without their permission. I would just kill myself. I don't know. I wouldn't do that. That is a moral trespass I would not commit. Well, it's been like 3 years since he did it. Bro. This is apologia. This is pedo shit apologia. This is disgusting, sex pervert apologia. The fact that this fucking random Trump voter is not like arguing it to fucking piss, arguing it to sin, and kicking ass, whatever. None of that remotely changes anything about his core argument, which is you guys come off as hypocrites, because you fucking do. This is the same shit. Like, yeah, Destiny's not even of the age yet where fucking Donald Trump was doing the shit. He probably would do it. He has groped a woman on camera to her clear and obvious discomfort. Oh, later she said it was okay. Yeah, because we find out after the fact that Destiny engages in harassment campaigns against women that he has had any sort of sexual interaction with in order to maintain his reputation, because he's a piece of shit. Over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. Like, this is it's fucking stupid. All right, I'm skipping to the end.
Off here anyways, but I appreciate you engaging with it, and okay, I don't know, but he was passionate. Okay, he wanted to get his.
I hear you.
He's a man. He's a busy man. Okay, he doesn't have time to listen to you lay out your argument in 2 minutes. You know what I mean?
But I can make it go fast. And the thing is he wasn't allowing that to happen. And in order to be able to have a good faith debate, you have to allow the other individual to complete their thoughts. Because what happens is when you interrupt me, then I'm then trying to scramble, and it breaks the chain of thought. It takes you out of the rhythm, and it's just maybe that's a strategy. I don't know. But I'm good enough at this. I can get right back into it again. But that was my complaint. That's why I said he was a bad debater.
It's fine. You're entitled to your conclusion, but
you're correct. You are correct.
I think he had some valid points that I was trying to back up there a bit. But anyways, it's past the time when I normally get off here anyways. But I appreciate you engaging with it, and I hope you had some fun there.
Always, man. I really do always enjoy having it, because you are one of the only people on here, to give you credit, that can have a decent conversation. I do appreciate that about you.
No worries, buddy. Talk to you later.
All right, friend. Have a good one.
What a fun turn of events there. I've been trying to nudge Destiny to come on here and debate more, and hopefully that will increase his interest in it. I think it's a lot of fun. He said, how can you do this all day? It's crazy. I live for this madness. I love it. I love all these guys. They're my fellow Americans. I feel like they're lost in the sauce, and they need our help. And, I don't mind some back and forth and yelling, and if it comes down to that. But I think it's also fun to have two different personalities. Destiny and I are different in our approach to debating, and I think it is fun to see both approaches. That's why, like I said, I've been trying to bug him. Not lately. I've asked him a few times, and he didn't come on here, so we'll see. We'll see if we can get him on here. But I want to encourage him to do that anytime he wants to jump on, and I say that to all my content creator friends. Anytime they want to come on here, just hit me up. I think it's a lot of fun, and it's very low stakes, right? Like, you don't have to be live, you don't have to have your camera on, just on your phone. Come in for 5-10 minutes. He chose to stay for a while, which is great. But
done. That was dog shit content. Wow. No good, buddy. No good. What in the absolute fuck, bro? Yeah, I mean, I'm not too surprised. This is the Destiny sphere of people are fucking grimy as shit, but like that was fucking next level, man. That's next level stuff. What a profanity. I think I've already said everything. Okay, Tyler, you got your virtue signal out of the way. Now answer the real question. Is Benel innocent or super innocent? I mean, yeah, at this point, I'm just saying the same shit over and over again. It's not even worth fucking doing it anymore, but like, god damn, man. Make a video? Do I want to make videos about other stuff? I'm so sick of talking about these fucking people. I think some of the worst shit to do is probably, I don't know. Fuck, I don't even know what to do about the greater DGG pedosphere, man. I think it's like, I think for me specifically, like I can cover this shit on streams, but I think I'm done making videos on it. I think chasing these guys is not as good at fucking them up as getting ahead of them, which is why I'm trying to focus on some of my like channel growing shit. Much better to try to get to like bigger in my own right than become, get famous for, I don't know, make a takedown video or something. I can very easily make a like, wow, IRI, you kind of look like a fucking pedophile takedown video, but like, waste of fucking time. How to proceed? I don't know. I really don't like these people. I don't know how much paying attention to them is gonna get me though. You know what I mean? I'm so irritated. I'm hyper fixated on telling people to fucking neck. It was like, Tyler, you're not talking a lot. It's like, yeah, man, I I'm trying not to break TOS right now. I hated that. I hated that content. It's not great. That's not great. I mean, fuck, dude. Everybody was checked out. Fucking Zero Dono fucking stream because of fucking talking about fucking working out and Destiny fucking pred allegations, man. Ugh. Not great. I think I had one more video I wanted to watch a little bit of before the end of this, but how are you guys doing? How's chat out there in the wide, wide world? It's insane that the Trump dude was mostly right. Yeah, I think like that's the fucking issue, man. Is this old way of doing things really is the old way of doing things. These guys, I was entertaining them, IRI and fucking, I guess to an extent, Lonerbox even, and Hutch, you know, right around before the election. Because I guess there is something about it. They're all kind of modeled after that MSNBC style punditry, which is trash. It's trash. You know what I mean? It's this like comforting. Thank you, Uncle Harold. Oh God, we made it. It's this like comforting detachment from conflict in a way. Like these endless debates, I don't think do anything. Like I'm getting fucking FD pilled here that nobody watches these is what I think the issue is. I think that there's a preset audience of people that care about debates and debating at this point, and I think it's shrinking. And I don't think it's drawing in new eyes, which is the reason why these people are not growing. Like they exist because they are siphoning off of Destiny and people sharing clips of me about basically like Hutch fucking, yeah, thank you for the 10 gifted subs, by the way, Uncle I roll. Hutch was like, I'm never gonna fucking survive if I don't stay attached to Destiny's fucking ball sack. And that's probably the case. It's a dark thing. And I think there's a trap to a degree of engaging with it from this direction. And I kind of saw it play out in there where there's like people that have good responses and all that shit to those statements. But I think ultimately the idea that you're talking to anyone that's outside of that audience that could be convinced is an illusion. I think that they are all there to just be coddled. I think the fake debate sphere energy at this point is people that are just still chasing the dragon from the like Twitch poll debate era when it was actually between people that were like peers. And now people just want to see these, you know, Dean Withers style call-in debates where they're already going to agree with who they want to agree with, so long as they make the 5 or 6 basic fucking arguments that they're here to hear. They're there to hear. They want to hear the same ideas and stuff over and over and over again. And no matter what that fucking Trump dude would have brought in, it wouldn't have changed anyone's mind. Which is really, that's why fucking IRI can say that so fucking arrogantly. Like, I think your ideas are going to come in here and change my mind, but I can't get right. You know, I don't think you move the needle on this for me. It's like, dude, so you're just doing fucking Charlie Kirk, or no, it's Steven Crowder's Change My Mind. That's it. But as a fucking, like, you know, lib cuck. It's a call-in show. You're not even out there at a college campus. So you have people call in who want to fucking, you know, talk to you, but your audience is already predisposed. Even if they're good at arguing, your audience is predisposed to just listen to your arguments. And then you can go like, well, I'm looking at my chat here. It doesn't seem like they're very convinced. I'm not particularly convinced. I mean, some of the things that they're saying is not shit that you can walk away from a debate being like an actual, like having taken an actual intellectual standpoint on it. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I'm meeting you in good faith, which is you don't actually believe this. You're just saying this to say this. That's a fucking absolute parachute of a fucking statement. It's a thought terminating cliche. Who says that to somebody actually? You don't actually believe that. Yeah, I do. That's why I said it. It's not a response, because then you have to either interrogate whether or not somebody believes something. Impossible conversation, right? Which is going to be made out of a bunch of fucking idiotic hypotheticals, which is the entire point. It's what I call it's the pedithetical. It's for fucking pedophiles to burn down people's children's a lot of the time and their parents' resistance to grooming by asking hypotheticals that get you used to certain types of binary thought and that also defang the original statement, because that entire thing is like, well, this guy said he would break up with somebody. I can't take someone who said that they would stop talking to someone who got out of jail 15 years ago for something they did. I can't take somebody like that seriously. Like, dude, we're talking about the first recorded statement of Destiny that you haven't looked into it. So you're making strong statements on stuff you haven't researched. Well, why don't you send that to me? Are you not concerned enough? That's basically the point of saying that like that. I'm not concerned enough with the validity of your evidence to actually have it presented here. Send it to me. I'll later say like, I looked at it. It was very convincing. Probably doesn't even fucking open it. You know what I mean? It's inherently, literally bad faith. It's not a conversational debate setup. Right? Like you have to be sufficiently sized in there to basically, you have to be ready to fucking go audience for audience and like weaponize your audience against the other person, because that's how you fucking get it over. That's why Destiny or Hutch and fucking IRI and the rest of those guys need Destiny's audience, because, well, I didn't do that. It was Destiny's audience. I don't have any control over them. What am I supposed to say about them? That's a different guy's audience. Do you think I'm Destiny? Am I the same guy? So basically they watch, they go fuck with your audience and stuff. They hop into oh my God, you've heard, they do the out of context clips type shit and clip farm you while you can't fucking actually really crack back because you're much smaller and you have to go direct. So these guys he's literally doing in Israel. He's waging proxy warfare against Destiny's enemies while basically receiving arms and armaments and support from Destiny through back channels, while Destiny's not actually engaged in direct, conflict, so to say, with those people. It's pretty obvious. Getting into fucking scraps with Hutch's community has shown that that's pretty much the case. So something's got to be done about these guys, but I don't know maybe if anything really does. I don't know if there's like a video you could make that would change things. Maybe after the end of the court case, which could still go in Destiny's favor just because of limitations. Grandfather clause or whatever the fuck. But yeah, I think this is kind of like more of a quagmire to get yourself involved in than not. I think it's probably much better to just be way bigger and then just piss on them from a height. Probably. And honestly, interaction starvation is probably going to be one of the better ways to make their content boring. Like if you call in, like I'm thinking like call into IRI, he gets to make content out of it no matter what, because he gets to pretend that he won. You know what I mean? That same thing with Hutch. Hutch got absolutely fucking pulled inside the fuck out in that debate. He fucking pissed his pants and ran because he can't fucking hang. But he's just going to say that he won anyway. Okay, fine, fair. And because they have the DGG sphere around them to insulate them from they're not playing pound for pound against, another audience, and there's not a shared audience that's neutral on it. They're there to support you because you're one of the only people that's sticking up for Destiny now. So it's a quid pro quo. If you get involved in it, you're eventually just going to turn into somebody that makes contact or content eternally responding to them. Probably not great. Now, if they call in, I will fuck their shit up, but I don't think I'm going to waste my time trying to engage with them. I don't, why would I talk to any of the, I don't want to talk to the manager. I own my own channel. I'm not someone else's bitch like they are. So why would I talk to them if I could just talk to Destiny? I got to stop trying to contact lobby boys and I got to fucking play at my own weight. Ex post facto. Oh, I can't remember what I was just saying, but probably that's correct. They've been warming the fog in the pot for years. I feel like I almost know what that means. To be honest, the Slot Mafia 2 sounds like a waste of time. Yes. No type of debate me, bro. Content ends with the debater changing their mind. Just sophism and arguing for the sake of content. Yeah, I don't know why people even make that point. Like, that's so stupid. I think maybe once in a while, somebody will on something that's not hypercritical, you know. But generally, it's just about being entertaining and shit. And those guys don't even want the same kind of entertainment, you know. It would be fun. It'd be a blast. I could get him fucking spitting mad. Get him a little red face. But you know, he's already got fucking, he's a bit of a bitch. He was he muting people and disconnecting them? I don't know. Maybe he wasn't. I guess we could see. I don't know. If you want to talk to me, IRI, come fucking send me a message. I don't talk to people that work for other people. If you want some, come crawl on your belly to me. The same way that you did to Offspring once upon a time. Yeah, like Loner Box. LMAO. I don't know what the fuck people are responding to. Did you watch the Crimes New Roman drama slot video? Maybe. What is Crimes New Roman again? I think people have recommended this person to me a few times, and they're not necessarily my jam. The drama slop to school shooter pipeline.
I guess I'm not so worried about what the audience is going to do with the information.
What the fuck? I'm not watching this whole thing with you guys. Don't get excited.
Ironic bigotry as a shield to hide his beliefs, as a waste of time. And Tom claims that Sam has no issues copping to being.
I don't think I could watch this. This dude's too dork coded. I can't. God bless him, but like, dude, God bless him. God bless him. Okay, but I just can't. I bet this video cracks, dog. I bet this video goes so hard. But I'm sorry, Crimes New Roman. If you watch this, I'm so sorry, dude. I took a your physical presence in the middle of the screen is for some reason extremely funny to me. I can't get over it. I don't know what it is that's so funny about the way that you exist, but it's killing me. Why do you look like a fucking desaturated Where's Waldo with no hat? You're the first person I've ever seen sit down and you look like you got crossed legs, but I don't think your legs are crossed. That's so crazy. You're a little squirmy.
Classmates. And on top of this, Tom offers a remarkably generous interpretation for mass murder in general.
I made this same point in my Manifesto Iceberg video, but with most of these guys, it's not necessarily that they have an extremely intense obsession that drives them to kill. It's more so that in their minds, for whatever developmental or psychological reason, they feel that they have very few reasons not to kill people.
There's just this weird double standard.
Is this goddamn In Praise of Shadows basement? What the fuck is on these walls back here? Why is there multiple feet pictures? Bro, why is your dogs out? Is this fetish content? Is there a diegetic reason why there's feet in this video? Dog, how the fuck did you get into In Praise of Shadows foot dungeon? What the fuck is happening here? Is fucking Chugga Conroy running the camera right now? I don't. That's a crazy. Dude, why is there more feet? No, nah. No. No, no, no. Dog, no. That's a fucking no for me. What in the fuck? Dude, this is fucking direct. This is fucking Hassan and Vash's fault. What in the fuck? What in the fuck, bro? Okay, no, that's okay. No. No, what in the fuck?
Hello and welcome to.
Why the fuck were their feet out in that video? No shirt in this video. Few different costume changes. Not in the foot dungeon this time. Okay, dog, are you a pervert? You're wearing the pervert glasses. These are the fucking. Oh, whoops. These are the fuck sus glasses, right? If you got these fucking octagonals on, you may have been involved in some shit. Fucking Demon Mama wore these. Vosh wears these. The only person that has these fucking octagonal glasses like this that isn't completely fucking sus is Strange Aeons. Sus glasses. I ain't watching no fucking foot. God damn it, bro. Bro, fucking foot fetish people. Look, there's foots all up in this video. There's no need for this. There's feet all up in this fucking video. Bro, that's a different video. What the fuck was that even about? I can't.
The modern education system was not.
Dude. No feet in this video. Only sometimes. Asmongold video.
Hypothetically, let's say I've been made.
Feet immediately. Feet in the video. Bro, what the fuck? This is a fucking foot fetish channel that accidentally made some. What the hell? Actually, I just rolled down and like at the bottom it says the Hideo Kojima problem foot fetish. I didn't even look.
Remember when FPS games were like?
No, sorry as hell. You're for later. I roll down and then it's just this at the bottom. It's just foot fetish. What the fuck? Yeah, good luck. Let me see what happens on the other side of the allegations. Oh yeah, Uncle Iroll fucking getting coming to my side in 3. Old man yells at set dressing. Actually, I'm gonna walk that back. What in the fuck, dude? That was crazy. There was several videos with feet, and then at the bottom, the Hideo Kojima problem, foot fetish, from 3 weeks ago, bro. Bro. What in the fuck, dude? What in the fuck? You can't debate. You can't complain about debate bros. And then complain when you find a guy who actually stands 10 toes down on his opinions. Technically not standing. Toes are all curled up. If it's a foot fetish channel, he's putting way too much effort into everything else, lol. That's what you think. Nope, sorry. Unfortunately, too gross. Crimes New Roman disregarded. Oh my god. Dude, I'm fucking on it with that shit. The foot fetish people are crazy. They're relentless. Like, I wonder if I'm right, if I'm wrong. And then it's just the bottom of the screen. Foot fetish. Wait, what the fuck is happening on this channel, dude? It's like a fucking trap to get you caught up. Like, Oh, you were saying Crimes New Roman was great. Now that the fucking shoe purchasing allegations have come out, oh no. Didn't you say that Chugga Conroy was bad? Oh, why couldn't you foresee this? Oh no. God damn it, dude. I'm good. I'm good on fucking weird looking lefty gooners making content. I'm fine. God bless them. They can still make their I'm not going to stop them. I can't. I wouldn't. But I'm good on lefty gooners. If you're a lefty and you cannot keep goon shit out of at least a bit of your content, I can't anymore. I can't. This like we've got it's like fucking Hassan fucking got his tits out and put his feet in a camera one time, and people are like, I want to fuck Hassan. And also maybe do socialism because of the Hassan fucking. It's like, oh, cringe. Okay. And then you look at everybody else. They're all fucking gooning, dude. Just marry someone. I need to get fucking find Jesus or a wife. God damn. It's fucking just like another polycule expose waiting to fucking happen. I was like, oh, why do you look like that? Why do you appear in this way? Do you fear queer people? No, not even remotely. But like, you look like you got a slivery. You look a little grimy. You're a little slippy. You look like a middle class kid whose family was like would walk around the house naked all the time. You hear about that story? Yeah, my whole family just used to walk around the house naked. No. No, right? We don't believe in doing the dishes. Okay, I don't know. That's not something that requires an act of faith. It's actually just a very effective way to not get fruit flies. I'm also unreasonably upset that the man decided to film this with his 5 o'clock shadow that doesn't match his hair color at all. It's like, man, I wish I could recommend this to someone, but I can't. Yeah, like, bro. Could you imagine? Oh, yeah, I was just listening to this. Go check out this new Crimes New Roman video. You send it to your friend, and they're like, bro, why is this person got no fucking socks on? Hanging out like it's just you and me. And then the pics posters on the wall behind him are like clearly foot fetish posters with the foot like... They drew every thread in the sock. What's going on here? I didn't even notice that nonsense. I listened to the video doing something else. I mean, bruh. Oh, God. From what I know, they started the whole foot thing ironically and just leaned into it because someone complains they are really a great creator, but you can't blame anyone for not being into it. Yeah, it was just, a lark. Oh my God, bro. Oh my God, bro. Fuck no, dude. Oh my God. Okay. I'm going to take a real quick break. I'm going to come back. I'm going to do one more video because I'm actually going to be not making content all week next week. Unfortunately for you losers. So we are going to go a little bit long today, but not very, very long. I just want to cover one more video because for a specific viewer, if you want to draw fight scenes, you got to be able to draw a foot. Not to be drawing people's whole ass fucking toenails, but you got to be able to draw a foot. Which feels like it's supposed to be triangles, but it's like trapezoids and also like 2 circles. Very difficult. So I was always just trying to draw everything that I could everywhere. Very fucking hard. But no, she's Sleepy Lady. Tommy, in an effort to preempt his debunkers, is going to make another Pizzagate video. He promised to make this one MDE exclusive, so only a special boys in the hug box can see it. Officially announcing, We Are Sick Fucks, a 90-minute feature-length documentary I'm making in collaboration with Goop. Bro. Finding out the serial killing for fun and profit was basically plagiarized is depressing too. Okay, I have no idea what the fuck you guys are talking about here. I got this video. Oh man. Drawing feet? Yeah, drawing feet. Drawing everything, man. Feet, ankles, fucking legs are hard. Jesus. Calves, difficult. Calf muscle. What side does it go on? Pain in the ass. The reason feet are difficult to draw is because they actually are always foreshortened, unless the foot's rotated this way or that way. And I mean, with or without shoes on, shoes are so fucking hard to draw, man. Like, some part of me knows I'm super lazy and I want to resort to the circular toe cap of a shoe, but it's fucking, dude. They kick my fucking ass. Is why I have to try to draw them so often. I fucking delete it because I'm miserable at it. Oh man. I have this comic I've been trying to draw for forever, and I had to stop because I was trying to draw a fight scene and climbing, which requires drawing boots in different positions and from different angles. So trying to draw a boot from the top as someone throws a punch and the boot is bent is the geometry of it hurt my brain 3 years ago so badly. I put the thing on permanent hiatus. Everyone strap in, get your seatbelts in. What are you talking about? All the subjects in my drawings are club-footed and pigeon-toed because learning to draw better is too much work. It's fucking difficult, man. Everyone wearing Chuck Taylors, no matter the situation or context, problem solved. Yeah. Tyler, can you please not delete this VOD? I gotta work tonight, and I know you're not gonna upload it soon. Sorry. Get dunked on. I find shoes way harder to do than feet, so I do bifurcate characters and hope no one takes it the wrong way. Yeah, I've gotten better at clothing by drawing essentially nudes, but not highly pornographic, detail. But you draw the body and the parts of it, the body that are gonna touch the clothing and not touch the clothing, and you can get an idea of how the clothing falls. Okay. You know what I mean? But even drawing a foot doesn't help with drawing the shoe as much because shoes don't work like feet do. You would think they would. A glove works like your hand does, right? It goes up and down. But shoes don't bend where your toes do. They bend further back and higher on the foot. Because your toes bend here, right? But the toe cap of the shoe follows it and buries itself often into the material that goes up the instep. And that instep has an arch to it, depending on the type of foot, and how it's standing. That can be almost completely flat, but not really. The foot arch is like this, the top of the instep. The arch doesn't go that high, and then you have the ball of the foot and stuff down. It's just it's so fucking hard. I remember I was practicing drawing from shapes because I saw a tutorial that was okay, yeah, circle, triangle, circle, circle. And I was okay, this makes sense. I'm trying some live models, look up random, and dude, searching for woman barefoot, man barefoot, please. Wiki Feet trying to push its way to the front of the line, huffing and snorting. I got an idea for you. I got something that you can look at. Dude, I just need fucking studies, please. Then you pull up the study, somebody's flat-footed, and you're and then you're done because their entire foot from that angle is just this little two lines. What the fuck? Makes no fucking sense. Ugh. Draw everybody rocking barefoot shoes. Yeah. Feet are hard. Man. most proud I've ever been of one, and then like I looked at it the next day and I was like, this is shamefully dog shit, was I managed to almost successfully draw a like peekaboo heel. Women's heels, hard as shit. Boots, and then high heels. Stub heels, not that bad. Like flats, who gives a fuck? Boots, specifically, like anything that's like larger, but not too massive. Like it wants to be fucking, what do you call that? Kingdom Hearts size. Like my brain wants to draw Kingdom Hearts size level footwear on people. Like I'm like, why the fuck is this huge like on this person? Because it just gets the fuck away from me because I can't understand the shapes of it, I guess. And then like high heels are like an affront to nature, so they just don't make any fucking sense at all. Because like I was like, okay, I'm gonna draw like, oh yeah, that is Miss fucking Fennec. That's who I was trying to draw those on. Because I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna doodle office lady, practice all the things I'm bad at, draw this, and it just like makes no fucking sense because like the heels themselves should be called toes. I don't know, balls. The front of a heel has a lump underneath it, right? Some very few heels touch the ground, but most of them actually have a little wedge that has a very specific shape that helps people walk and not get like tripped up on it, right? So this wedge shape is there, and that wedge shape flows very gracefully with the bottom of the heel into the stem. And they're both in alignment, but there's not a single straight line next to any of them. And the entirety of a woman's heel shoe goes like this. It's like, whoop. And then from the side, it's like, whoop. So if you're not drawing it like in perfect, you know, like front view or side view and like profile or head on, any angle just is fucking like mind melting. Just absolutely mind melting to me. I don't know. I guess I'm just fucking stupid. But I was like, I try to draw it. And then anything that's hard to draw, I just try to draw it a bunch. So it's like, yeah, it's like, are you into it? Like, I'm into it in so far as like, I can't get it right. But I mean, it's the same with hair. Like, I can draw. I actually shared, if you look back at my Instagram, maybe you can see when I first started doing that. The only reason I'm even remotely good at hair is because I sat down a number of times and I would just draw a ball, a circle, right? And then maybe put a face X on it or not worry about any of the facial features, and just draw hair shapes again and 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 again until I could actually like start fucking understanding hair shapes. And I'm still bad at it, but I'm way better than I was. Why not take pictures of your own feet and use them as a reference? It's fucking impossible to take pictures of your own feet. Also, weird pervert question. But like, it's fucking hard as shit to take pictures of yourself for reference. You can do it, but it's like a pain in the ass. I don't want to take my fucking socks off and then set up a camera from a distance. I just want to go like, give me anything, right? Just give me studies to do and then look them up. It's so weird. I put a good reference site in stream chat. Thank you. And then I find out I got Clip Studio Paint now. And Clip Studio Paint just comes with like shape models for hands and heads and everything. So whatever. Got to draw feet from real world examples. Can't just copy the style of people that draw feet. My friend draws feet like Akira Toriyama's Dragon Ball because that's the style he apes. I mean, you could do that, but then you'll only be able to do that. Life studies help you understand how the thing works so that you can boil it down into the simpler shapes and like understandings for other stuff, right? Like, yeah, I could just go and draw noses. You know, the way that not Oda, the way that the Baki mangaka does. I can't ever remember his name's like Ichiro something. I could draw noses like him, but then like every time I went to go draw something else, I would draw noses like that. Whereas if you start with the natural thing that is what exists on this earth, which is the nose of human beings, if you draw a bunch of those noses, you eventually get to a point where you start understanding how to articulate the shape in different positions, and then you can take that and put it into something else, right? And start drawing anything. You should always start with natural studies and then turn that into the unnatural shapes and the exaggerated shapes of a cartoon. Pretty funny how there's more references for muscles on the inside of the leg and not the outer one. I mean, it makes sense because the inside of the leg's hard to fucking see. You know what I mean? You got to cut somebody in half or have a gymnast to actually see the inside of the leg. Itagaki, yes, thank you. Okay, figure drawing. You can have rubble in the way of feet. Dude, I drew some stuff. And I found myself like, yeah. We can go ahead and put those hands behind. Put those hands behind. Net, what the fuck did you just draw? Never again. Okay, we got one more video today. Have you seen Netflix Baki? Yeah, I feel like that's the perfect way to adapt it. I think it's actually fine. What am I saying? Okay. This is from a creator named Peeb. Peeb is a guy on the internet. I think Peeb is AI. Oh, I looked up his channel description. I make videos about whatever I want. It's not AI. My voice just sounds like that. Okay, so it's almost certainly AI. It sounds like a script was written by fucking ChatGPT. It's some of the stupidest points I've ever heard in a fucking video in my life. And I wanted to share it with you guys because it was shared with me. This person doesn't have a ton of subscribers, 6.66K. Oh, congratulations, devil number. This video has 44K views after a couple weeks, so pretty solid amount of views for a newish, I guess, creator or a smallish creator, whatever. But the video itself is so unfathomably fucking stupid that I really just wanted to share it with everybody.
Remember when FPS games were like,
I'm sorry as hell to say this, but I need you all to come with me. But why, sir? The Russians. They're invading.
But now they're like,
what doth life?
God, that's such a stupid example too, because that's fucking Battlefield Bad Company. Like, no one remembers when games were like that because that was the only game like that. That was. You can't point to something that stood above its own fucking contemporaries like at such extent it was like a fucking skyscraper in comparison. That game is the last good first-person shooter. I'm not even fucking kidding. Like, there has been nothing like it. Bad Company 2, baby. And it is... No, nobody remembers when games were like that because there was 2 games like that. It was Battlefield Bad Company 1 and Battlefield Bad Company 2. You should have played, Battlefield 4 or something. I can't remember what I can't remember for the life of me what any of that game's mission was. I can't remember any of the Modern Warfare's missions. Like, I can remember the Chernobyl from, Modern Warfare 1 because I replayed that a bunch of times because it was so cool. But like, dude, those games are dust. Nothing to it, man.
Life. Are we just fleshy blips in some meaningless stew of cosmic oblivion?
If I told you the reason modern FPS games take themselves so seriously was a direct consequence of a US president's re-election campaign,
Also, that's not even the case. Bro, fucking Gears of War 2. When the fuck did that come? Gears of War 2. 2008. Oh, maybe. I guess that would be his campaign. Is that right? Are you all right?
You would probably call me insane, but that wouldn't matter because I'm right. Stay with me here. I promise. It's worth it. In 2011, Osama bin Laden was definitely still alive and definitely had not experienced renal failure in the mountains of Afghanistan in 2006. Rightfully, the United States could not stand this and dispatched their most elite, second, maybe third. They're up there. They're elite, counter-terror, commando, operator, Jolly Roger wearing, dip sucking unit to make sure Osama's kidneys would fail once and for all. SEAL Team 6, or DevGru as they are sometimes called, which was created by a dude named Richard Marcinko, aka Demo Dick. Yes.
This is such a weirdly deep cut. Like, God, talking about Dick Marcinko is just fucking nuts. Cause he's like, I've read fucking Dick Marcinko books. They're the worst things ever. I've talked about them on chat. Battlefield 4 multi was goated though. It still wasn't as good as 3. 3 was prime. It was prime. There was nothing better than that. Nothing. God damn. Also, Modern Warfare 1, Call of Duty Modern Warfare's campaign was depressing as fuck. Like, it actually was like that. Like, there's one of the missions in Modern Warfare is to just crawl out of a helicopter and die after a nuclear explosion. The first mission in Modern Warfare is to ride around in a car and then be publicly executed by some dickhead. The, like, mid-game mission is to go shoot up an airport and then be betrayed. Like, that fucking game is very negative. It is an extremely negative game. And it's from, like, 2006.
I'm serious, who can be described as Steven Seagal if he actually was that guy, but felt like he still needed to act like Steven Seagal for some reason. Marcinko was the subject of a Bethesda-published game called Rogue Warrior, a terrible game where Demo Dick, voiced by Mickey Rourke, delivers the most creative insults ever authored by man, while he stabs North Koreans to death in New Jersey. That's the game. A true American hero. This dude wrote self-insert fanfiction about himself while he was in prison.
What should our intrepid hero say when he has been misled? By Jove, I've got it!
It's a goat fuck, Admiral. Your intel was bullshit. Karl Marx, fuck Karl Marx. He's a big fucking faggot pussy. Suck my balls, my hairy fucking big balls. Wrap them around your fucking mouth. Goddamn cock breath, county motherfuckers!
Why, yes, that's it.
He's not wrong about Richard Marcinko at all. God damn, dude. I think I've read Rogue Warrior. And goddamn, dude, that book was like fucking press X to doubt, man. God, I can't even, that would be a good one. If I ever bring back book reviews, I've got to fucking review Rogue Warrior because that shit's nuts. God. One of the lines I can remember from it that I always think of is he's like, we were getting ready to do Halo drop. They're doing like, it's like, dude, True Allegiance. Getting ready to do a Halo drop over probably North Korea or Paris or something. Some place you're not, I think they weren't supposed to be doing a Halo drop. We're getting ready to do a Halo drop. It was whatever. I talked to the flight officer and the flight officer looked back at me. And even though he wasn't a shooter, he had the eyes of a shooter. And I knew that we could trust him. I was like, dude, this guy's fucking, oh no, it's all of the worst gunnery sergeants in the history of mankind rolled into one.
That's the guy that started SEAL Team 6. Anyway, so Demo Dick's boys were selected by Big Barry to spearhead the operation. The mission to take out young Osama B went like your average Arma 3 operation, in that the pilot couldn't keep the helicopter in the air, everyone got lost for a bit, but it somehow worked out anyway. Just like an Arma operation, everyone who was on the mission still argues about who really got the kills. According to one of the SEALs that was on the mission, the very moment they returned to the States, the Obama administration had them give full access to all...
That's why I keep saying they should update reality with a fucking kill counter. Like, if reality would actually just start giving you fucking, plus 100 points, and also, like, giving you credit for headshots and marking how far the headshot was, like Battlefield, it would make warfare considerably easier. So they need to add that in the next... cycle of samsara.
Classified details of the operation to a Hollywood film crew, who was, somehow, already working on what would become perhaps the most boring movie in history, Zero Dark 30. The American version of Triumph of the Will, potentially an adaptation of Macbeth, and a film that would attempt to cement that America had finally defeated its mortal enemy of the previous half-century, illiterate farmers on the opposite side of the planet. It's not like this is anything...
It's lightly cringe, but he's kind of cooking here. I remember some part of this gets fucking stupid as shit. At some point, I haven't watched Zero Dark 30. I hate Catherine Bigelow. Catherine Bigelow made one of, I don't know if Zero Dark 30 is also bad. Catherine Bigelow made The Hurt Locker. The Hurt Locker is the stupidest film ever made. I think I've said that on this channel since this channel started. It was probably one of the first complaints I ever made. I've got to rewatch it and make a fucking, I've got to make a video on that because that would be fun as shit. I hate that film. It's not because it's offensive to me as a member of the United States military. It's like, imagine if you were watching a movie about a post worker and the postal worker was like setting mail on fire to stay warm. And they were like, you shouldn't do that. And he goes, well, I need to. Otherwise, who's going to deliver this mail? And you go, what? And then he like gets out of his mail vehicle and just starts sprinting around town to deliver mail as fast as possible. And everyone goes, wow, he's the best. No one would have thought to sprint outside of your vehicle after it's broken down to deliver the mail, but he did it. He's a true mailman. This is some of the best mailman stuff I've ever seen. And then, like, for some reason, in the middle of his mailman job, he just stops because he goes to like a Burger King, and when he goes to the Burger King, it's understaffed. And he goes, oh, are you guys understaffed at this Burger King? And they go, yeah, we're kind of fucked here. And he goes, don't worry, I got this. And then he just jumps over the counter, puts on a manager's uniform, and starts running a Burger King for 20 minutes. And then goes back to delivering the mail at full sprint while like his widow wife, beleaguered, divorced wife, calls him and starts going, you need to stop running from mailbox to mailbox. You're going to break your toes. The worst thing that could ever happen is if someone broke their toes. And he goes, sometimes toes need to get broken. And then like he went and cried and drank. Like that's a weird, stupid movie. Actually, it could be kind of cool. Yeah, I guess it could be kind of cool if I fucking made it. Unfortunately, Catherine Bigelow made it. It's the stupidest piece of shit I've ever fucking seen in my life. I think it is the worst war movie. I don't think there could be a worse war movie. I don't think it's possible. I don't think it exists. I don't think it could happen. And the work, because like other ones that would have to try to be worse would be like cheaper or not take themselves as seriously as The Hurt Locker does. The Hurt Locker has one of the best scenes in the history of mankind. A professional demolitions expert walks up to armed bombs. Why does he do this? He doesn't even know where they are. He just knows that there's armed bombs somewhere ahead of him and goes, time to go do Hurt Locker. He sees strings in the ground and goes, and then he pulls on the strings to reveal that they are actually like 5 or 6 pieces of det cord buried in the heads of South African 155 artillery shells. A common IED when I was in the Marines. I saw this movie, I think, in theater, like in 2009, just staring shocked at the fucking screen. Like, why do our EOD guys never do that stupid shit? They just stand real far away and shoot at the bombs with 203s. Yeah, that's pretty much standard procedure. Matter of fact, going near a bomb is fucking stupid. Because someone could blow it up. Yeah, someone could blow it up, couldn't they? Yeah, they could. It would be the stupidest thing you could do. The entire movie is like cut the red wire horse shit that has never happened in military ordnance disposal in Iraq, maybe ever. Possibly it happened. I wasn't everywhere. But I will tell you, we called out EOD a lot. Sometimes EOD would say, ignore it. Is anyone going to go near it? No, it's like, it's a UXO. It's off the road. Oh, we'll be by in like 3 weeks. Is it in someone's field or by their house? No. All right, we'll be like 3 weeks. It's not an emergency. Okay. What are you going to do? Are you going to disarm it and carry it somewhere? No, it's called controlled detonation. Why are you going to do that? Because it's a fucking bomb that some idiot put together with their idiot skills. We're surprised they drag it to this place. Why the fuck would we touch it? I don't know. Have you ever seen The Hurt Locker? Stupid. God, I hate that fucking movie.
New. There is something romantic about living an ascetic monk-like lifestyle where, instead of praying all the time and lighting candles, you blow things up with the boys and kill people while passing any moral responsibility onto the person who told you to do so, because you're just following orders and that's your job. I'm sure it sounds like I'm hating on the military here, but I'm actually being 100% genuine. I don't know what it is about the male psychology that makes gratuitous violence with the boys so appealing, but I guess that's a question for God. Anyway, partially as a consequence of Zero Dark 30, Big Barry won the 2012 presidential election, and we have experienced the operatorification of culture. Thick goth Latinas in Los Angeles are now obsessed with David Goggins. Jocko Willink is selling his man milk to young lads.
Legs broken. Good.
And all of them have a podcast now.
Wait, I thought this was a bad video. I'm actually agreeing with him on it. I got to get to the part that's actually stupid at some point. He's not wrong about basically any of this. This is all cracks.
Silent professionals realized you can make a lot of money by yapping. I will admit, I do listen to Sean Ryan, though, primarily because it's really funny to watch this former CIA operative get really pissed off and go, "What the fuck?" over information that was, publicly available on the internet a decade ago. This cultural paradigm shift hit gaming like a stealth Black Hawk hit the ground in Abbottabad, Pakistan on May 2nd, 2011. Battlefield 3 came out not even 6 months after the raid.
Absolutely not. We need Al-Bashir alive. We need his intel on the nukes we found at the bank. I do not want a Bin Laden-style resolution here. Do you understand?
They just had to slip that one in there. This was the beginning of the end. The wave of fun.
Bro, were you even there for that? I don't remember that. The only thing I can remember about Battlefield 3's ending, and I think it's Battlefield 3 or entire campaign, is I think at the very end you have to use like a javelin missile launcher to shoot a plane down, which is not what you use. I'm not even kidding. It's like, I remember running back and forth and not being able to pick up like some sort of tracking missile to shoot down a plane. That's it.
Over-the-top, interactive action movies of my youth were slowly replaced with hit in the dark and gritty. Call of Duty, the franchise that brought you "Soap, type on that keyboard faster or America's going to explode," would soon hit us with "You are a child soldier fighting an occupying army using chemical weapons against your people." Because that is a headline we read in the news. And, bro, I'm about to shoot this guy's kids right now for real, while also somehow pulling more punches in the games that...
This is bullshit. No. This is not Barack Obama's fault. This is war on terror going on too long. We already had games like this. Call of Duty 4 is just kind of like this, as I recall. I mean, if you go all the way back to when I was in high school, we had like America's Army and shit. We had Marine something or other, Marine Fire Team Marine. I don't know, it's terrible. Fuck awful game. But we still had Halo 3 come out in 2009. You know what I mean? Like, we had Halo games coming out around this time. Yeah, there was a general switch to like a specific type of game, but that's mostly just because it's literally because of fucking Modern Warfare being successful. That's it. They put out Modern Warfare, and Modern Warfare was a game that still had pickups. You could pick up stuff, and like you could get like 2 times damage multiplier and invincibility in the original Modern Warfare multiplayer. Like, it had floating pickups like back in the day, and then they didn't have those anymore. But people like to turn down the TTK as low as they could and play multiplayer like it was a tactical shooter like we saw on the news, because by the time Barack Obama gets elected, the war on terror is 7 years in, you know what I mean? And we're, all of the video games are like, yeah, we don't want to do fantasy, fantastical, perfect dark type shooters all the time because all this stuff is happening. But you still have crazy ones around then. You have Bulletstorm comes out. That was an absolute shit show, right? Fuck, what was the one that was actually, there's a good one he's missing. I can't remember what the fuck it's called. Hive or something. It was on PlayStation 3, I think. And I never finished it. Nobody did. But basically, like, the first chunk of the game, you play as an actual brainwashed soldier who can't see the violence that they're doing until something gets broken, and then you can actually see that you're like blowing people to pieces. It was kind of cool, but it vanished completely. The new Turok reboot came out around then, and we had Gears of War games. You know,
themselves less serious.
It wasn't all this, but this type of shooter was just very popular. And we'd had Counter-Strike already for a minute. And Counter-Strike was like the operator game. And we had all the Rainbow Siege games too. If it's not necessarily first-person shooter, all the not Rainbow Six Siege, just Rainbow Six. There's a billion Rainbow Six games since like the fucking late 90s.
It took a few years, but the shift is obvious in hindsight. There is no more perfect example than Medal of Honor Warfighter, whose title alone tells you all you need to know about this generation of games. The original Medal of Honor games were wild, crazy, frankly, in hindsight, and this was one of the most generic games ever. It sold itself as a gritty experience about Tier 1 operators. There's a reason that very few people remember this game. The whole dark and gritty thing is like hot sauce. The action movie, engaging over-the-top scenarios are the burger. I want hot sauce on my burger. It enhances the flavor. I do not want to eat an entire bowl of hot sauce. That's weird. After the Bin Laden raid and the media that came out immediately,
I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. I've never heard of that game. And this is from like a year or two ago, right? This is like this is the Call of Duty remake.
afterward. Everything was about quad nods, lasers, whispering, midnight raids, and irritating amounts of jargon that nerds think sounds cool. Somewhere in the messed up family lineage of media, Sicario, which I will say is a great movie, infected games with a frustrating amount of moral grayness. It's irritating to me when you're gonna wax poetic about how, oh, maybe from a certain point of view this is good. War is evil, or it isn't. We don't really know. I don't know what's up.
So Sicario came out in 2015? We're like, by this time, first-person shooters are starting to like die in popularity outside of, like, nowadays you can say that, yeah, there's first-person shooters, but they're just like NBA 2K. It's like any other EA game. It's the yearly release of basically pinball for incels or paintball for incels. Like that's kind of what it is. Like, you know, it's shut in 12-year-olds and stuff. But I mean, we still have you know, the other ones too. You know, there's a lot of stupid fucking games coming out. I'd have to look them all up. This is the time where I stopped playing other shooters because Battlefield, I mean, yeah, from 2011 to mid 2017, 2018, Battlefield 3 and then Battlefield 4 were kind of all I wanted to fuck with. But Titanfall came out around this time, and Titanfall 2, Titanfall 2's online multiplayer especially was fucking phenomenal. And then at that point, 2018 is PUBG. So like, that's the entire era of that type of shooter being the most popular shooter. Once PUBG gets introduced, we transition from tactical shooters to fucking battle royales, and then it's the era of Fortnite, which we are and still are in, right? I mean, I guess you wouldn't count Gears of War as a first-person shooter in that case, but
I'm on. We're just mimicking a movie we saw that we thought was cool. Every time a first-person shooter tries to make me question whether shooting the virtual people on the screen is the morally correct thing to do, I scratch my head. You're missing the point. I don't care if it's morally right. You gave me a gun, which is hopefully fun to use, and this is a video game, and these people are not real. The punch of going, well, maybe you shouldn't have done that, is removed when that's how I need to progress the game. No Russian.
No, we've had that for, dude. Siphon filter, man. You gotta go back to the 90s. When you talking about your youth, go back to the 90s, bitch. Fucking Siphon filter had civilians. I think GoldenEye had civilians. I mean, it's like one of the first things that you have in games is like, hey, there's some people you can kill, there's some people you can't kill. And then eventually you get games where you're like, oh yeah, maybe I shouldn't kill this person. That's just somebody trying to be interesting with the plot. You know what I mean? If you just don't care if you can kill somebody, just kill them. If you feel like you're being impacted for it, well, then maybe you shouldn't. If the game doesn't shut off because it's like, you know, you've created an unlivable timeline, like it's fucking Morrowind, okay, but otherwise, no.
He's fine. When it first came out, it was shocking. It's advancing the plot, but
Sicario is like 2006. The movie Sicario came out in 2015. What the fuck came out in 2006? Is that a different game? Fuck y'all talking about?
it's not desperately insisting, you really need to feel bad about this right now, or punishing the player for using the tools given to them, you know, lecturing them, wagging their finger at you. I can't believe that you killed people in a video game. I feel like that happens so much now. The original Modern Warfare 2 was self-aware enough to appreciate that this is, once again, a video game that is supposed to be fun. The selling point for many of these new titles is their commitment to realism without any regard for whether or not that is actually fun.
Forgot Overwatch and the whole hero genre? Yeah, because I don't even think about it, but that does exist too. I don't even care about those games.
Even gameplay-wise, as someone who likes shooting guns from time to time, I really have no interest in accounting for height over bore in a video game while I realistically and tactically move at 1 foot per second while under heavy gunfire, or swapping out my 14.5-inch barrel for a 16-inch barrel for the increased muzzle velocity. We can all agree that weapon customization was way more fun when it was, do you want a sight or a grenade launcher or a suppressor? I don't think any game is better for giving me the decision of, do you want plus 2% fire rate with a Geisley trigger? You know I'm right. I don't even need a source. After all, those sorts of customization gimmicks are just that, marketing gimmicks.
Well, Modern Warfare, it's not even good, but I mean, does Modern Warfare, I don't think Modern Warfare has height over bore. Are we talking about Tarkov? I'm pretty sure Modern Warfare shoots from the player's eye. I don't think they have height over bore. Tarkov has height over bore. And it's one of the best gun customization. That's the reason to play the game. If you like guns, it's the reason to play Tarkov. It's fucking cool to put the different guns together, but that's all Modern Warfare has is fucking +2, -2, faster aim, slower aim, customization. It's all dog shit. But that goes back forever. That goes back forever, depending on the type of game that you're playing. It just got easier to do as the game development engines allowed you to put more variables in, basically. Like later on, people asked for it.
It's the sort of thing that sounds really cool. Like when we were kids, we would totally think things like, oh, in the future, Call of Duty will let you customize all sorts of things about your gun. But the reality is, actually, it's really boring. You still end up with a few overpowered meta builds that end up shrinking the viable possibilities enough that really it's the illusion of choice. You'd just be better off keeping things simple. I am reminded of Bad Company 2, a game that represents the absolute peak of what a first-person shooter can be.
But like, yeah, Modern Warfare has the worst customization options because it's paintball. Like, Modern Warfare is not a shooter game. It's a paintball game if paintball guns could shoot as fast as real guns do. That's it. It's not like tactical. It's about slippy sliding around and fucking jump canceling and doing headshots. It's a stupid game for stupid people. You know what I mean? Like, Battlefield 3's gun customization was way better overall, and it could really let you like pick a play style because there's just so much shit going on in Battlefield 3, as long as you didn't play like a fucking idiot on Metro all the time. Metro 24/7, infinite respawn, fuck off. But like, you know, if you're playing any of the normal ones, you know, you might be flying a plane, so when you hop out of the plane, you want a gun that's like, you know, you're back behind enemy lines and shit. You shoot a bunch of people down real quick and then like run away super fast. Or you're playing recon, you're playing this, playing that. So there's like forced classes. Modern Warfare doesn't have any of that. Modern Warfare is a fucking jank ass paintball simulator. It's for fucking idiots. It's a terrible game. You shouldn't compare anything to Modern Warfare because it's just it's horseshit. It's a fucking horseshit franchise that no one gives a fuck about making.
Frank, this game has voluminous swag, and most importantly, is this little thing called fun. The weapons feel silky and different from each other.
So
the maps
Army of Two mentioned. Jesus fucking Army of Two. Yes. That was a hell of a game. Dude, partner co-op shooters are fucking gone. Co-op PvE shooters that used to exist, they used to be necessary. Dude, I just don't remember the co-op era. Was like mid early 2000s-ish, right? And yeah, they had Army of Two, what was that? Cain and Abel or Cain and something. I can't remember the fuck that was. And that was a shooter, you know, and you had to be partnered up with a person that had like usually a different type of overall skill set. Prey was coming out during this time. The Prey multiplayer, I remember the people that could get it loved it. But I don't think everybody could do it. I can't remember if that was just a hack that let people multiplayer play Prey. But Prey came out during all this shit. Or not Prey. Fear. Prey did too. And Prey was good. But Prey wasn't a multiplayer game. Fear. The Fear games came out during all this. And they were fucking awesome. And that was a tactical terror shooter, right? Tactical horror shooting action. Those games were fucking wacky. They were wacky as fuck. And they were releasing alongside all of this shit. Like all of this. Great, Get the Fuck Out is a great co-op. Get the Fuck Out is too fucking hard. Kane and Lynch, thank you. Kane and Lynch. Yeah, this is another one of those things where it's like you actually haven't played but like 7 video games that you remember from when you were a kid, and you liked them. This is called getting older and noticing that like all of the video games that exist now are not the same thing as the ones that existed during your formative years when there were less options and more likelihood that the one thing that you got would be maybe one of the best things of all time.
Pleasant, varied, and not just a LiDAR scan imported Google Earth topographical data thing, because that is visually stunning type of deal. I don't want it to be realistic. I want it to be a fun video game. I've said before that I think Battlefield 6 is being praised because people are used to being abused and our standards are so low, and it bears repeating. Put a screenshot of Battlefield 3 next to a screenshot of Battlefield 6, and it pales in spiritual comparison. Is Battlefield 6 unfun, bland, a manipulative gaslighter, and probably cheating on me? Yes. But is it as bad as 2042? No. It's a little bit of the contrast effect happening there. More recently, Call of Duty has actually gone in a different but equally extreme direction with something I'd like to call the Call of
Dude, nothing has been good as Battlefield 3. No one has made a game that's as good as that fucking as Battlefield 3 ever again. All of the subsequent games have just been covered in padding. They had the best helicopter controls ever. Everyone that doesn't like the helicopter controls in Battlefield 3 couldn't fly. And they don't know what it was like to have someone on their team or be the person on their team that was actually flying the helicopter like it was a real fucking helicopter that just didn't have any issues with the fucking with rotor stall and would do like fucking backflips and get like infinite fucking rundown kills by flying 2 inches off the ground at people. That game was unfathomably fun. It's one of the best games that's ever existed, but it wasn't a long line of like quality that led to it. It was like, hey, nothing good has come out since Modern Warfare. Half a decade ago, really. All the Modern Warfare sequels have gotten successively shittier and then nothing came out. Have you guys seen Battlefield 3? And then you play Battlefield 3 and it's like, this is fucking unbelievable. This is one of the best things of all time. I don't remember or care about the fucking campaign because any single like game felt like a full campaign on itself. Like any multiplayer like PvP game felt like a giant cinematic thing. Like it was so good.
Duty Marvel Warfare franchise, where they seem to have made the primary characters into superheroes. Perhaps Demo Dick was actually ahead of his time with the whole, I'm going on a very elite special mission in the dark after bedtime, tactically, and my code name is going to be Kill Fucker. It's becoming so over the top that it feels like deliberate parody. It feels like any modern FPS has to be one end of the extreme or the other, rather than a pleasant blend of the two. Which again, is weird, because that's where they started. The original Modern Warfare games were awesome, because they didn't really look into the camera and go, hey man, wasn't that fucking edgy? Stuff just happened.
Yeah, they did. No, it's literally the start of the mission. They look at you and they say, hey, no Russian. And then you do a fuck, you murder people. You stupid fuck. They did though. It was literally a meme at the time that it's time for edgy boy video game. Modern Warfare, when it came out, was considered edgy horse shit. It was a war is hell. We're going to do stuff that no one's ever done before. They literally look at you like, hey, no Russian. We're going to go murder all these people. Fuck. The game is. It's edgy as fuck for the time. You play a guy who just gets executed in the first mission. You can't do anything about it. It was, at the time, that's what it was. It raised the bar, and then things didn't really reach the bar anymore.
And in the game let you sit with it. Price blows a prisoner's head off without hesitation. You're dumped right into a public place with a machine gun. Shepard just straight up scars you for life. If these scenes were in a modern Call of Duty game, someone would have to be like, damn, wasn't that sweet? Or, you should feel really bad about that actually. They're trying too hard while missing the point of what being cool actually is. It's about being in control while seeming like you don't care. That's why smoking is cool. It's like, damn, I got all this life in me. I can deliberately poison myself. I'm in control. I'm so cool. I'm gonna fucking kill myself. The old games used to make the perfect blend look so easy. It's not just games though. What happened to the first-person shooter is also what happened to gun culture, so you know it's not a fluke. Around pretty much the exact same time as the classic FPS games I've discussed, we had stuff like FPS Russia. Silly, entertaining, with a little kernel of substantive information mixed in. Or Demolition Ranch, just a guy in Texas blowing stuff up with guns. Or Hickok 45, a giant old man. That was gun culture. Simple, a little redneck, goofy. Then we descended into the post-Zero Dark 30 operator culture. You look up gun videos on YouTube now, everyone's playing dress up like they're about to go into combat and not like they're about to shoot paper targets on a flat range. They all take themselves so seriously and give commentary on how,
when the shit hits the fan and your disciplined crew of goons are going to cause some serious mischief with your nods after dark during the boog in your Hawaiian shirts.
Jesus
Actually, I don't disagree with this guy 100% on stuff. He's not wrong. I wonder if he's just a kid or something. I don't know. Like, to me, I'm 38 if you're watching this. Beep. And a former Marine. I don't know. Those gun culture videos aren't all of them. You had people pee-pantsing and doing that stupid shit too. It's just the editing got better. It's impossible to like even remember like to teach you, but like, dude, we were making fun of that stuff. I was on K back in the day, right? And the videos were this all the time: tactical horse shit. It did not start in the mid 2010s by far. That's probably just maybe when you reached sapience and started, I don't know, using the internet. You could be not the case. I don't know, maybe you had a job and then just didn't notice. But yeah, those guys, the Grand Thumb types, they got popular and shit. I think Demolition Ranch and Hickok 45 is still around, and we still have people that are not cringe like that. You know, you've got Forgotten Weapons and several other people that just talk about weapons and stuff. But yeah, you have your Brendan Herreras and shit too, who are mad fucking cringe. But there's still just plenty of people. Those guys are like personalities that they're a personality before they're a gun tuber. That's what you're actually irritated about. If you want to just go watch some guy who only reviews weapons that shoot 5.7 millimeter, you know, fucking FN57 round firing weapons, you'll probably be able to find that person. I made that up off the top of my head, but you'll probably find that person, right? There's people that just do reviews, but like, yeah, these cringe fucking faux operator types, they're just a modern symptom of cringe. Nothing of that comes from Barack Obama. And I feel like you got to play some of Zero Dark 30, the movie, to prove any of that. It's just, you're just doing Where My Country Gone for video games. Where My Country Gone. And really, it's not even the case, because a bunch of other video games came out during this time that are plenty great and don't do that. Tarkov doesn't preach to you at all. Tarkov just lets you go and rip run. You can kill everything in Tarkov. You can kill other players that are like, look, I'm doing the Scavly, and you just can blow them away. Rainbow Six Siege, you can kill your own teammates, and you probably will kill your own teammates more than you kill the other team. Like, Apex exists. Apex isn't tactical at all. All of the, you know, hero shooters that people were talking about, Counter-Strike is. Counter-Strike's not preachy. I mean, if it's just you're upset with like the two AAA franchises that were released a good initial entry to their new series of updated shooters in the 2000s and early 2010s, they didn't, as AAA shooters, continue making good stuff and made dog shit stuff instead. Yeah, duh. I mean, that's just how that fucking industry works. But like, we're ignoring a lot of other good shooters that exist. You're playing the worst kind of video games and getting mad that they suck. This is like, man, I remember when you used to go to McDonald's and it didn't feel like you wanted to puke. The second that it took a second bite of it. It took like 4 bites to want to puke McDonald's. Like, yeah, dude, you're eating McDonald's. This is fast food video games. They suck. I don't even play them anymore. They just look like shit. And every time I have friends that play them still, and I always ask them after November when they get released, hey, are you still playing it in December? No. By January, they're completely fucking forgotten because the games suck. I don't think it has anything to do with moral ambiguity. Like, the games are just not good. I would put up with a game that had the stupidest plot in the history of mankind if it was unbelievably fun. I've done that. I played fucking Battlefield 3.
Fucking Christ, thanks for ruining it for the rest of us, you freaks. There must be a specific subset of the population that is really into this stuff. It can't be straight up kids. And it can't be Gen Xers either. I guess it'd have to be people my age, you know, the malformed group in the middle, you know, the young millennials, the older Gen Z, that have unrequited aspirations.
What is that?
Malformed group in the middle, you know, the young millennials, the older Gen Z, really into this stuff. It can't be straight up kids. And it can't be Gen Xers either. I guess it'd have to be people my age, you know, the malformed group in the middle, you know, the young millennials, the older Gen Z, that have unrequited aspirations to violence, and this is an outlet for them. It's like a strange, twisted version of G.I. Joe. My point here is that it's crazy how media, be it games, YouTube videos, podcasts, whatever, are all directly downstream from what happens in Washington, D.C., and then Hollywood, which is, you know, downstream from that. I mean, even look at Battlefield 6 and Civil War, you know, it makes you think.
And that's the end of the video. It's not overall as bad as I remember. I guess I wasn't paying strict attention. Prim. I just got caught. I got caught. I've been watching Prim's Hood Cinema, guys. Busted. Now, this is the same. This is like, this is nostalgia shit. Fucking dumb fuck take, yeah. Like, I don't, it does feel like the script was written with AI. It's all the fuck over the place. None of that connected anything to Barack Obama. Like, they did the fucking Osama bin Laden hit, and then it was like referenced in Battlefield 3's campaign mode, which I don't even remember, to be honest. Like, I cannot remember almost any of it. It's not a flex. I played that game. If I dug out my old fucking, well, I can't because I sold it, but my old PlayStation 3, I was playing that on. I think I knocked up to 1,000 hours on Battlefield 3 casually. Like, and it would have been higher if Skyrim hadn't come out that year. It's the year that Skyrim and Battlefield 3, 2011, both came out that same year, dude. I fucking almost probably dropped out of college because of those fucking games. What do you have autoplay on, you freak? Because I've been doing work and I let the videos go while I'm fucking paying attention to other stuff. But like, yeah, there's nothing to do with Barack Obama. I hate to break it to you. It's all just war on terror. That's 100% George Bush's fault for starting the global war on terror and getting us involved in it. And then basically the United States government literally paying Hollywood and video game makers to put that shit in there. That's just a thing that happened. Like, you're fucked up. You're a fucking idiot a little bit for not knowing the basic fact. The United States Army especially, but even the Marines, Navy, I don't think the Air Force, because who gives a fuck? They would pay for development costs of video games and movies, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, through basically public funding programs in order to boost the rep of different aspects of the military or different military branches to increase recruitment. This is just a known thing that happened, especially in Hollywood. They would give you, I don't know if they necessarily pay you, but they would let you use their branding and they would let you use their equipment. They would actually send Marines out. I he wasn't a friend, but there was a guy that was in my unit that's in Jurassic. He is on screen in Jurassic Park 3 because he's part of the fucking AAV unit, or LAV. I can't remember what the fuck, but he was in the fucking armored troop carriers that's in some scene. I've never even seen Jurassic Park 3, but he's in it. He would tell everybody all the fucking time that he's in Jurassic Park 3. Why? Because he was stationed in Pendleton at the time, and they were like, hey, we're going to fucking loan you guys out to the filming of Jurassic Park 3, and you're going to drive AAVs around or some shit. And so they did, and he's in Jurassic Park 3. Like, that's documented. I know a guy that was in it. It wasn't like Barack Obama was like, fucking kill bin Laden. I mean, dude, you can't blame video games on Barack Obama when 24 exists. All of that, like, this guy has to be young millennials crazy. You have to be a Zoomer. You have to be post 2000s. I refuse to believe that you were born in the 90s. How the fuck do you not know this? If you were alive in the 90s, way before it hit video games, it hit Hollywood, and it was relentless to the point I got fucking sick of it, dude. Alias, 24, fucking all of the actual cop shows that were on switched to almost permanent terrorism mode. But we had this like constant deluge. Trust me, if you actually go back at the time, it's incessant. I'm starting to think of some other ones. Or was that one that was on Stars? I actually loved it. You can't see where you're coming from. And I love you like the way I love you, babe. Strike Back. They had the Navy SEALs show that I always think of. The guy that, you're in good hands with Allstate. He was the head of a Navy SEALs unit. That came out in like 2004 or so. It was relentless. It was relentless. Fucking dog shit entertainment that was all like, the terrorists are among us, and the only way to stop them is to get real Israeli on their asses. Like, yeah, dude, violating civilians' rights and, just torturing random guys that speak Muslim is fucking fire. Ben Shapiro's True Allegiance book is bog standard entertainment from that era. Bog standard. Him writing it way after it was like an expired way of like making content is now, but like, dude, it was constant. It was so fucking constant to the point where it was like, dude, we're done. They're still putting that shit out. I think Strike Back came out in like 2009, 2010. They were Delta, what is it? Short Change Hero. Yeah, that song is fucking awesome, by the way. But that was the intro for it. Strike Back. The Unit. The fucking Unit. They were Delta Force. Okay, thank you. Yeah. The Unit, dude. Oh my god, that show was hilarious. And it sucked. People didn't like the military side of it, so they turned it into about their fucking home lives, and then no one wanted to watch it. Oh my god. Ain't no place for no hero. Ain't no place for no better man. That's the fucking theme song. That's the theme song. When did Strike Back come out? Hold on. Oh my god, it's so stupid. Yes, 2010. So sorry, it's before Osama bin Laden. Unfortunately, started filming probably in like 2009, 2008. Before bin Laden got cracked, the literal theme song is, "This ain't no place for no hero. This ain't no place for no better man." And it is, dude, I gotta do it. It ran for 10 seasons? No fucking way. I can't do it. It just never ended. Oh my god. Based on the novel of the same name by former British SAS officer Chris Ryan, program follows exploits two ex-military men in the present day bound by a tragedy that happened in their past. Oh my god, it's so fucking good. It's 8 seasons of 76 total episodes. Dude, the fucking this is what dude, I've got to start covering some of this shit. This is why I'm like, I gotta get away from talking about fucking DGG pedophiles. This is probably later because I don't recognize these guys necessarily. This is a lie for any. Oh yeah, Silent War or something. Let me get the original. Is this it? This looks like it. Open image, new tab. Strike Back Vengeance. Oh god, this is a lie. So yeah, these are the two guys. I think they're a little bit blurry in this. This is a lie. They will never have these guns in any of the seasons I watched. The first fucking 3 or 4 seasons of that shit, and I watched it like all the time. It was popcorn like you wouldn't believe. It was the stupidest shit ever. They would start with tactical. They would start with a full tactical setup. Sometimes they'd even have fucking flak jackets on. Inevitably, they would lose it, and they would clear whole houses with Glock 17s. Whole skyscrapers. Glock 17. What do the fucking enemies have? AK-47, RPK, Dishka, RPG-8. Doesn't fucking matter. Oh, let him fly a fucking Hind D up to the side of the building. This motherfucker has a goddamn Glock 17. Maybe a Glock 21. And they would fucking clear the whole fucking shit. Clear it all out, dude. It was the best show ever. It was so stupid. It was so fucking dumb. Tyler, do some reviews of military movies? Yes. Maybe. The woke global war on terror era, yeah. Oh, man. That persisted in Stop Loss, got like 1 season. Stop Loss, I think I remember that. I always get the unit mixed up with the Shield. Up until that one episode. How many times did Jack Bauer torture people? Hold on, I bet that has an answer. How many times did Jack Bauer torture people? Oh, Newsweek did this in 2008. Oh, that's so good. Lithwick, how Jack Bauer shaped U.S. torture policy. The fictional counterterrorism agent, a man never at loss for something to do with an electrode, has his fingerprints all over U.S. interrogation policy. As Sands and Mayer tell it, the lawyers designated in designing interrogation techniques cited Bauer more frequently than the Constitution. God, I miss the fucking Guat era. We're pure evil, dude. Played by Kiefer Sutherland's inspiration. According to British lawyer and writer Sands, Jack Bauer, played by Kiefer Sutherland, was an inspiration at early brainstorming meetings of military officials at Guantanamo in September 2002. Diane Beaver, the staff judge advocate general who gave legal approval to 18 controversial interrogation techniques, including waterboarding, sexual humiliation, and terrorizing prisoners with dogs, told Sands that Bauer gave people lots of ideas. Michael Chertoff, the Homeland Security chief, gushed in a panel discussion on 24, organized by Heritage Foundation, and that the show reflects real life. This is a fucking article from 2008. Talking about how the Heritage Foundation had the fucking creators of fucking 24 up there talking about how proud they were. That the CIA was taking their ball twisting methods to heart. Oh my God. Oh fuck. Dude, I gotta say, I'm saving this. Jack, dude, this is, you want to talk about the fucking global war. Dude, Obama made shit better. He did. He didn't fix anything. He didn't fix it all. But goddamn, I just forgot how crazy it was. This is an article that would have been getting written basically right when he's getting elected. Right. I can't even. And I just have to read this to you because this is what it was like being in America in 2000s, if you don't remember. This is just a perfect paragraph. John Yoo, the former Justice Department lawyer who produced the so-called torture memos, simultaneously redefining both the laws of torture and of logic, cites Bauer in his book, War by Other Means. What if, this is quotes, what if, as the Fox television program 24 recently portrayed, a high-level terrorist leader is caught, who knows, what if, as the Fox television program 24 recently portrayed, a high-level terrorist leader is caught who knows the location of a nuclear weapon? Even Supreme Court Justice Antonin Scalia, speaking in Canada last summer, shows a gift for his casual toggling between television and the Constitution. Jack Bauer saved Los Angeles. He saved hundreds of thousands of lives, Scalia said. Are you going to convict Jack Bauer? I just can't even. Oh my God, dude, it's fucking awesome. It's so incredible. Let's see. Bauer encounters. Oh, this is great. Yeah. There are many reasons that matriculation from the Jack Bauer School of Law would have encouraged even cautious legal thinkers to bend and eventually break our long-standing rules against torture. U.S. interrogators rarely, if ever, encounter a quote-unquote ticking time bomb, someone with detailed information about an imminent terror plot. But according to the advocacy group, the Parents Television Council, which has declared war on 24, Bauer encounters a ticking time bomb an average of 12 times every season. Given that each season represents a 24-hour period, Bauer encounters someone who needs torturing 12 times per day. Experienced interrogators know that information extracted through torture is rarely reliable, but Jack Bauer's torture not only elicits the truth, it does so before the commercial. He is a human polygraph who has a way with flesh-eating chemicals. Oh my God. Oh. Man, just absolute shit show. Conservatives are like just devilish. There's just no way to describe what this is. Farrahcap, thank you for the $2. Please God, I need a review of a Steven Seagal film. Dude, I haven't seen a Steven Seagal film since they were good, if they even were, like the 80s or some shit. Ooh, 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 ooh. What the fuck is this? Oh, it ended. Aw. Tyler reviews Tom Clancy adaptations when? I've read the original Rainbow Six. John Yoo is the motherfucker who gave us the unitary executive theory. Hey, vote off and vote early. Behind D. Tyler, do Generation Kill with updates on which individuals are or were running for office and which are currently serving hard time. Well, Sixth is in jail still, I think. If he hasn't just died. I love how 24 made people like Sutherland, except he's an English Canadian LARPing as an American. People liked Sutherland before that. They liked him because Kiefer Sutherland was he was like a cool vampire guy in Lost Boys, and he was a good character actor. And he's also Donald Sutherland's kid. He's a Nepo baby. Always think if you want handguns to seem realistic in warfare scenarios, got to stick to Desert Eagles to feel realistic. I don't know about that. Desert Eagles are fucking boogers, man. It's got like 7 fucking shots. It kicks like a fucking racehorse. I've shot those before. I don't think I would ever want to actually take one into combat unless I didn't have anything else. Simo Haya literally only didn't participate in the continuation war because his face exploded. He would be in the same boat as that other guy. I don't even know what that means. Stop loss. Sixta was Mr. Potato Head, right? No. Sixta was Sixta. Gunny Sixta. He's police that mustache. Maybe they called him Mr. Potato Head. I don't think so though. I could be wrong. Sixta was Mr. Potato Head. Okay, never mind. Trombley ran for office. I haven't seen Generation Kill since I think right after I got out of the military, so it's been almost 20 years. Okay, what the fuck are you guys even talking about? The only thing good to come out of Hollywood is Hollywood Undead. That's also untrue. Talk about the fucking 2000s. Undead! On the way! Scene? Oh, man. Talk about a lost culture no one fucking talks about anymore. No one was hated the way that fucking Scene kids were hated. I still hate Scene kids, and I didn't even know any. But I think that's it. I'm going to wrap it up there. That video wasn't quite as bad as I remember it. Maybe we watched more than one of them, and the other one was funnier. I swear to God, I remember him talking about guns, and that never happened in there. So maybe we'll watch another Peeb video at some point. So Peeb, you get half of a pass. Sometimes you were kind of slapping there, but I don't think you were actually like around and old enough to remember the 2000s. That's a very nostalgic view of that era. Okay, you guys are talking about other shit. So if you guys want to carry on these conversations, comments, concerns, etc., 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 I suggest you join our Discord. It's going to be where you get notified when I eventually upload this video. Who knows when that's going to be. You don't have very long. I hope you enjoyed watching. I'm about to turn this motherfucker off. So if you want to keep up with the VODs, finish the VODs, go back. The VODs are now on the VODs channel. Westside Tyler Live VODs. Just search it. You'll find it. Like that shit. And when the VODs show up, you'll see them. They'll be edited to get rid of breaks and stuff. So they're also a much cleaner and nicer and more straightforward watch. With all that said, folks, I've been Westside Tyler. You've been watching Westside Tyler Live. I will be back Monday for the last stream for a while. And then in the weeks to follow, hopefully you guys will be getting some, well, I'll be working on some, and you might be getting some video essay content. Subscribe to Westside Fairy Tales and check out our ongoing and now resumed stories, Sin Carriers. And until next time, as always, stay safe out there. Bye.